Traveling into an endless desert, starting with a shared bicycle and 49 female teammates. Everyone can obtain a talent through a talent crystal ball and continuously upgrade their talents. As the only male, Yifei decisively left his teammates behind and was the first to reach the initial station, grabbing all the starting benefits, 50 talent crystal balls. Using the crystal balls himself, he obtained the strongest talent in the team, S-grade, prompt. Welcome to Desert Highway Survival. Begin your rampage journey. All individuals over 18 worldwide are participating in survival. Disabilities have been fixed. Each team is randomly formed, totaling 50 people. After the team departs, monsters will begin to chase after 1 hour. Initial speed, 10 kilometers per hour. Being caught means death. The desert environment is harsh, and you can upgrade your shared bicycle. The team will pass through stations, ruins, oases, etc., and you can decide whether to explore. There will definitely be surprises. Note, after 10 minutes, survival begins. Current movement is not possible. Countdown begins. With the cold prompt sound, Yifei felt a wave of heat mixed with perfume hit him. Opening his eyes, the computer he was using for overtime was gone, replaced by a woman in yoga pants bent over in front of him. The distance was so close that he initially thought it was a giant peach. At the same time, Yifei realized he couldn't move, only able to move his head. The female supporting character, Tong Yen, looked around and found himself on a gray-white concrete road, with the rough surface reflecting blinding white under the intense light. And beyond the road was the endless yellow sand that completely swallowed the horizon. Sand dunes undulated like frozen waves, stretching to the edge of his vision and connecting with the scorching sky. Desert highway survival. 50 people in a group. Does this mean they can't be caught by monsters? Processing the information in his mind, Yifei was shocked, but at this point, there was no overtime to worry about, so he quickly needed to confirm his teammates. After all, there was only 1 minute left. Ugh, the ground is burning. A female voice with a crying tone came from nearby. Sister, get up quickly, you're on my hair, another voice urged urgently. I can't move. A third female voice choked with panic. I was just soaking in the bathtub. The water was still hot, and in the blink of an eye, I ended up in this damn place. Yifei looked in the direction of the voices and saw a snow-white woman lying on the ground, completely naked with bubbles still on her body, her wet long hair draped across her chest, and her exposed skin rapidly evaporating wisps of white steam on the scorching ground. Hey, did anyone notice? A slightly high-pitched voice tried to calm the atmosphere. It seems like our team is all girls. That's good news for safety. Almost simultaneously, another sharp voice rebutted in despair. It's over. Why are there only girls? How are we supposed to survive? The two completely different voices rang out at the same time. Yifei also noticed the anomaly. He was shocked to see women all around him, varying in height, weight, and appearance. Long hair, short hair, curly hair. Some in pajamas, some cosplaying as game character Ganyu, some in professional attire, all with faces filled with fear, confusion, and helplessness. Plus the one still bent over in front of him, seemingly unaware of the situation, in yoga pants, 49 women in total. Yifei felt darkness before his eyes, as if the sky had fallen. If this were on Earth, it might be a dream come true, a variety of beautiful women. But damn, this was a survival team, in a life-or-death situation. Friends who have played tense and thrilling competitive games know what a full female team means. It's not that there aren't capable women, but the likelihood is high that he would end up being the laborer, heavily burdened. And this was not just 4 female teammates. He suddenly had 49. What does that even mean? This was a magnificent, beautiful death pit team. His teammates basically lacked strength, stamina, and emergency skills, with probably very few having outdoor survival experience. Current desert temperature, 40 degrees, continuously rising, expected to reach 55 degrees in the afternoon. Current ground temperature, 46 degrees. Team affiliation, Team 341. Current number of people, 50. It's over. Having 49 male allies would be better than this. Yifei internally wailed, feeling that the future was bleak. He was already half dead before the survival had even officially started. Just then, an announcement appeared before him. Attention, all survivors. Desert survival is about to begin, with only 3 minutes left on the countdown. Initial vehicle. Shared bicycle is ready 100 meters ahead, a total of 50 units. Tip 1. Vehicles can be damaged, but they can be repaired and upgraded. Tip 2. The first novice supply station. 5M has 50 talent crystals of varying quality, S-grade to F-grade. First come first served, talent crystals can grant you talents. With the announcement neatly arranged, shared bicycles appeared out of thin air on the road ahead, their silver-gray frames slightly distorting in the heat waves. Talent crystals. That's great. Yi Fei's eyes lit up instantly, which had been filled with anxiety. At this moment, he felt as if he had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Having all female teammates might be a good thing, haha. That S-grade talent was his for the taking. However, just as this thought arose, he keenly noticed that nearly all the women around were focusing their gazes on him. A primal sense of crisis and competitive spirit made them view this only male as the greatest threat. Ladies, a middle-aged woman in her 30s, wearing a shirt and long pants, stared at Yi Fei with a sharp voice. We need to stop him. Don't let him be the first to ride the bike. We can't let him get first place. Isn't that not good? He's the strongest. Letting him go first to get a good talent and lead us is better, right? A young girl calmly said. Yeah, survival needs a strong leader, just like every lion pride needs a male lion. Another woman in pajamas echoed. A male lion? The middle-aged woman sneered, her tone filled with incitement. Do you know what male lions are like? They're lazy and never hunt. All the dirty work is done by the female lions. And they have to give birth to the cubs. Letting him go first? Then he'll oppress and exploit us. We'll all be enslaved by him. Even, she lowered her voice, but made sure more people could hear, he might assault us. A girl cosplaying as Ganyu looked terrified. We might even be treated as sex slaves, and then used to lure zombies. It's all written in there. Yi Fei's mouth twitched. What the hell? What are kids these days watching? But he knew very well that from this moment on, the survival game had already begun. Cooperation or confrontation? Trust or betrayal? How to maximize one's own interests in dire circumstances was the key to survival. He had to counterattack immediately and dismantle this unfavorable alliance against him. Chapter 2. S-Class Talent. Yi Fei took a deep breath of the scorching air and spoke in as calm and clear a voice as possible. Sisters, let's stay calm. First, let's not talk about whether I can definitely come in first with this body of mine. Even if I do, I'm just 1 out of 50. No matter how strong the talent is, can one person survive in a place like this? He shifted his focus directly to the middle-aged woman. Instead, it's this big sister here, who keeps insisting that everyone stop me. Yet, you are standing at the very front of the line, unable to stop me at all. Are you genuinely concerned for everyone? Or are you just eager to have everyone act as your pawns to eliminate me, your competitor, so that you can secure first place for yourself? His gaze swept across the hesitant and wavering faces around him, and his voice grew more steady and powerful, filled with a convincing sincerity. Is it really beneficial to stir discord right from the start in our newly formed team that desperately needs unity? This is a survival situation for 50 people, not a one-person game. The monsters are chasing from behind. The environment is harsh. And I'm certain that the combination of talents will maximize their effectiveness. What we need most is not infighting, but teamwork. I'll stop here. Who agrees with the idea of unity for survival and fair competition? Who opposes it? A brief silence. I think what he said makes sense. The previously calm woman spoke up. I also agree. Surviving is the most important thing, said the woman in pajamas. Humph, what kind of nature do women have? Selfish and scheming. A stylishly dressed woman mocked, but did not clearly support Yi Fei. Then let's depend on our own abilities. More people began to waver. Yi Fei felt slightly reassured. He didn't need everyone to support him. Just that most people remained neutral and did not form a united front against him was enough. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Action restrictions lifted. Charge. In the instant the restrictions were lifted, Yi Fei shot out like a coiled spring, aiming straight for the bicycle 100 meters away. Stop him. Quick. The middle-aged woman screamed, reaching out to grab Yi Fei's arm. Get out of the way. Yi Fei growled, sidestepping and using his arm to push her away, causing her to fall to the ground, and he accelerated forward without looking back. Behind him came a chaotic mix of gasps, screams, and the clattering of bicycles. Some fell, and others moved awkwardly due to not wearing shoes or proper clothing. The hot bicycle seat also made many jump in surprise. Yi Fei disregarded everything, leaped onto the frontmost bicycle, gritting his teeth against the burning pain from the seat, and pedaled hard, making the bicycle roar as it surged forward. The heat waves and dust rushed toward him, and sweat instantly soaked his back. He adjusted his breathing, hunched over his body, and focused intently on the road ahead, carefully avoiding the loose sand blown onto the road that could cause him to slip. He had to stay steady. Falling meant injury, and injury meant elimination, even death. After riding for less than 20 minutes, Yi Fei spotted his target, a half-buried, bare concrete bus stop in the yellow sand, standing alone on the left side of the road. Confirming that there was no danger around, Yi Fei stopped the bike and dashed into the bus stop. On the mottled concrete bench, 50 glistening crystal balls were neatly arranged, each about 2 centimeters in diameter, emitting different colored glows in the dim shelter. The one in the center, flowing with a faint golden halo, was especially eye-catching. S-Class. Yi Fei's heart raced as he grabbed it in his hand, information flooding into his mind. S-Class talent. Hint. There was no time for a detailed examination. He quickly scanned the other crystal balls, swiftly identifying a few that glimmered with purple light, A-Class, and blue light, B-Class, and confirmed that their talents were indeed inferior. The sounds of bicycles and heavy breathing were already coming from behind. Other physically fit women were also about to catch up. Use. Yi Fei unhesitatingly commanded the golden crystal ball. The crystal ball turned into specks of golden starlight in his palm, merging into his body. A stream of profound information became clear in his mind. He quickly reached for the A-Class crystal, but immediately received feedback. Each survivor can only merge with one talent. Yi Fei's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he swiftly took off his already sweat-soaked jacket, laid it flat on the bench, then gathered all the remaining 49 talent crystals, regardless of their quality, and swept them into the jacket, tightly wrapping them up and tying a knot to form a bulging bundle. Then, he picked up the bundle and rushed out of the bus stop, stuffing it into the basket of his shared bicycle. Yes, he had changed his mind. Just obtaining an S-Class talent while carrying 49 almost foreseeable burdens. How far could he go on this brutal survival path? He needed to filter and support useful teammates. And these talent crystals were the best bargaining chips. Whoever obeys, whoever is useful, will receive better talents. The others can fend for themselves. He remounted the bicycle, ready to run at any moment, then turned to face the female teammates who were pedaling desperately, panting as they approached. The hot wind blew through his sweaty hair, and his gaze appeared unusually calm in the scorching air, even carrying a hint of undeniable pressure. He raised his hand, his voice clear as it reached everyone. Everyone, stop. Don't come closer. He patted the bundle in the basket. All the talent crystals are with me. I knew it would be like this. You see, those who don't listen to me, this is what happens next. The middle-aged woman screamed in anger, going crazy. The others grew increasingly furious, all looking at Yi Fei. Yi Fei remained unflustered, his gaze sweeping across the astonished, angry, or contemplative faces. Everyone stay calm. Please trust me. There is sufficient reason for me to do this. And you can also recognize it. Saying this, Yi Fei revealed his talent. My talent is S-Class. Hint. I can receive magical hints that will tell me who is best suited for each talent. This will allow our team to unleash its strongest power. Everyone will also be able to match with the talent that suits them best. At that time, an F-Class talent may not be worse than a B-Class. Of course, I'm just suggesting. If you think my suggestion is not good, I can throw the talent crystals out right now, and you can rely on your own abilities. Now, let's vote by raising hands. The majority rules. Yi Fei certainly hoped that everyone would follow his opinion, but he couldn't let people feel that it was solely his decision. If there were any dissatisfaction later, he would have to take the blame for being stubborn. Therefore, he adopted a democratic method of a show of hands. Chapter 3. Distribution. I agree that Yi Fei should distribute the talents. I agree as well. As Yi Fei expected, under the absolute pressure of survival and practical considerations, rationality prevailed. When a few relatively clear-headed women expressed their opinions first, more and more people raised their hands, even those who were reluctant. After glancing around, they also lifted their arms, including the middle-aged woman with a dark face. She moved her mouth a few times, but ultimately just glared at Yi Fei and helplessly raised her hand above her head. Okay, let us save time and quickly distribute the talents so we can head to the next station. Yi Fei didn't waste words. Standing in the blazing sun was unbearable for anyone for too long. They had to distribute the talents quickly and cooperate to move to the next location. He first took out the most needed A-Class talent crystal. As soon as the crystal appeared, its strange purple glow attracted everyone's attention. Yi Fei held the crystal ball in his palm, facing the women, and clearly stated, "This is an A-Class talent crystal, containing a talent named Healing, with extremely strong effects, capable of healing almost any injury." After speaking, Yi Fei looked at the girls. Every time he looked at a girl, a prompt would pop up beside her that only he could see. Choose to give the crystal ball to Lu Chenli, and you will gain an excellent healer teammate. Choose to give the crystal ball to Wan Hong, and you will gain an excellent healer teammate along with her gratitude. Choose to give the crystal ball to Tong Yin, and you will gain an excellent healer teammate along with her gratitude, and there is a chance she will offer you loyalty later. Quickly scanning the area, Yi Fei decisively pointed to Tong Yin and confidently said, "You are the most suitable for this talent." It was the Chinibyu girl Tong Yin, who was previously dressed in cosplay. She was stunned and could hardly believe it, pointing at herself, and only after receiving Yi Fei's affirmative nod did she happily bounce forward, carefully taking the purple crystal. Amidst the mixed gazes of envy and curiosity from everyone, Tong Yin immediately used the crystal. The crystal ball shattered into purple light spots and merged into her body. The next moment, she turned to face everyone and said solemnly, "Brother Yi Fei did not lie. The usage of this talent is linked to mental strength, and my mental strength happens to be the highest among the 4 basic attributes. With a mental strength attribute of 20 points, I have 10 points. I only have 13 points. A low murmur of comparisons arose from the crowd. But I also have 20 points. A woman named Lu Chenli couldn't help but speak up, her expression somewhat complicated. However, after some comparisons, everyone realized that there was indeed no one with a higher attribute than Tong Yin, and her other 3 attributes, strength, speed, and constitution, were all at 11 points, making her average attributes quite strong among the group. Choosing her was undoubtedly the right decision. Moreover, Tong Yin and Yi Fei did not know each other at all and had not communicated privately. In fact, Tong Yin had previously opposed Yi Fei and slandered him as a pervert, yet Yi Fei still generously gave her the best A-grade talent according to the prompt. With Tong Yin as an example, everyone became more accepting of Yi Fei's distribution and dispelled doubts about fairness. Tong Yin, hurry and heal the injured from the falls and burns, Yi Fei suggested. Yes, I'm on it. Tong Yin quickly approached a woman who was completely naked. She was the most unfortunate, having initially lain on the cement road and been burned by grilled squid, then sitting on a bicycle seat, enduring a fierce fire while roasting shells. At this moment, her condition was extremely poor, and she could hardly stand. Upon closer inspection, her buttocks had large areas of redness and swelling, with blisters and even some charred spots, which was shocking. There were also numerous abrasions and burns on her back. And with no clothes on, she had been exposed to the sun all the way, leaving a large red patch on her back. However, as Tong Yin touched her with both hands, a gentle and pure white light flowed from her palms, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The redness and swelling quickly receded. The blisters flattened, and the charred dead skin fell off, revealing new, smooth skin underneath. The woman visibly recovered. I feel much better. I'm really healed. Songya exclaimed in disbelief as she moved her body, the pain and weakness retreating like a tide. However, the joy of recovery was soon replaced by immense embarrassment, as she was at a loss for how to cover herself in front of Yi Fei and everyone else. Wow, sister, your skin. Tong Yin couldn't help but gently touch Songya's smooth back, playfully winking. Wow, it's so smooth, glowing white. Haha, indeed, I didn't dare to say it before. I'm envious. Your skin is really good. Tong Yan's childlike, playful admiration and actions were like a breath of fresh air, alleviating Song Ya's embarrassment and bringing a cheerful atmosphere to the team. All right, Tong Yan, continue your work. Let's hurry up. Yi Fei glanced at the woman with the fair skin and immediately began the distribution work. Next was the second A-grade talent crystal ball. The talent was luck. The person who gains this talent can avoid some risks, increase the probability and quantity of discovering resources, and reduce the number of monsters encountered. The most suitable owner for this was. Yi Fei's gaze swept over the crowd and finally pointed at the fair-skinned woman, Songya. How coincidental. It was impossible not to go up. Songya's cheeks flushed, biting her lower lip, and under the gaze of everyone, she steeled herself and walked up to Yi Fei. Yi Fei praised her figure, suppressing a smile, and pulled out the outer layer wrapped around the crystal ball, handing it to Songya to wear. In an instant, many crystal balls were exposed, shining brightly under the light. The middle-aged woman watching this scene had her eyes turn red. She quietly glanced around and immediately rushed forward, reaching out to snatch the exposed purple crystal ball. However, Yi Fei was prepared and kicked her to the ground. This is your last warning. Yi Fei spoke. His cold tone left no room for joking, and the middle-aged woman shivered at his gaze, all her unwillingness and resentment suppressed by fear, falling silent. This incident not only did not disrupt Yi Fei's rhythm, but also helped him establish authority. Yi Fei did not waste time on the woman and quickly distributed the remaining talent crystals. In the end, 3 lucky individuals obtained B-grade talents. They introduced themselves one after another. My name is Lung Xiao, my profession is fund manager, and my B-grade talent is water system enhancement. I can create water out of thin air, but in small quantities. For now, it's mainly drinkable. Yi Fei looked at her. She was in a suit on top and black stockings below, looking like a capable and calm type. I'm Luo Li, a university student majoring in English. My talent is speed enhancement, allowing me to move quickly in a short time, and I have a speed attribute bonus. This girl was quite good looking, wearing a white short skirt. Hello everyone, I'm Luo Bing. My profession is yoga teacher, and my talent is experienced driver, providing attribute bonuses for various driving. This woman was indeed the one who was initially in yoga pants, wearing a crop top and playfully waving her fingers while greeting Yifei. Once the main talent holders had introduced themselves, Yifei immediately said, "Now everyone should know the situation of our team. We have 1 S-grade talent holder, 2 A grades, 3 B grades, and the remaining C, D, E, F have 4, 8, 12, and 20, respectively. We'll save the rest of the self-introductions for later. We've already wasted enough time. Let's hit the road," Yifei stated. Soon, the team set off again. Although everyone was still on edge, the atmosphere was different. Everyone had gained talents and had a preliminary understanding of each other. Chapter 4, Mask Yellow Sand, Blazing Sun, Endless Desert Road. Yifei and Luo Bing took turns riding at the front to break the wind. As a male and someone who usually exercises, he naturally had the strength to endure for now. Luo Bing, on the other hand, relied on her talent. Her talent as an experienced driver allowed her to reduce consumption by 50 while riding a bicycle, and her skills automatically improved, knowing how to conserve energy. These enhancements made her far more relaxed than Yifei. However, the two did not ride too fast, on one hand, to evenly distribute their stamina, and on the other, to allow the team behind, with varying levels of fitness, to keep up. After just a short while, Yifei was already drenched in sweat. Luckily, there was a cement road and bicycles. If they were walking under such conditions, no one would be able to move after just a few minutes. Yifei had seen a news report before about people driving through the Lapner Desert. Halfway, their car broke down, and when they got out to walk, the outcome was that everyone died, and it was very quick. The farthest one barely walked 5 or 6 kilometers away from the car. Modern humans often overestimate their physical strength and underestimate the power of nature. When these people were found, they were already in a half-cooked, charred state. Some had completely lost moisture in their feet, resembling dehydrated corpses, looking quite terrifying. And that was just an ordinary desert on Earth. Now, everyone was facing a much more terrifying desert world. Half an hour later, the harsh environment began to show its power. Some people started to feel dizzy, their bicycles swerving uncontrollably. Thud! A girl with a weaker constitution fainted first, collapsing from her bike. This was a serious case of heat stroke, if not treated in time. She could die in a few minutes if left unattended. Yifei hurriedly asked the nurse Tong Yin to stop and help, while Shui Duo Mei Lung Qiu provided water to help her recover. It must be said that the combination of treatment capabilities in such an environment along with water spraying was simply godly. The girl who had heat stroke recovered in just about 10 seconds, but the cost was that Lung Qiu and Tong Yin became even more exhausted. Repeatedly using their abilities also had its toll, and both of them were struggling a bit. Yifei wanted to take Tong Yin along to reduce the consumption of this core healer, but unfortunately, the shared bike was too troublesome and had no back seat. Everyone exclaimed in frustration. Before Yifei could finish speaking, a gust of wind blew over, filling his mouth with yellow sand. At this moment, the wind gradually picked up, and the air was filled with dust and sand. Next to him, Lung Qiu looked at Yifei's distressed appearance, then at her own black stockings soaked with sweat and covered in dust, hesitating for a moment. She bent down, and with a rip, tore a slit in her stockings at the thigh, then forcefully pulled off a long strip. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She thought it would be useful to use this as a mask. Thanks. Yifei didn't hesitate for a moment, took it, and immediately tied it around his face. At this point, there was no need for so many concerns. Maintaining good condition and persisting until the next location was more important than anything else. After tying the mask like a Western cowboy, he sprinkled some water on it, which effectively blocked the wind and sand and allowed him to breathe without direct contact with the scorching air. This small stocking mask made Yifei feel much better, and it was much easier to speak. Seeing the good effect, Lung Qiu simply tore the stockings completely and made 6 masks, distributing them to the companions in front who were breaking the wind and to Tong Yin, who needed to speak frequently. However, when she offered one to Luo Bing refused, smiling mysteriously, indicating that this mask was for someone who needed it more, as she had her own. Under the curious gazes of everyone, she stopped her bike, turned her back, reached into the waistband of her tight yoga pants, and after a moment of rummaging, surprisingly pulled out a pair of light-colored lace underwear as thin as a cicada's wing. This material was even lighter and more breathable, making it a good temporary mask. With a calm expression, she unfolded the underwear, then put it on her head, adjusting it to cover her mouth and nose, and also sprinkled a little water on it. Yifei was stunned, and after a while, he silently gave her a thumbs up. This was the most useful episode of underwear he had ever seen. Inspired by Lung Qiu, the remaining 4 girls wearing stockings also began to make stocking masks. Suddenly, half of the team had stocking masks. Those who hadn't received masks blushed and learned from the experienced Luo Bing, contributing their own inner beauty. In an instant, various colors and styles of lightweight fabric appeared on everyone's faces. Although the scene was somewhat comical and bizarre, the wisdom of survival at this moment overshadowed all shyness. Unbelievably, so many of you are wearing such flamboyant things. Yi Fei's voice was somewhat muffled through the mask, but he was smiling. This experience was indeed a broadening of his horizons. Luo Bing rode up beside him, her experienced demeanor allowing her some leisure. You don't understand. Our dressing is not just for looks. For us, the material of clothes-fitting clothing and breathability are very important. Staying dry and hygienic can avoid many troubles. Otherwise, it's easy to get infected with diseases, unlike you boys. She chuckled lightly, not continuing, but her meaning was self-evident. The physiological structures are different. Yi Fei was speechless and had no energy to say more. After this brief interlude, fatigue and heat surged back like a tide, drowning him. 1 hour later, with every breath, Yi Fei felt fire in his nasal passages. The scorching air made him feel dizzy. The road ahead twisted and warped in the heat waves, seemingly endless. It was just too hot. He was sweating profusely, but the sweat didn't even touch the ground, evaporating in an instant and leaving a layer of white salt on his skin. The temperature was rising higher and higher. He glanced at the prompt on his attribute panel. Current desert temperature, 45 degrees. Current ground temperature, 51 degrees. Affiliated team, Team 341. Current number of people, 50. Don't say anymore. Dear, just 1 hour, and the temperature has skyrocketed so much. Yi Fei's eyelids twitched. It was also thanks to the healer Tong Yin and the water provider Lung Qiu. One provided treatment, and the other provided the most precious fresh water in the desert. Although several people had fainted along the way, miraculously, no one had fallen behind yet. However, many people were now reaching their psychological and physical limits. Ugh, I really can't ride anymore. I'm so tired. My skin hurts so much. It feels like it's going to crack. Moans and sobs began to spread. Hold on. The next oasis is very close. Yi Fei's voice was hoarse from thirst. My talent prompt says there are only 5 kilometers left. Hang in there. Once we reach the oasis, there will be water and shade. His talent prompt was incredibly convenient. Without it, they would have to grit their teeth and keep riding without any clear hope, which was quite torturous for the mindset. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, everyone felt a surge of energy, having something to look forward to. 20 minutes later, Yi Fei was the first to push his nearly exhausted body up a long slope. At the top, a tear-jerking emerald green came into view. A small lake looked like a lost sapphire embedded in a golden sea of sand, surrounded by low drought-resistant shrubs and several crooked palm trees casting precious shadows. The shimmering surface of the lake made Yi Fei cheer out loud. He wished he could rush down immediately and dive into the lake. An oasis. It's an oasis. Cheers of joy erupted from behind, and the crowd summoned their last strength to rush down the sand slope. Wait, everyone stop. Yi Fei suddenly spread his arms and shouted sternly. Everyone froze, looking at him in confusion. Yi Fei stared at the enticing oasis, and only he could see the prompt box floating above it. Ultra-small oasis. Has fresh water, food, stone, wood resources, and a few upgrade parts. Beneath the yellow sand near the edge of the oasis lurks a desert corpse. This monster has basic combat power similar to an adult male, moves somewhat sluggishly, but its claws and teeth contain corpse poison, which can lead to muscle stiffness and blurred consciousness upon infection. Chapter 5. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin, let's go around it. After hearing Yi Fei's prompt, Lung Qiu suggested. She had the water attribute talent, and her condition was one of the best at the moment, so her thinking speed was also fast. However, someone immediately opposed Tong Yin. This is just a small oasis, visible to the naked eye, not even 1,000 square meters. Right? Even if we completely go around it, it's not far to enter from the other side. What if we work hard to go around, and they run into the oasis? Song Yu weakly said, I can't go around. The sand is too hot. And I have no shoes. My feet would be burned if I walked in. Then it seems we can only fight. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Fei, deciding to fight. Yi Fei naturally wasn't afraid. After all, the opponent only had the combat power of one male, and there was no reason for him not to go. Moreover, letting this threat hide in the sand was indeed quite unsettling. However, besides him, he also needed several teammates. It's not wise to take on a challenge alone. I need a few teammates to help. Who will come? For a moment, the entire team fell silent. They were all women, not to mention fighting. They had little experience even in playful scuffles. Moreover, at this moment, everyone was exhausted and struggling to walk. How could they fight monsters? Instinctively, everyone was afraid and hesitant to step forward. Seeing that no one was willing to support Yifei, Tong Yin mustered her courage and raised her hand. I'll do it. Yifei glanced at her height of less than 1.6 meters and immediately shook his head. That's fine, but you're a healer. Stay back and focus on healing us. If the healer dies, the whole team is finished. I'll go too. I have a speed talent, Luoli said nervously. She had a B-grade talent, the only one related to combat. And now she had no choice but to push herself forward. I'll go as well. My stamina is still quite good, and I still have strength. Luo Bing said. My stamina is okay too. I'll go. Lung Xiu added. Who will give me shoes? I'll follow you guys, within a 100-meter range. I can have a lucky aura. At least I want to be killed immediately. Songya also spoke up. She had an A-grade talent that needed to be utilized. Soon, the team to challenge the dry corpse was formed. Yifei took the lead, with Lung Xiu, Luo Li, and Luo Bing assisting, while Songya and Tong Yin followed behind to support. Of course, this didn't mean others were just watching. Everyone joined in. It just meant that Yifei led those with stamina to the front. With so many people, as long as Yifei could entangle the monster, they could all rush in together and stomp it to death. That's what everyone thought. After resting for a while and regaining some stamina, Yifei, holding a high-heel shoe, approached the road closest to the oasis. The oasis was just 100 meters away from the concrete road. Looking at the lake 100 meters away, everyone seemed to smell the sweet scent of fresh water, and their parched throats ached even more, wishing to rush over without a care. However, this 100-meter sandy area was likely where the dry corpses were lying in wait. Once they stepped in, they would face an attack from the dry corpses at any moment. Scanning the area, Yifei noted that his talent had not activated. However, since they already knew there were monsters here, it would be foolish to charge in recklessly and risk being ambushed. He immediately called over 2 girls, one with a smell talent and another with a hearing talent. Their talents weren't great, but they were just right for the situation. Yifei slowly moved along the edge of the sandy area, while the 2 focused their senses to scout. The girl with the smell talent found nothing, but the girl with the hearing talent, by placing her shoe in the sand, faintly caught a very subtle scraping sound. As Yifei moved, the scraping sound gradually got closer. It was clear that this was the sound of the dry corpses moving underground. Once they confirmed the approximate position of the enemy, things became much simpler. The speed talent holder, Luo Li, volunteered to take over for Yifei. She moved back and forth along the edge of the sandy area, acting as bait like fishing. Gradually, the dry corpses were indeed attracted. However, despite having a speed talent and being warned by the hearing talent user, Luo Li's reaction was still a moment too late. Before she could withdraw, a withered hand suddenly burst out of the sand and tightly gripped her calf. Allah! Help! She screamed in terror. Yifei was prepared and rushed over to pull her away, as Luo Li was dragged back to the road. The dry corpse was also pulled out from the sand. Yifei aimed for the dry corpse's head and swung the high heel down hard. This weapon seemed comical, but the hard metal heel was quite powerful, delivering critical and piercing effects. Thud! This strike directly penetrated the dry corpse's withered head. Yet, despite such a heavy blow, the dry corpse still did not let go, even attempting to bite Luo Li. Damn it! At this moment, Yifei panicked. The more anxious he became, the harder he swung. However, after 2 strikes, the high heel broke, and he quickly stood up and kicked. Everyone, attack together! Lung Xiu shouted, rushing forward first. In an instant, everyone mustered their courage and charged in. Bang bang bang. A flurry of kicks ensued. This dry corpse was kicked to death right there. Its withered hands and feet were kicked off, and its head was stomped flat. However, its severed hand still clung to Luo Li's calf. Yifei struggled to pry open the withered hand, and found a black handprint where it had gripped Luo Li's calf, the skin rotting and oozing black blood. Whoa, am I going to die? Luo Li's body went stiff, unable to move, her voice filled with fear. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. I still want to find a man. I don't want to. Clearly, the toxin from the dry corpse had made her consciousness hazy, and she began to babble incoherently. Feej, hurry. She suddenly grabbed Yifei's hand tightly, pleading intermittently, let me feel it before I die. Whoa, let me kiss you. Damn it. Yifei squatted beside her, looking black-faced. Don't worry, you won't die. I didn't expect this toxin could make people speak their true feelings. Tong Yin teased while reaching out to touch the wound, then activated her healing talent. Soon, Luo Li returned to normal. She was still mumbling when she suddenly froze, blinking in confusion as she propped herself up. What happened to me? Right? I was grabbed by a dry corpse. She hurriedly looked at her calf and let out a sigh of relief. Tong Yin asked curiously, don't you remember what you just said? Luo Li looked blank. What did I say? Wasn't it just for help? Then she turned to the others, expressing her gratitude. Tong Yin, thank you. Without you, I might really have died, and thanks to everyone. Chapter 6. Scavenging resources. Luo Li appeared calm throughout. She couldn't be uncalm. How could she admit to saying those things? At that moment, Luo Li felt she would explode from embarrassment, wishing she could just faint. Especially when she looked at Yi Fei, she nearly lost her composure. How could she have said such things? She thought she shouldn't be so sexually repressed. It must have been the dry corpse's toxin. Fortunately, everyone was overwhelmed by the joy of reaching the oasis, and no one delved deeper into her odd behavior. After confirming that Luo Li was okay, everyone rushed towards the lake in the center of the oasis. Yi Fei didn't delay any longer. Picking up speed and leaping into the water. The lake wasn't deep, but the water was clear, and after tasting it, he realized it was fresh water. He quickly began to gulp it down. Although Lung Xiu had provided fresh water along the way, the amount was limited, and they couldn't drink freely. Everyone was basically in a state of extreme thirst, but not completely dehydrated. At this moment, fresh water poured into his parched throat. The coolness and comfort were simply indescribable. Ah, this is so refreshing. Yi Fei drank his fill, then comfortably lay down under the shade of a tree by the lake. Lying there under the green shade was simply blissful. The others were in a similar state, either soaking in the water or slumped on the shore. Tong Yen lay beside Yi Fei, soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body, outlining her contours. When Yi Fei turned his head, he caught a glimpse of her fair skin. Tong Yen just happened to turn her face to look at him. Their eyes met, and she froze for a moment before her face turned slightly red, realizing her current appearance was a bit disheveled. She instinctively adjusted her clothing and softly said, "Thank you. Yi Fei, thank me for what? Thank you for giving me an A-grade talent. Without this talent, I would have had a tough time and wouldn't be this popular in the team. I'm actually quite timid. I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't have much ability." Tong Yin had always wanted to express her gratitude to Yi Fei, and she finally found the opportunity. "Don't say that. Based on my talent, you are the most suitable," Yi Fei said with a smile. Tong Yin shook her head. "I may be the most suitable, but without you, I definitely wouldn't have gotten this talent. No, I should say I definitely wouldn't have received this talent. My physical strength is only at an average level in the team, and in the initial competition, I couldn't compete at all." She knew very well that her ability to receive this talent relied entirely on Yi Fei. Moreover, there was one more thing she hadn't mentioned. There was actually another girl who also had 20 points of mental strength. That girl was very beautiful and had a good figure, so in that case, Yi Fei could completely choose to give it to her, and no one could question it. But in the end, Yi Fei chose her. "In any case, I will definitely repay you in the future. Thank you for trusting me," Tong Yin said seriously. "Don't mention repayment. We are all in the same boat now. Helping each other and trusting each other is beneficial for everyone," Yi Fei said casually, treating it as mutual help and trust between friends. "Yes, mutual help and trust between friends," Tong Yin said, her face flushed. She wanted to say something more, but not far away. Lung Xiu had already stood up and shouted loudly, "Everyone hurry up and pack up, start looking for resources, and then prepare to move on. Otherwise, the monsters will catch up." This oasis was not large. Looking around, one could see it all. Seeing this, Yi Fei quickly stood up and shouted, "Wait. Everyone stay still. Let Sonya look for resources." "Yes, it's time for our lucky star to shine," someone replied. "Sonya, come here, there's an abandoned tent, see what's inside." Sonya nodded to everyone and immediately walked toward an abandoned tent that was almost completely buried in yellow sand. At this moment, she was wearing Yi Fei's jacket. Without pants or shoes, just barefoot. Fortunately, Yi Fei's jacket was long enough to cover her backside, leaving only her long legs exposed. However, even if it didn't cover her completely, she didn't really mind. In fact, when one is extremely tired and used to being in a mess, they wouldn't care too much. At this moment, not just her, many people looked similar. Sonya reached the edge of the tent, wanting to bend down, but she was too tired. So she simply knelt down and pulled the tent open. Everyone quieted down, their eyes focused on her, waiting for the gifts that luck would bring. As she opened the tent, the items inside were counted one by one. There were bottled water, canned food, and even a pickaxe and an axe. Each time an item was dragged out, a low cheer would rise from the crowd, and when she pulled out an entire box of canned cola, the cheers reached a peak. When one is tired, sugar is desperately needed. Sugar is the thing that can excite people the most and is also a strategic resource. At a critical moment, a bottle of cola can be life-saving. "Wow, this iron ingot is so heavy. Everyone hurry and help." Sonya stumbled and couldn't lift it. "Wow, this is a good thing. It can upgrade the bicycle." Tong Yin exclaimed after touching the iron ingot. "Oh my, hurry and upgrade. My butt is about to crack." With many hands, within just a few minutes, Sonya opened the box, and everyone helped carry the supplies. All the resources were piled up in the shade by the lake, and after counting, the haul was quite impressive. 150 bottles of Run Tion mineral water, 100 cans of Ganju brand fish, 5 boxes of canned cola, 50 corn and chicken ham sausages, 20 rough iron ingots, 2 rolls of copper wire, total length about 10 meters, 2 boxes of basic parts, 2 lithium batteries, 2 walkie-talkies, 1 hand axe, 1 pickaxe, and 1 dagger. When Yi Fei touched the iron ingot, he found information ringing in his mind. Iron ingot can be used to upgrade equipment and vehicles. You have discovered usable upgrade materials. Place the materials next to the equipment to upgrade. There are various upgrade options. Please explore on your own. Upgrades aren't fixed. This is interesting. If the bicycle could save some effort, that would be great. Just thinking about having to ride the bicycle later made Yi Fei feel uneasy. He hoped the upgrades would make it easier for him. Immediately, he moved an iron ingot next to the bicycle, and sure enough, an upgrade prompt popped up. Do you want to use an iron ingot to upgrade the bicycle? Upgrading will enhance the bicycle's durability. Is that all? Then that's not very interesting. Yi Fei immediately followed the upgrade tutorial that appeared in his mind, carefully observing the bicycle. He found that every part of the bicycle was glowing in his eyes. He could upgrade various aspects of the bicycle. Whichever part he focused on would highlight that part, while the surrounding components would become transparent and blurred, from upgrading gears to ones with less friction, to changing the size and number of tires with puncture-resistant features, to enlarging the overall frame structure to become a tricycle. Even more impressively, if he added a lithium battery as an upgrade material, it could be upgraded to an electric bicycle. This made Yi Fei drool with desire. Of course, the premise was to have enough materials. The various combinations and possibilities for upgrades were complex enough to make his head spin. He quickly realized that there were deep strategies involved. Resources were always limited, and deciding where to upgrade first and what materials to use could affect the development for a long time to come. If the wrong direction was chosen, the bicycle's performance wouldn't keep up, and it could easily be crushed by the monsters chasing from behind. Fei Gu, Tong Yin leaned over and said softly, "The distribution of resources and upgrade paths seems to be a major test as well. I've played a lot of games, and if you choose the wrong attribute allocation, it's hard to make up for it later." "You're right," Yi Fei nodded. "So everyone, don't rush to upgrade yet. Don't waste resources on your own. Let's research it together." He asked Tong Yin to notify the others while he calmed down and carefully considered various possibilities. It was at this moment that a prompt popped up. Current possible upgrade paths for your bicycle. Power, saves stamina, improves individual mobility, but decreases team efficiency. Loading, increases load capacity and stability for multiple passengers, beneficial for team movement, but increases individual burden. Defense, enhances vehicle defense, helps safely reach the next destination, but decreases mobility and increases stamina consumption. Attack, consumes extra resources to add attack components to the vehicle, no direct movement advantage. Please choose carefully. Power and loading, balances the advantages of both, significantly reduces disadvantages, but requires more resources. This can provide prompts too. Yi Fei was overjoyed and quickly looked at it. There were as many as 22 different upgrade paths. Moreover, the pros and cons of each path were also roughly indicated. This was incredibly important. It meant he didn't have to rely on trial and error and wouldn't go down the wrong path. He could directly aim for the desired upgrade capabilities. Chapter 7. The lucky girl. Looking at these prompt messages, Yi Fei knew he was set. He felt a sense of relief. He immediately relaxed and pulled out a can of cola, sipping it while slowly reading. He needed to study carefully and choose which upgrade path would be best. With 22 upgrade paths, he just needed to select from the summarized options. Pop. Yi Fei cracked open the can, taking a big gulp of cola. The best part of cola is the first sip. It's the most fizzy and flavorful. If you miss that first sip, you've wasted half the bottle. As the cola went down, the sugar and bubbles filled his mouth, and with the caffeine, Yi Fei immediately felt a surge of energy. His mind cleared considerably. This would help him make better choices. After reviewing everything, Yi Fei first eliminated the option of focusing on a specific feature as an upgrade path. Focusing on any one direction is extreme. For example, going down the power route would make the bicycle faster and easier to ride, but it would be terrible in other aspects like defense and load capacity. The drawbacks here were something Yi Fei couldn't tolerate. He didn't want to go too fast and end up getting sunburned halfway. Some upgrade options are definitely necessary. For example, enhancing protective capabilities by adding a sunshade. Multiple upgrade paths progressing simultaneously is the best choice. The plan to load power and protect against attacks is absolutely optimal when resource consumption is not considered. But the problem is that ignoring resource consumption is impossible. After some thought, Yifei decided to choose an upgrade plan that seemed a bit absurd. Combined upgrade path. This upgrade path is so outrageous that without hints, most people would struggle to think of it. The main idea is to upgrade and transform 2 or more bicycles into a multi-person bicycle. Yifei had ridden such bicycles before, often in scenic spots, and they could even accommodate 3 or 4 people. This way, resources could be maximized, and everyone could move together, greatly improving the bike's power, endurance, and various aspects. In short, it was almost all benefits. There was only one drawback. If the bike broke down, everyone would have to stop, and if it suffered significant damage, no one would have a bike since any modifications were irreversible. However, in light of the numerous benefits, Yifei believed this drawback was negligible. Moreover, he glanced at Songya, who was walking around in the oasis, prodding the ground with a dry tree branch. With this lucky girl around, the chances of mishaps would significantly decrease. Yes, originally she had her own bicycle, and most of her luck could only cover her bike. When it came to others' misfortunes, her luck wouldn't apply. But now, with only one bike left, her luck could protect everyone's bike. Everyone would benefit, and if he sat next to Songya, the benefits would be even greater, as if he were carrying a lucky charm with him. Right, there was also the experienced driver Luo Bing, who had a boost that reduced half of the consumption. If this bike continued to upgrade and was driven solely by her in the future, it would be equivalent to the whole team enjoying another benefit. This was truly maximizing the use of talent. Immediately, Yifei made the decision: integrate with 49 teammates. However, upon further consideration, he discovered another problem. If they were to merge 50 bikes into a double-row large bicycle array, they would need to consume 40 rough iron ingots. At present, they only had 20 rough iron ingots in hand. Of course, Yifei could first merge 25 bicycles and deal with the rest later. First, merge the ones that can be merged and then let the others join later. But the problem was, who would be willing to be part of the latter half? They would essentially get no upgrade resources and would have to ride shared bicycles bare. This was evidently very unfair, and they would likely feel very tired afterward, making it difficult to maintain the current cooperative atmosphere. Moreover, who could guarantee that there would still be iron ingots at the next station? Therefore, Yifei could easily foresee that many people would strongly oppose this integration plan. After all, no one wanted to be left behind. And who could guarantee that they wouldn't be abandoned? Putting himself in their shoes, Yifei realized that even if he were assigned to the latter half, he wouldn't be able to hold back. However, one must be ruthless to stand firm. At this moment, he couldn't be indecisive. They had to go for it. He knew very well that if he worried about this and that, the final result would be that nothing would get done. However, he decided to be as fair as possible. At worst, everyone could take turns riding the bicycle. Just then, Songya came over. She had borrowed a pair of shoes that were clearly much too big, making a clattering sound as she walked, which looked somewhat comical. However, she had a hint of an eager, mysterious smile on her face as she leaned closer to Yifei and whispered, "Yifei, I have a new discovery." Yifei was still pondering the upgrade plan for the bicycles and casually replied, "What discovery?" "I found a hidden resource point, buried pretty deep, with a lot of rough iron ingots and mining tools inside." "Oh, what?" Yifei suddenly looked up. "How many?" Songya's lips curled up, a little smug. "About 40 pieces." "Awesome." Yifei laughed heartily and immediately gave her a thumbs up. "You really are our lucky girl." He had been worried about insufficient resources and having to be the bad guy, but unexpectedly, Songya's revelation solved the problem effortlessly. Luck truly defied logic. With these 40 rough iron ingots, not only could the upgrade plan proceed smoothly, but there would also be a considerable surplus. Songya felt a bit shy from his praise and smiled slightly. "Actually, it was Tong Yin who reminded me. She said I am lucky, so I should wander around. And maybe I would have unexpected discoveries. I just followed my instincts and wandered around. I didn't expect to find an old tent buried under the sand at the edge of the oasis, filled with these things. Let's go, take me to see." Yifei excitedly got up. "By the way, I also have good news to tell you." Just as he finished speaking, a light gasp came from behind. Yifei turned around to see Songya leaning awkwardly and falling directly onto the sand. The temperature of the sand was at least over 50 degrees, and Songya was only wearing a loose jacket, with her lower body almost completely exposed. This fall was like sitting on a hot plate. "Ouch!" She winced in pain, tears instantly welling up in her eyes, and her lips were tightly pressed together. "Are you okay?" Yifei hurriedly turned around and reached out to help her up. "My shoes, they're too big, I couldn't stand steady." Songya's voice trembled with pain as she tried to get up, but when she put pressure on her left foot, a sharp pain shot through her, and her body softened, nearly falling again. Yifei was quick to catch her around the waist. Songya tried once more, but the excruciating pain in her ankle made her give up entirely. She simply couldn't walk. Don't move. Your ankle is very swollen. Yifei looked down and saw that her left ankle was visibly red and swollen, like a sudden lump had appeared. It seemed she was just too exhausted today. Lacking strength in her feet, and combined with the oversized shoes, she had twisted her ankle quite badly. How could this happen? Songya muttered in frustration. Don't I have a luck boost? How could I get hurt just by tripping on flat ground? What made her even more embarrassed was that she was practically leaning entirely on Yifei to maintain her balance at that moment. Now, she couldn't walk at all. She had no choice but to look at Yifei and shyly ask, Yifei, could you carry me over? Asking this made her face feel extremely hot. The clothes were given by him. The talent was his doing, and now she needed him to carry her. It felt like she owed him too much. Yifei nodded, exerted a little strength in his arms, and lifted her up completely, one hand supporting her back and the other under her thigh. Yifei thought it would be quite strenuous, but surprisingly, Songya was lighter than he imagined. However, her figure was not lacking. She wasn't the kind of skinny person. Her thighs had a healthy firmness, taut and fit. Plus, having just washed in a small lake, any sweat or odor was gone. And now Yifei could even smell a faint fragrance, somewhat like osmanthus. Feeling the warmth transmitted from Yifei's hands, Songya's heart raced, and she felt flustered. With the sudden silence in the air, she quickly began to find a topic to talk about. Otherwise, she felt that remaining silent would become unbearably awkward. By the way, you just said you have good news? Yes, I found out that bicycles can be combined for upgrades. I'm planning to merge everyone's bicycles together, so we can take turns riding them, which will save a lot of energy. Yifei briefly explained his thoughts. That's great. Finally, we can take a break. Otherwise, if we keep on the road, I feel like I'm going to collapse. If my mind doesn't break down, my body will eventually give in. Yifei nodded in agreement. Yes, this is also an important benefit. Driving for too long can easily lead to problems. After a few casual chats, Yifei had already carried Songya back to the lakeside. Tong Yin was squatting next to a pile of supplies eating canned food. When she looked up and saw this scene, her eyes widened. How long has it been? How did they end up in this position? The progress is too fast. Songya quickly explained, I twisted my ankle and can't walk. Tong Yin was skeptical until she squatted down to see her swollen ankle, and then she looked incredulous. No way. You're the lucky star who can find treasures just by walking around. And you actually twisted your ankle? And it's this serious? Her expression was filled with confusion. After treating Songya, the other party took Yifei away. Luo Bing, who was lying on the beach resting, spoke lazily, stretching her long legs with a playful smile in her tone. Do you think it's possible that for Songya, this ankle twist might actually be a good thing? Maybe it's considered lucky? Huh. Tong Yin was taken aback. Then her eyes widened as she looked at Songya walking shoulder to shoulder with Yifei, revealing a pensive expression. Chapter 8. Combined Vehicle Team Song. Ye quickly brought Yifei to the location where the tents were discovered. By this time, some people were already transporting iron ingots. Yifei carefully examined the surroundings. The area where the tents were located was clearly lower in elevation, which should have been a wind-sheltered area, but it was completely buried by yellow sand, making it impossible to spot with the naked eye. For Songya to find this, her luck was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, digging through the surrounding yellow sand, they even found an abandoned campfire site. This seemed to have originally been an abandoned campsite. Combined with the large amount of metal and pickaxes, was it specifically for mining? Yifei and Songya searched around, and indeed found an entrance to a mine near a sand dune. The entrance had a wooden door to prevent yellow sand from pouring in, but because of this, sand had piled up at the entrance, nearly burying it completely. If it weren't for their prior suspicion, along with Songya, they would never have found it. Yifei peered through the gap in the door and saw nothing but darkness inside. At that moment, a prompt appeared. You have discovered a mysterious mine. The internal passages are exceptionally complex, and there are mysterious underground creatures lurking. Your strength is insufficient. Entering may lead to death. But there is a small chance of obtaining precious gem minerals. Upon seeing this prompt, Yifei decisively dismissed the idea of entering. This was clearly meant for those skilled in combat, which wasn't suitable for him at the moment. However, it did remind Yifei that perhaps the upcoming stations would also have similar hidden locations, and he should pay more attention, as he might be able to explore them once he became stronger. An iron ingot was about the size of a brick, and it was considered efficient for each person to carry 2 at a time. Fortunately, there were many people, and by the time Yifei returned from the mine entrance, the supplies had already been cleared and moved to the shade by the lake. Yifei counted 40 iron ingots, 5 pickaxes, 1 sleeping bag, 2 blankets, and 3 flashlights. There was quite a bit of useful material. Immediately, Yifei clapped his hands and gathered everyone. He got straight to the point. Everyone, I have good news. I've discovered a very suitable bicycle modification plan for all of us. Combined transformation. By consuming iron ingots, we can upgrade 50 bicycles into a multi-person bicycle. This way, we will have a significant advantage, and it will save a lot of resources compared to separate modifications. We can also share our talents to some extent. Yifei explained everything clearly in just a few sentences. Then he looked at everyone. At this moment, several women exchanged glances. And one of them spoke up. We all agree with Yifei's opinion. This plan is great. But can we modify the seat cushions, add some backrests? Or have a bed so that everyone can take turns resting? As she said this, the woman's face turned slightly red, but she continued. I started my period and feel a bit uncomfortable. Sometimes I might need to rest for a while. Of course, I absolutely want to slack off. Everyone can supervise me. And besides, there's nothing that can be done about it. I checked with Tong Yan, and it didn't help. Yifei was taken aback, then quickly nodded. Okay, this plan is totally feasible. We just happen to have extra iron ingots, and this is something I hadn't thought of at all. His tone was calm and approving, which relieved the girl who suggested it, and a smile appeared on her face. So, if anyone has any needs, just bring them up. Lung Qiu interjected with a timely smile, her voice clear and teasing. Yifei is just a guy. There are some things he wouldn't think of. She glanced at Yifei with a light-hearted tone. Besides, he definitely doesn't know that with 50 of us here, on average, there's bound to be one person experiencing special circumstances every day. Haha. Everyone was taken aback, then quickly understood and couldn't help but laugh. Upon careful thought, it was indeed true. With 49 girls in the team over a month of 30 days, it was almost certain that someone would be in a special situation every day. Yifei also laughed. Lung Qiu truly was a workplace elite, good at livening up the atmosphere. With her lead, everyone opened up and began discussing where to add hooks for hanging items, where to add storage compartments, whether to install lighting for night driving. The only person who had been opposing Yifei all along, Wen Ling, remained silent at the edge of the crowd, her expression darkening. She didn't speak throughout but also didn't vocalize her opposition, just quietly watching the scene before her gradually come to life, her eyes filled with complexity. On the cement road, Yifei soon began the modification and upgrade of the vehicle team under everyone's watchful eyes. Combined upgrade. With a thought. The lined-up bicycles emitted white light, and the iron ingots piled nearby also glowed. After a while, the light faded, revealing a peculiar bicycle in front of everyone. This bicycle had 2 seats per row, with a total of 25 rows. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was a super bicycle formed by combining 50 bicycles. Each person had their own pedal and co-pilot. However, only the first 2 people at the front could control the steering wheel. Undoubtedly, the steering ability of this vehicle was quite concerning, given its length. But it didn't matter much. After all, on the cement road, there was no one else. So they could drive however they wanted. Wow, wow, wow. Many people began to exclaim. Yifei was also excited to see the bicycle take shape. However, this was not the end. He still had resources to use. Immediately, he looked back at the formed bicycle and added a metal roof to effectively block out the sun. Next, he added a metal bed in the middle and at the back, placing the obtained sleeping bag and blankets on top. Just perfect. At this point, the basic structure was complete. Yifei started the upgrade modification. Do you want to consume 2 lithium batteries, 2 rolls of copper wire, 1 box of basic parts, and 2 iron ingots to upgrade the bicycle to an electric-assisted bicycle? Yes, Yifei confirmed in his heart. The next moment, an electric motor and a metal box containing lithium batteries appeared near the bottom of the front of the bicycle. However, currently, there were too few lithium batteries. They would run out of power after a short while, so Yifei wouldn't use them for now, only activating the power at critical moments. After thinking for a moment, Yifei originally wanted to add kinetic energy recovery to the motor so that when going downhill, they could generate electricity through the motor to recharge the lithium batteries. Due to insufficient resources at hand, it was indicated that copper ingots, iron ingots, and intermediate parts were needed. Then Yifei made another attempt and found that he could also install a flashlight. You have upgraded the combined bicycle, consuming 2 flashlights and 1 basic part, and obtained front dual headlights. Perfect. Yifei looked at the bicycle in front of him, which was increasingly resembling a car, and couldn't help but smile. Looking at the last 5 iron ingots remaining, Yifei upgraded and created 5 iron boxes, hanging them on both sides of the bicycle for storing various resources. Thus, the modification of the bicycle reached a temporary conclusion. Yifei immediately approached and touched the bicycle to check its attributes. Super combined electric assist bicycle. Control method. Mechanical steering. Front row, 2 people control the steering wheel. Steering ability. F grade. Seat configuration. 50 independent seats. each with separate pedal assistance. Power mode, human-powered pedal electric assist, dual lithium battery motor. Travel speed, human power 60 mph electric assist 35 mph for 5 minutes. Suitable terrain, desert concrete surface, optimal with no obstacles. Modification features, team shared talent. All members can share part of the talent to some extent. Passive. Iron sheet protective roof, isolates from sun exposure. Emergency rest area, 1 iron bed at the middle and end. Equipped with 1 sleeping bag and 2 blankets, suitable for physiological period fatigue rest. Expanded storage, 5 iron boxes on both sides. Capacity 25 cubic meters, front dual headlights. Flashlight modification, night vision 30 meters. Lighting, F grade. Team resource saving. Compared to individual modifications, the team can save 40 resources overall. Passive. After reviewing everything, Yifei nodded in satisfaction, especially pleased with the 2 team features, which made him feel joyful. This meant their team would gain a dual advantage in both talent and resources. A direct resource saving of 40. Currently, the only main talent that could be shared was 1, but it was quite impressive, luck. As long as they were on this bicycle, they would more or less benefit from Songya's luck, significantly reducing the probability of encountering misfortunes in subsequent actions, making it quite comfortable. After loading all the supplies collected in the oasis onto the vehicle, everyone reluctantly bid farewell to this brief paradise and set off once again. Yifei and Luo Bing sat at the front, one as the navigator and the other as the experienced driver. Now the entire vehicle implemented a shift driving system, changing every half hour, and the pedal positions also alternated, allowing each person to pedal for only half an hour before resting. Compared to the previous state of one person struggling alone, it was indeed much easier now. Moreover, after several bicycles combined, the overall resistance and losses were lower than those of dispersed riding. Even with more supplies, the speed was faster, maintaining a steady speed of about 30 kilometers per hour. The sound of the wind rushed past their ears regularly, and although it was still scorching hot, everyone appeared more composed. Only then could Yifei finally enjoy a good meal. He had been busy earlier and had hardly eaten anything. Sitting with the slight swaying of the vehicle, he opened a can of fish, and the savory taste of fermented black beans and oil-soaked fish spread instantly. After working so hard, such rich food full of fats and salt was just perfect. He happily finished 2 cans and drank half a bottle of cola soaked in water. Letting out a comfortable sigh, the vehicle moved steadily forward. The sand dunes on both sides rose and fell, shimmering golden under the sunlight. Beside him, Luo Bing held the steering wheel with one hand, casually wiping the sweat from her forehead with the other, a few strands of hair sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks. Swaying gently with her movements, a rustling sound came from behind, and then a peeled corn sausage quietly reached over from the side of the seat. Yifei turned his head and met the smiling eyes of Tong Yen. She said nothing, just playfully shook the sausage in her hand. Yifei took a bite from her hand, the sweet and salty corn kernels mingling with the meat flavor melting in his mouth. He relaxedly leaned back in his chair, allowing Tong Yen to feed him the sausage bite by bite. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the faint sounds of laughter from inside the vehicle, the aroma of food, and the subtle scent of sweat from the person beside him. If the journey ahead could always be filled with companionship, sharing, and care, then this survival escape might not be so bad after all. Yifei gazed at the horizon where the sand dunes met the blue sky, and this thought quietly surfaced in his mind. Brother Fei, Tong Yen behind him spoke softly again, handing over a small black walkie-talkie. Do you want to take a look? It seems to be used for contacting other teams. The resting people were also busy. Everyone was studying the equipment they had collected. Chapter 9, Team 300. Yifei took the walkie-talkie, which was discovered by Songya at a hidden location. He initially thought it was just for convenient communication within the team. But to his surprise, upon opening it, he could directly receive signals from other teams. Clearly, this was a special piece of equipment with ultra-long-range communication capability. As he turned on the walkie-talkie, a chaotic noise immediately erupted, with sounds of wind and heavy breathing, but no one seemed to be speaking. Tong Yen leaned over. Brother Fei, turn this knob to adjust the frequency and switch between different channels. There may be people from different teams. Yifei immediately turned the tuning knob. Hello. This is Team 300. Is anyone there? Please respond if you hear this. A hoarse male voice came through, clearly exhausted. Yifei pressed the talk button. Hello? This is Team 341. Wow, brother, what are you doing? Eating while riding? The other party clearly heard the sound of wind and Yifei chewing, filled with astonishment. I'm eating a sausage. What about you, brother? Yifei replied. Wow, you really are eating? Your bicycle riding skills are impressive. Brother, do you have any interesting information? Let's make a trade. The other side was straightforward, and it was clear that it was quite quiet on their end. They were likely resting. Yifei, how do we trade? How else do we trade? We trade information. You ask a question, I answer, then I ask a question, you answer. And we exchange fairly. Yifei, okay, I'll ask first. What is the talent distribution in your team? TSK, it seems you just got the walkie-talkie. Asking this isn't interesting. Every team starts the same, randomly gets one S-grade talent, and then a fixed number of A to F grades, with F grade being the most. I've communicated with several teams, and it's always like this. I got the only S-grade talent for the whole team. See how awesome I am. Yifei, not interested, thanks. I've answered your question, now it's my turn to ask. How many checkpoints have you passed? The other side paused, then suddenly burst out laughing. You son of a gun, I've passed the third checkpoint. How about that? Do you think my progress is super fast? After saying that, a hint of pride slipped into his tone. Now it's my turn. How do you manage to eat while riding? Yifei, I'm sitting in the vehicle, others are riding. Modified vehicle, huh? Impressive, your turn to ask. After a round of exchanges, Yifei discovered that the other party was operating in a lone wolf mode, having ditched other teammates with a few who had obtained high-level talents and had even killed someone. Therefore, they were light and fast, harvesting resources all the way without leaving any chances for those behind. A few of them had used the resources from 50 people to upgrade their bicycles, and they had already passed the third checkpoint. Meanwhile, Yifei had just left the second checkpoint. The conversation over the walkie-talkie was turned up to the maximum volume, allowing the front half of the entire team to vaguely hear it. For a moment, many people were stunned into silence by the brutal actions of the other side. However, the opponent's version is ahead, and it is an undeniable fact that they know more. Yifei exchanged information about the hidden location and obtained a very useful piece of information in return. The third station has a synthesis platform. The synthesis platform can be used to create equipment and can also combine two similar pieces of equipment to synthesize higher-level gear. In short, this is a high-level item that can bring a qualitative change to production. However, the synthesis platform might be hidden, and there are 510 undead guards. The exact number of undead seems to be related to the overall strength of the team. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. There is no doubt that the opponent has combat talent. With so many undead, they could handle it. In the back-and-forth conversation, over 10 minutes passed unknowingly. Wait. I seem to hear a woman's voice on your side. Do you have female teammates? Some teammates were talking and communicating on the way, which was overheard by the opponent. Yifei took a sip of water and said, yes. I originally had one too, but I killed her because she wanted to steal my mysterious crystal ball. What is the mysterious crystal ball? Yifei's heart stirred. It was another piece of information he didn't know. Just then, Luo Bing suddenly shouted, everyone be careful. The corner ahead is all sand. Prepare to slow down. Wait, you answer me first. How many teammates do you actually have? I heard at least 2 different women's voices. Can your bicycle carry so many people? The voice on the other end of the intercom was suddenly puzzled. Yifei answered truthfully, my teammates are still here. No way. You're lying to me. You said you would provide true information. The opponent's voice suddenly rose. Is what you said true? Yifei, really? There's no need to lie to you. The opponent was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly became very displeased. Heh, you are just a fool. With so many people. How far can you go? These people are just a burden. If you take them as saints, then just wait to die. At this moment, seeing the opponent insult Yifei, Tong Yin, who was already displeased with the opponent's actions, couldn't help it anymore. Who are you calling a fool? We're doing just fine. Why do you need to meddle? You killed your teammate, and now you're lonely and cold, right? Or are you worried that you can't handle the monsters alone next time? You deserve it. No matter how much equipment you have to walk to your death alone. Fuck your mother. What the hell did you say? The intercom instantly erupted with furious shouting, accompanied by the sound of something being smashed to the ground. Am I scared? You bitch. When we gather on the same road, I'm going to fuck you up. Yifei directly turned off the intercom. Continuing this conversation was completely pointless. Clearly, the opponent had killed their teammate and was feeling a bit twisted inside, unable to bear hearing others talk about being fine. Brother Fei, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back. Tong Yin felt a bit apologetic. She didn't manage to extract key information because she lost her composure. Yifei shook his head. Who knew the opponent would break down so easily? Tong Yin stuck out her tongue lightly. Yeah, this person is really crazy. If I had known, we could have both shouted Brother Fei at the same time. It would have driven him crazy. Sonya, who was listening nearby, smiled slightly, but her expression was a bit complex. In the end, we are all forced by this world. We actually have no right to mock others. If it weren't for Brother Fei, our situation might not be any better right now. After all, the time we had to react was too short. In extreme panic, people can easily go to extremes. I think the opponent probably regrets it a bit after acting impulsively, but there's only one way to go now. And hearing that we are moving towards the opposite direction from him, he naturally breaks down. These words made everyone quiet for a moment. Yes, if it weren't for Yi Fei's efforts to integrate the team from the beginning, establish rules, and allocate resources, we would probably have turned against each other long ago over resource competition, or even killed each other. Not to mention, just for the resources and the talent crystal ball, many people would have died, and those who survived would have formed deep grudges. Thinking this way, everyone felt even more grateful to Yi Fei. That person shouted at the end, "All car teams will eventually converge on the same road." Did you hear that? Sitting in the third row on the left, Leng Xiu spoke up. "I don't know if it's true or just a threat to us." Yi Fei, whether it's true or not, we will find out by asking around. He's not the only one with information. Next, he switched places with Luo Bing, taking control of the steering wheel while Luo Bing held the intercom. Turning the knob to start tuning in, the static electricity crackled intermittently, occasionally mixed with muffled human voices. Soon, they discovered a pattern. The teams they could contact seemed to all start with the number 3. Team 302, Team 333, Team 356. Clearly, this intercom did not randomly connect with all survivors, but could only communicate with teams with similar numbers. Continuing to try to exchange information with other small teams confirmed this hypothesis. They even inadvertently connected again with the previously irritable Team 300. As soon as the opponent heard the familiar female voice on their side, they immediately reacted, and the cursing erupted. Luo Bing remained calm, her fingertips slightly turned. And with a click, the knob jumped to the next channel. After a series of attempts, everyone confirmed. The teams they could contact were basically cycling within the range of 300 to 399. Even so, the information channels were already rich enough. Combining multiple pieces of information, a key piece of information gradually became clear. All teams seemed to converge on the same road at the 4th station. What this meant was self-evident. However, everyone seemed to be in different environments. Some had higher temperatures, while in others, it seemed to be very windy. Finally, this inconspicuous piece of information caught Yi Fei's attention. A strong wind must be taken seriously. If a sandstorm arose, it could be very dangerous, especially in the desert. A sandstorm mixed with bullet-like sand and stones could be deadly. Can anyone really run that fast? Have they already reached the 4th station? Tong Yin found it hard to believe. It could be some kind of acceleration talent, or perhaps they modified their power system at all costs. Yi Fei speculated. But simply running fast may not be a good thing. It's not like we're rushing to reincarnate. In his view, the optimal strategy was to scavenge all the resources at each station and maximize their use. As long as they maintained a distance from the monsters behind them, they would have enough time to rest and recover at the oasis, which was far more reliable than recklessly rushing ahead. But then he thought again that this was only the optimal solution for his team, for those lone wolves or those filled with suspicion within their teams. Being the first to reach the next station and monopolizing all resources was the way to survive. Soon, another hour passed. Yi Fei here prompted. There are still 20 kilometers to the next station, the ancient village ruins. There was only about half an hour's journey left. I wonder what the next station is like. Tong Yin's tone was filled with anticipation. I hope there's water. I'm all sticky and uncomfortable, Songya said while pedaling hard, breathing heavily. Although the convoy operated on a shift system, those on duty had to give their all. And the speed had to be as fast as possible to create distance from the monsters, leaving more time for rest at the next station. The ideal state was, stay at the station as long as possible and travel as fast as possible on the road. It was highly probable there wouldn't be much water, or even none at all. Yi Fei looked back at Songya. Your plan for a shower might fall through. He saw that Songya had, at some point, used a dagger to modify her loose outer coat, cutting the fabric into strips and wrapping them around her chest like bandages, leaving the rest of her skin completely exposed. This modification was quite clever. It looked beautiful and maintained maximum coolness without hindering movement. A good urban beauty, at this moment, exuded a bit of the wild adventurer's boldness and freedom. Yi Fei glanced back and saw that there were quite a few people who had undergone such transformations. Everyone's attire was evolving towards practicality. However, no one discarded the cut fabric. It was all carefully collected, as no one knew if they would be able to obtain clothing later. If their current clothes were damaged, it could become problematic even for sun protection during subsequent explorations. No, Songya sighed, her chest gently rising and falling with her breath, sweat trickling down her neck into the gaps of the fabric wrapped around her. Yi Fei tightened his grip on the steering wheel and explained, haven't you noticed that we've been slowly going uphill all the way? This indicates that the terrain is rising. It's hard to have underground rivers or lakes in such areas. The next stretch of road is likely to be a drier part of the desert. So we must reserve enough fresh water and save as much as we can. Songya responded, looking up at Yifei. You really know a lot. Not really. It's just related to my major. I studied geology in college. That's very useful. Can you tell what this world's desert is like? Songya asked curiously. I can only see a little on the surface, but this is a different world, and it's quite different from Earth. Whether the knowledge is applicable here is still uncertain. Yifei pondered. If this is a planet, we should be in the southern hemisphere right now, and this planet is extremely arid. Most areas might be desert terrain. How do you know? The whirlpool water surface naturally drains in a clockwise direction without obvious external interference, which indicates the southern hemisphere. Also, the occasional small dust devils forming outside align with this pattern. Yifei briefly explained, but he felt that this knowledge was of limited help in their current situation. He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the sand dunes where small whirlwinds were stirring up dust, swirling on the ground before quickly dissipating. The wind along the way seems to have intensified. Moreover, the frequency of dust devils was increasing. This was already the third one he had seen. Yifei's heart suddenly sank. Oh no, could it be that a sandstorm is about to occur? That's a deadly thing in the desert. Stop the car, everyone. Brake now. With a whoosh, everyone trusted Yifei and immediately hit the brakes, creating a long black skid mark on the ground. Once the vehicle stopped, Yifei jumped down and ran to the roadside. He called over those with auditory and visual talents. Check if there are any abnormalities in the distant sky. Listen closely for the sound of strong winds. After saying that, Yifei squatted down to observe the shape of the sand dunes. Generally speaking, the larger the dunes, the weaker the wind, and since the dunes here were small and continuous, it indicated that they had long been subjected to strong winds. The direction of the wind could be inferred from the slope of the dunes. After observing for a while, Yifei pointed towards the direction from which the main wind was blowing. Focus on this direction. Whoosh. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and Yifei suddenly felt cooler. As if he thought of something, he quickly checked his status panel. Current area desert temperature, 47 degrees. Current ground temperature, 53 degrees. Affiliated team, team 341. Current number of people, 50. Oh no, it wasn't an illusion. The temperature had really dropped. It had already reached 49 degrees before. The sudden drop in temperature was due to the decrease in air pressure. Everyone, get back in the car and sprint at full speed. A sandstorm is coming. The signs of the sandstorm's approach were becoming increasingly obvious. Although the two talented individuals hadn't noticed anything, Yifei couldn't afford to gamble. They had to sprint immediately. Only by finding a place with shelter could they easily avoid the sandstorm. It was extremely dangerous to be on this bare road. Hearing Yifei's warning, everyone panicked, and all 50 people pressed down hard on the pedals simultaneously. The speed of the bikes suddenly increased, but steering became extremely difficult. A slight misstep could lead to a rollover, and the pressure fell entirely on Yifei and Luo Bing, who controlled the direction. After sprinting for 5 or 6 minutes, the girl with visual talent, who was responsible for lookout duty, suddenly screamed, I see it. The distant sky is getting darker. It's like a mountain is coming towards us. Her voice sounded somewhat panicked. Don't panic. Full speed ahead. We will reach the ruins soon. Yifei shouted loudly. Since it was the ruins of a village, there would definitely be houses, at least some remnants of walls. As long as there was shelter, they would be fine. Chapter 11. Murder Crack. Crack. The wind intensity clearly increased, and fine sand was lifted, striking the vehicle and producing a series of dense knocking sounds. Without the need for the talented individuals to remind him, Yifei could already hear that dull, thunder-like howling. There was no doubt that the sandstorm was getting closer. The sky quickly darkened, as if it were suddenly about to turn night. Although the howling winds raged, there was an eerie sense of oppression in the air that made it hard to breathe. This was not an illusion, but rather the surrounding air pressure was rapidly decreasing. Such a drastic change indicated that the scale and intensity of this sandstorm were absolutely beyond imagination. No wonder this was a different world. The sandstorms on Earth were nothing in comparison. Yifei felt a chill in his heart, wishing he could pedal the bike faster. But at this moment, he still had to maintain control of the direction and not go too fast. Otherwise, a slight loss of control could mean disaster for everyone. In fact, being able to maintain this speed was entirely due to Luo Bing's full control. Without this veteran driver's talent boost, they would have already flipped over on this road where sand flew and visibility gradually blurred and dimmed. The strong wind whipped the sand grains across exposed skin like blades. Yifei heard a cry of Tong Yen from behind, clearly from being scratched by the sand and rocks, but she merely grunted and continued to pedal furiously. Yifei had no choice but to keep pedaling hard, while also trying to control the direction. The entire bike was speeding forward on the edge of losing control. "We're almost there," Luo Bing suddenly shouted. Everyone perked up, and through the swirling sand, the outlines of a broken earth wall and a few withered trees faintly emerged ahead. Yi Fei focused his gaze, and more detailed prompts immediately appeared. Abandoned village ruins, contains wood, stone resources, a small number of upgrade parts, and strange objects. The central store in the village ruins square has strange objects, but there are 2 desert corpses guarding nearby. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The corpses were inside the village, not at the edge. He had no time to think deeply. After assessing that the risk was controllable, he immediately turned sharply towards the broken wall. Just like the previous oasis, there was 100 meters of yellow sand between the ruins and the road. "Everyone hold on. We're going into the sand." Boom. The combined bicycles sped off the road and plunged into the soft sand. Their speed suddenly reduced as they quickly came to a stop. Everyone scrambled out of the vehicles, rolling and rushing towards the nearest broken wall. Most of the houses here had collapsed, leaving only bare remnants, but just as Yi Fei had anticipated, they were enough to block the wind and sand. He dashed out a dozen meters, but vaguely heard anxious shouts coming from behind. Turning around, his heart sank. Tong Yin and Song Yu were still by the vehicle. The distant towering wall of sand was approaching at a terrifying speed, swallowing everything in its path in a storm of sand. Time was counting down by the seconds. Sand and gravel hit him hard, stinging his face. Yi Fei gritted his teeth and turned back, charging against the wind and sand. After all, this was a girl who had pledged her loyalty to him. Such a good teammate. He had long regarded her as one of his own. He had to save her. The key was that Song Yu was still there. He didn't believe that with her luck talent, she could die. Battling against the blinding sandstorm, Yi Fei struggled to get closer. He saw Song Yu desperately trying to drag Tong Yin, but she was too weak to move her and was panicking and shouting. Unfortunately, visibility was obstructed at this moment, and the howling of the wind was too loud for anyone to hear. Meanwhile, Tong Yin was completely stiff, her movements sluggish. Yi Fei's heart sank. It seemed to be the corpse poison. He quickly checked, and indeed found a wound on the outer side of Tong Yin's left thigh. Black blood slowly oozing out. Yi Fei was instantly furious, certain that someone in the team had taken advantage of the chaos to secretly sabotage them. Fortunately, the poison wasn't too deep. Tong Yin could still manage to move, and she was desperately trying to cast a healing spell on herself, her palms emitting a faint white glow. Seeing this light, Yi Fei felt a bit relieved. However, healing took time, although it was only 5 or 6 seconds. At this moment, every second was incredibly precious. Yi Fei immediately instructed Song Yu to run ahead and lead the way while he picked up Tong Yin in a princess carry and dashed towards the broken wall. Bang! The terrifying gale swept in, engulfing the surroundings in a haze of yellow chaos in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Song Yu, who had been running ahead, disappeared from view. Fortunately, the next moment, a slender yet firm hand reached out from the wind and sand, tightly grasping Yi Fei's clothing. Following that pull, Yi Fei stumbled but accurately dashed behind the broken wall. He placed Tong Yin down at the base of the wall and then threw himself down, completely shielding her with his body. Almost simultaneously, the sound of crashing echoed like a torrential rainstorm in his ears. Tong Yin, who was hiding under Yi Fei, stopped her healing. The sense of relief from surviving mixed with the pressure from her face and the reassuring weight and warmth of Yi Fei's body made her strangely calm amid the chaos. The sound of sand and stones hitting them, Yi Fei's chest heaving heavily, and the solid, warm breath that came through his clothes all intertwined, creating a bizarre sense of safety for her after the fear subsided. Yi Fei was really reliable. This thought uncontrollably surfaced in her mind, making her pale cheeks slightly flush. It was unclear how long it had been when the earth-shattering howls and crashing sounds gradually subsided. Yi Fei moved, struggling to push himself up from Tong Yin. As soon as he raised his body, he couldn't help but gasp in pain. Every part of him hurt as if he had been scraped repeatedly by countless dull blades. Looking down, his arms and chest were covered in fine bloodstains. He had been so tense earlier that he hadn't realized that the adrenaline was now fading, and he was gritting his teeth in pain. Although he couldn't see his back, the fiery stinging sensation told him that the injuries there were likely worse. He looked around. The surviving team members were all covered in dirt, and many were injured. On the windward side of the village, a dead tree trunk was deeply embedded with sharp fragments of stone, resembling a vicious hedgehog tree. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei felt a wave of fear in his heart. If they had been even a few seconds later, he would have been trapped in this sandstorm forever. While accepting Tong Yan's healing, Yi Fei called over a few of the most trusted people based on the hints, specifically the 5 girls with AB talents. He sent the fastest, Lori, to fetch an axe, while Lung Xiao, Songya, and Luo Bing gathered everyone to count heads. Everyone was present. However, the serious atmosphere made everyone realize that something was off. Songya was the first to speak in anger. There's a traitor among us who secretly plotted against Tong Yin and nearly poisoned her with a corpse's venom. Yifei looked at the crowd and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance to step forward." No one spoke. Yifei immediately looked at the girl with the scent talent. She understood and walked past each person. When the girl stopped in front of Lung Xiao, her footsteps clearly hesitated. Then, her expression turned slightly strange. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at Yifei, and upon seeing him nod for her to continue, she gathered her courage and pointed at a girl. It turned out to be Lung Xiao, who was standing next to Yifei. This was impossible, right? Everyone was a bit incredulous, thinking there must be a mistake. Lung Xiao and Tong Yin should be quite familiar with each other, and they had worked well together. Besides, her talent was good, so it didn't make sense for her to do something like this. But when they stepped forward and found a corpse's finger wrapped in cloth in her pocket, with even fresh blood on it, everyone was stunned. Lori angrily picked up the axe. Chapter 12. Power, could it really be her? She had indeed been sitting right behind Tong Yin, so it was quite possible. The crowd began to murmur, their eyes shifting towards Lung Xiao. "It's not me. Someone is framing me." Lung Xiao spoke calmly, looking at Yifei. "Fei Ge, you know me. I have no reason to do this, and I wouldn't be that foolish." Yifei nodded in agreement. He had never doubted Lung Xiao. Although it seemed that Lung Xiao was in a prime position to commit the crime, right behind Tong Yin, where a casual swipe could succeed amidst the chaos. Even if she had done it, with her intelligence, she wouldn't have left the murder weapon on her after seeing Tong Yin was still alive. The corpse's finger was most likely planted in her pocket by someone else during the confusion. Yifei looked at the crowd, and a hint popped up. The murderer who attempted to kill Tong Yin is Wen Ling. It was the woman who had been opposing him all along. He had thought she had settled down, but unexpectedly, she was like a venomous snake, waiting for the opportunity. Thinking back, it had indeed been a good opportunity to strike. If Songya hadn't been lucky enough to discover Tong Yin first, Tong Yin would have died in the sandstorm, and once she was dead, no one would have the ability to heal the corpse poison. Maybe that person would have turned on him. With this in mind, Yifei's gaze turned even colder. He took the axe from Lori's hands, stepped forward, and spoke in a voice that was not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. "Wen Ling, step forward." The crowd instinctively parted to expose Wen Ling, who was standing at the back. "It wasn't me." Wen Ling immediately shouted, her face full of anger and despair. "Yifei, you just want to eliminate dissenters, right? This whole thing about assassinating Tong Yin might have been scripted by you all along." She didn't even bother to argue, directly hurling accusations. She pointed at Tong Yin, her voice sharp. "Look at Tong Yin. She's delicate and well-kept. She doesn't even have traces of being hurt by the wind and sand, and she has less dirt on her than anyone else. Isn't she enjoying enough privileges in the team? All the dirty work and hard labor are done by us. And now she's even playing along to help Yifei eliminate those who don't obey." As soon as she said this, many people hesitated and looked at Tong Yin. Indeed, compared to the others' disheveled appearances, Tong Yin looked unusually clean. Not like someone who had been assassinated and had to avoid the sandstorm. Although rationally everyone was unwilling to believe that Yifei would do such a thing, the possibility of manipulation instinctively filled them with fear. Everyone must stay clear-headed. Seeing some people waver, Wen Ling's voice became even more inciting. "Today, Yifei can fabricate any reason to kill me. Tomorrow, he can kill any one of you. He doesn't need evidence. As long as he says someone is guilty, that person has to die. His hint talent is no different from a charlataness. Whether it's black or white is solely determined by him. Are we supposed to obediently go to our deaths just because he tells us to? Sisters, don't be fooled. This man is best at purges. Isn't that what happens when men gain power?" She straightened her back, appearing unafraid of authority, vowing to resist to the death, inadvertently adding fuel to the fire of Yifei's alleged abuse of power. Watching Wen Ling's performance, Yifei found it absurdly laughable. He realized that some people live their entire lives trapped in past rules, thinking they could reverse right and wrong by inciting emotions, moral coercion, and playing with words. They completely misunderstood the essence of power, which never comes from rhetoric or identity, but from whether one has control over violence and how many people fear them or benefit from them. Her previous tactics could only work because there were rules to exploit during peaceful times. But now, he could kill her without any reason. Did she really think that all his efforts, arrangements, and maneuvers were just for show to be a good person? Beside him, Tong Yin trembled with rage. "Wen Ling, you shameless. How can you still have the face to bite back? Are you even human?" Didn't I save you on the road? Why do you want to kill me? There is still Ling Qiu. Hasn't she given you water? You beast. She is truly angry. She thought that as long as she treated everyone well, they could work together to survive in this dire situation. Isn't the scene of other teams killing each other enough to be shocking? Why are there still people who want to do this? She can't understand. Only feeling cold and angry. Wenling's face turned pale, but she immediately put on an extremely wronged expression, even kneeling down with a thud, crying out, Miss Tong Yan, why do you want to help that villain? I've worked hard and been diligent all this way. It was Yi Fei who framed me. You're following her too. Please have a little conscience. Everyone looked at each other. Do I look like that kind of person? She looked around with tearful eyes. Yi Fei has turned black and white, trying to take me down. Her crying was so heartfelt that many soft-hearted people started to show sympathy. Tong Yin instinctively wavered for a moment. After all, she was just a simple girl who couldn't bear to see someone cry like this, but the next second, she shook her head vigorously. She only confirmed one thing. Yi Fei is reliable. So conversely, if Yi Fei said it was Wenling, then it must be her. You snake, you're playing your role so well. Tong Yin gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening with anger, but she didn't know how to expose the other party. Yi Fei watched all this with his eyes, feeling a little relieved. Normally, it would be reasonable for Tong Yin to hesitate for a moment, but he didn't expect her to believe in him so firmly. However, Yi Fei just watched. He didn't rush to deal with Wenling. As the de facto leader of the team, with his core group supporting him, he naturally had 1,000 ways to get rid of Wenling. But he wasn't in a hurry. This incident with Wenling made him realize that there were bad people in the team. It wasn't surprising to have bad people. Human nature is complex, and not everyone is worth saving. At the beginning of the team's formation, he didn't have the time to scrutinize. Nor did he want to create panic from the start. Now, it was just the right opportunity to see everyone's reactions clearly. Scanning the crowd, there was no doubt that the majority firmly supported him. Stop acting, Wenling. By slandering Brother Fei, you're going against me. A tall girl in the team stepped forward first, her voice loud. Yeah, without Brother Fei, we would have all died in that sandstorm just now. You heartless thing. You deserve to die? Some were so angry that their voices trembled. People weren't fools. Everyone had seen Yi Fei's various actions along the way. Even without hints, Yi Fei had just saved everyone's lives. Everyone had a good sense of how Yi Fei was doing. Still working hard and being diligent. Someone shouted. A fiery-tempered, short-haired girl couldn't take it anymore and rushed up, slapping her. Brother Fei is the one who's been working hard. And Tong Yin, Luo Bing, and Leng Qiu are all pillars of the team. Everyone is doing their best, and you're here fanning the flames with malicious intent. After receiving a slap, Wenling was stunned. She didn't understand why, in such a short time, everyone had sided with Yi Fei. I understand now, you shameless people. Only knowing to bully the weak and fear the strong. She covered her face, her lips trembling as she muttered, you will regret it. Chapter 13, retort at this moment. Leng Qiu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Everyone. She faced the crowd. Her voice clear and calm. Why don't we analyze this matter slowly from beginning to end, instead of guessing wildly with emotions? What does everyone think? For a moment, everyone looked towards Yi Fei, who nodded. Leng Qiu continued. Just now, everyone saw the finger I took out of my pocket. It had someone's blood on it. This cannot be faked. Someone must have been injured, but who was that person? Leng Qiu glanced at Yi Fei. Brother Fei, the scene was chaotic and visibility was poor. Can you explain in detail how you saved Tong Yin? Yi Fei nodded and carefully recounted the process to everyone. After listening, Leng Qiu calmly summarized. In other words, after Tong Yin was injured, Yi Fei carried her in his arms. When Yi Fei was holding her, he supported her back with his left hand, and his right hand wrapped around her legs, and the injury happened to be on the outer side of her left thigh, right against Yi Fei's right forearm. She walked over to Yi Fei, signaling him to raise his right arm, and indeed, there was a dark stain on the inner side of his right arm. Look, Brother Fei has some black blood here. This is the poison blood that flowed from Tong Yan's wound, which rubbed off while he was running with her. So when Brother Fei said Tong Yan was attacked, it must be true. If he were fabricating facts, he wouldn't risk his life to struggle. And Tong Yan has no obvious wounds. She just healed, plus she was held and protected by Yi Fei. So naturally, she doesn't look as disheveled as we do. Leng Qiu's analysis was so detailed, logical, and everyone nodded in agreement. Although there hadn't been much doubt before, this undoubtedly made everyone even more pleased. Yi Fei couldn't help but look at Leng Qiu with admiration. The details she mentioned would naturally be understood by everyone later, but her ability to calmly speak, subtly control the situation, and guide everyone's thoughts and attention was truly impressive. Wenling listened to Leng Qiu's analysis, her expression gradually stiffening. But she still forced herself to say, but, But even so, it doesn't prove that I'm the murderer. Lung Qiu's gaze slowly turned to her. Her tone still steady. The reason I said so much is to explain to everyone, so that some people won't harbor grudges, of course. Mainly to avoid hurting Brother Fei and Tong Yan's feelings. She paused. Lu Sun once said, "Those who gather firewood for the people must not let them freeze to death in the snow." It's the same here. Brother Fei deserves the respect and trust he should have. After saying this, she looked at Wenling, her eyes turning cold. "Do you think I'm trying to prove your guilt?" Wenling was taken aback. Lung Qiu's voice suddenly sank. "Why should I prove? It's the end of the world. Do I still need to explain so much? Am I still at work?" She suddenly drew a dagger from her waist. The calmness on her face instantly replaced by a nearly violent anger. "It's you who should explain, you filthy bitch." She stared at Wenling, each word deliberate. Her voice not loud, but making everyone feel a chill. "Watch me not cut that slanderous mouth of yours." Before her words fell, she had rushed forward with the knife. Wenling was scared silly, standing frozen in place, until Lung Qiu's dagger left a bloody mark on her face. She screamed and turned to run. But as soon as she took 2 steps, a sharp pain struck her back. Lung Qiu thrust another knife into her lower back. Wenling staggered into the ruins in the center of the village, the intense pain and fear nearly causing her to lose direction. And just when she was in a panic, 2 withered and shriveled figures happened to emerge slowly from behind a broken wall. They were the 2 desert corpses guarding the relics. Naturally, by the time Yi Fei and the others arrived and worked together to kill the corpses, Wenling had already been bitten to death by them due to poisoning. Ugh! Seeing Wenling's mangled and gruesome body with intestines exposed, Tong Yin was the first to lose. Yi Fei ate quite a lot on the way and experienced intense physical activity. So the food barely digested, and he vomited it all out. He could even vaguely distinguish which pieces were fish and which were apples from the mess. Even more absurdly, when he looked up, he saw a piece of undigested corn stuck to Lung Qiu's nose, clearly a result of his earlier retaliation. Although this scene was extremely disgusting, for some reason, Yi Fei suddenly found it incredibly funny and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Lung Qiu shot him a glare, both angry and amused. "I almost managed to hold it in, but you..." "Ugh." She lowered her head again. Yi Fei was the first to finish vomiting, grabbing his water bottle and taking a few big gulps to rinse out the sour taste in his mouth. Then, he decisively took off his soiled shirt, sat down on a nearby pile of sand, and grabbed a handful of fine sand to rub on himself. Surprisingly, using the dry, fine sand to bathe was unexpectedly effective. The vomit was quickly absorbed and disintegrated, soon falling away with the sand grains, leaving clean skin. He just needed to rinse a bit of water on his private parts, which was both convenient and water-saving. Seeing this, Lung Qiu immediately turned her back and began to wash herself in the same manner. Yi Fei cleaned himself up first, shook out his short sleeves, and put them back on. Finally, the sour smell was gone, and he felt rejuvenated. Next, he took a deep breath and calmly stepped over Wenling's corpse, walking towards the nearby store. Regarding death, he felt that Lung Qiu was right. There was no need to avoid it. The more he looked at it, the more he might get used to it. Such things would probably not be rare in the future, so it was better to adapt early than to be caught off guard at critical moments. This store was the only building in the village that still had a complete shape, evidently built from large blocks of granite, making it very sturdy. Upon entering, the first room seemed to be a shop with several display cases, but the wooden shelves were empty, with only a few bottles on the floor. Yi Fei didn't linger and walked straight into the back room. Collecting supplies was Song Ye's exclusive task. The rest of the team was only responsible for discovering, but not for taking. After all, Song Ye had really good luck. What others picked up might just be empty bottles, but when she did, there might be potions inside. Moreover, this time they had only encountered 2 corpses, which was definitely thanks to Song Ye. Other teams usually dealt with at least 5. This made Yi Fei once again grateful for his initial decision to go with a team route, bringing along Song Ye, this lucky girl. Without her, dealing with 5 corpses in a place full of walls obstructing visibility would have been difficult, and they wouldn't have been able to leverage their numerical advantage. With Song Ye, it was as if the difficulty level had been reduced by 1 tier. Walking into the back room, Yi Fei's eyes immediately spotted the object he had been eagerly anticipating. It was a hexagonal stone platform, about 1 meter high and half a meter in diameter, with an exceptionally smooth surface, faintly glimmering with a gray-white marble sheen in the dim light. Chapter 14. Synthesis Platform. Yi Fei's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to touch it. The moment his palm made contact with the stone platform, a line of clear text appeared in his mind. "Congratulations, you have discovered a unique object. Synthesis Platform. Synthesis Platform can be used for synthesis, crafting equipment, and various materials. May require blueprints. Specific operations. Please explore yourself." Just 2 lines of introduction made Yifei extremely excited. This thing was simply a divine artifact. With it, the whole team could finally start crafting their own equipment, tools, and even more possibilities. Based on the fragmented information he had gathered from the intercom channel earlier, Yifei immediately moved a fist-sized rough stone from the corner and picked up a piece of dead wood about the length of an arm. He placed the 2 items side by side at the edge of the synthesis platform, took a deep breath, and gently pressed one hand on the surface of the stone platform. Buzz! The synthesis platform trembled slightly, and a layer of soft milky white light suddenly illuminated its surface. The glow spreading outward like ripples from the center, quickly enveloping the entire surface. Yifei concentrated, using his mind to select the stone and wood, silently chanting, "Synthesize." In the next moment, the glow abruptly contracted, wrapping the 2 materials inside. The stone and wood slowly floated in the light, spinning as if manipulated by invisible hands. Drawing closer, fitting, and merging, the white light grew brighter, almost blinding, and within the light, the outlines of the materials began to distort and deform, gradually merging into a brand new, rough, yet solid form. After a few seconds, the light slowly dissipated. A crude stone hand axe lay quietly in the center of the synthesis platform. You have synthesized a rough stone axe. The axe was crafted from that piece of stone, with sharp edges cleverly embedded into the groove at the end of the wooden handle, which was polished smooth and comfortable to hold. With a natural curve at the end for easy grip, Yifei reached out to pick up the hand axe. It felt heavy and solid. He tried swinging the axe blade through the air, creating a slight whooshing sound. Not bad, not bad. Yifei excitedly swung the axe down onto the dry wood nearby. But while the axe cut a deep mark into the wood, it was also visibly chipped. Clearly, the durability of this thing was concerning, but at least it was usable. Just then, Sonya and a few others walked in. She was slowly exploring the entire ruin, and her luck was good. She might make new discoveries. Perfect timing. Help me carry this to the car, Yifei said. Wow. Sonya's eyes brightened as she quickly walked over. Is this the synthesis platform mentioned on the intercom? Yes. I just tried a recipe I knew, and it works great, Yifei replied, handing the stone axe to Sonya. So heavy. Sonya weighed it in her hands and examined the axe closely. But it's pretty good. As long as we have stone and wood, we can make it. If everyone has one, no, several, we could directly throw axes at the corpses. Yifei smiled. Throwing axes is a technical job. That might be a bit unlikely. The best approach is to make spears. If everyone has a 3-meter-long spear, we could handle a dozen corpses. This would be the most suitable weapon for ordinary people. As Yifei spoke, he and the others moved the heavy synthesis platform outside. This thing weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds and was awkwardly shaped. So it took a lot of effort for Yifei and 5 girls to barely shift it outside. At this point, outside, under Lung Qiu's command, everyone had already dug out a bicycle that had been half buried in the yellow sand. However, the situation was not optimistic, especially with the bicycle's iron roof, which had basically been smashed and blown away. Without a roof, everyone would have to endure the scorching sun, which was unbearable under the intense heat. Just then, Yifei suddenly sensed something was off. Had the sun been hanging directly overhead for too long? He asked the others and found it wasn't just his illusion. Logically, it should have been afternoon by now, but the sun remained high, showing no signs of moving westward or setting. Check the temperature, he said. Current desert temperature, 52 degrees, afternoon. Current ground temperature, 59 degrees. Team 341. Current number of people, 49. Yifei was speechless. It seemed that the hottest part of the day hadn't even arrived yet. According to the indicators, the afternoon high could reach 55 degrees. In this case, it was impossible to continue without a sunshade. In reality, even with a roof, it would be extremely difficult. Without one, just touching the metal rods of the bicycle would be too hot. Just as he thought this, boom, a tire exploded from the heat. Quick, let some air out of the tires, Yifei shouted. The others reacted quickly, rushing to deflate the tires. Ugh, this won't work either, veteran driver Luo Bing said with a frown. Rubber tires can't last long in this heat. With such a hot road surface, all the tires will blow soon. Yifei nodded. The tire problem is not too bad. Even if it bursts, we can still ride with the bare rim. It's just that the suspension is gone. So the bumps will be worse, and the braking performance will also decline, but the biggest issue is still the roof. Luo Bing deeply agreed. Yes, without a roof, we can't go anywhere. Let's try to build one with wood. Lung Qiu, who was nearby, suggested that since we have an axe, there are plenty of wood here. And even some dead trees. We need to be quick. Let's split up the tools. Those who can chop trees will chop. And we need to gather all the usable wood from the village. Yifei immediately made a decision. They didn't have time to waste. The faster they repaired the bike, the more at ease they would feel. Next, Yifei reached out to touch the bicycle to confirm that he could directly add a roof by consuming wood. However, the amount of wood needed was absurdly high. A large pile of wood could only add one roof. Just then, someone brought out a shelf from the store, and the wooden planks taken from it could upgrade to a wooden roof with just one piece. Comparing the two, he immediately understood. Using raw materials for direct upgrades consumed much more, at least 3 times the amount of pre-made planks. Such waste was unacceptable. Yifei was struck with an idea and quickly walked to the shadowed synthesis table, pressing on it. Buzz. The next moment, the synthesis table was activated, emitting a white light. Yifei tried placing a piece of wood on it, and then manufactured a wooden plank. Buzz. The light enveloped the wood. After a few seconds, the white light dissipated, revealing an irregularly shaped, rough-surfaced small wooden plank that was hardly usable. It seemed the synthesis method was wrong, Yifei analyzed. According to the information exchanged over the intercom, this synthesis table needed to know the synthesis formula in advance to operate correctly. Only by placing the appropriate quantity of materials and combining them in a specific way could one achieve the desired result. Chapter 15. The mysterious basement. The synthesis table was not as flexible as human machining. It was more like a mysterious alchemy device that followed fixed rules. Of course, Yifei speculated that there might be better operating methods, and if done well, there could be unexpected gains, but that likely required corresponding talents. Why did Yifei guess this? Because he remembered that there was a girl with a C-level engineering talent in the team, who, if he recalled correctly, could perform manufacturing operations with a small probability of bonuses. However, one had to know the synthesis formula first, just like alchemical experiments or chemistry experiments. It usually required constant attempts and material consumption to discover the best results and then summarize the formula. Just then, a line of prompts quietly appeared. Items that can be manufactured with current materials. Stone axe 1 stone 1 wood. Stone spear 1 stone 3 wood. Wooden plank 2 wood. Telephone 2 intercoms. Reinforced iron pickaxe 2 iron pickaxes. Looking at these prompts, Yifei's eyes lit up. Having prompts is great. This way, he didn't need to waste time trying to figure out what could be made and what materials were needed. Everything was clear at a glance, ensuring no material wastage. He immediately placed 2 pieces of wood on the table. Buzz. A rich white light flowed, and a complete, smooth standard wooden plank appeared on the synthesis table. About 1 centimeter thick, just right for upgrading the bicycle roof. Zhangqian, come over and operate the synthesis table. Yifei quickly called the girl with the engineering talent. From now on, this synthesis table will mainly be under your responsibility. Don't worry, Brother Fei, I will do my best. Zhangqian nodded excitedly, saying that operating this would also improve her proficiency, gradually upgrading her talent, and she might even have a small probability of getting double output. Finally, it was her turn to show her skills, and she felt thrilled, but then she thought of something and quickly added, but Brother Fei, when I synthesize things I don't know the formula for, there will definitely be additional consumption, and I will have to keep trying to figure it out. She remembered the information shared over the intercom very clearly, especially the part concerning herself. However, when Yifei handed her a wooden plank with dozens of synthesis formulas etched on it, she was stunned. Not one formula, but dozens. She stared blankly at Yifei. Yifei smiled slightly. Just follow this. The items we can synthesize with the materials we have are all here. Good luck. Okay. Good luck. Zhangqian nodded vigorously. Watching Yifei turn and leave, her face flushed slightly. This was the first time she had spoken to Yifei alone, and she was starting to be noticed. But soon, a hint of worry crept into her heart. If that's the case, her engineering talent seems to have no place to be utilized. The key part had already been taken care of by Yifei. Thus, if she wanted to keep her current position and not disappoint Yifei, she would have to find ways to work hard. After sorting out the synthesis table, Yifei immediately joined the tree-cutting team. Fortunately, he had obtained several iron axes in the oasis earlier. These worked efficiently for chopping trees. Yifei and several strong girls swung their axes vigorously. The dead tree trunks were surprisingly hard. The axe blade struck with a clanging sound that numbed their hands, and if the angle was slightly off, the axe would bounce back violently. One of the girls had a D-level gathering talent. Although it was a low-level talent, it specialized in its field. Her yield from chopping trees was surprisingly close to Yifei's, even though Yifei was twice as fast. She could trigger extra yields. Sometimes the wood she chopped would double, and during lucky bursts, even triple. This talent was useless when alone, as just being able to chop trees and mine was of little use if one couldn't even reach the tree-cutting location without dying. But in a team, it could exert great value. As long as there was an environment that allowed her to focus on gathering, the overall benefit to the team would greatly increase. After thinking about it, Yifei decided to let her have the tree he was chopping halfway through and turned to patrol the village ruins instead. He checked on everyone's work progress while chatting briefly with a few girls who had previously expressed support for him. Everyone was working hard, but those who were more loyal, reliable, stable in character, and optimistic should naturally receive more opportunities. This was a principle that was gradually becoming clear in Yifei's mind. He had been an ordinary person before and had never managed others. He used to fantasize about selecting the capable and virtuous, but once he was in charge, he realized that was nonsense. Loyalty came first. If someone backstabbed him at a critical moment, like when Ling, there would be too many situations in the future where it could lead to deadly outcomes. Unreliable people could help out if they had abilities, but key positions must not be held by them. However, it was still not the time for promotions. He was just communicating with them, observing their reactions, listening to their thoughts, and thereby understanding each person's personality and way of handling things. During this time, people kept coming to find Yifei, all asking questions and dealing with various issues. Half an hour later, Sonya returned with the search team, and they had made significant gains. They found a wrench, a crowbar, a bottle of iodine, a bottle of alcohol, and unexpectedly discovered a hidden basement. Inside, besides food, there were 3 short steel knives, 2 rough iron ingots, and a box of basic parts. Yifei touched the synthesis table, and indeed, new prompts appeared. Iron axe 2 rough iron ingots 1 wood. Iron spear 2 rough iron ingots 3 wood. Molotov cocktail 1 bottle of alcohol 1 piece of cloth. Iron ingot 2 rough iron ingots. The recipe for the Molotov cocktail made Yifei's eyes light up. With the current high temperatures on the ground, it didn't even need flames. Throwing the Molotov cocktail would set it on fire, making it the first powerful weapon. However, overall, these were recipes that couldn't be used at the moment. Just then, Sonya quietly leaned close to Yifei's ear and whispered, "Brother Fei, it seems there's a secret compartment below. I feel there are better things inside, but there were too many people earlier, so I didn't dare to say it." She was scared by the attack from Tong Yin and didn't speak up because there was no one she absolutely trusted beside her. Deciding to wait until they returned to discuss it with Yifei, Yifei nodded. "Did you think of calling me on your own? Or did you feel that it wasn't the right time to bring it up?" Sonya thought carefully. "I can't say for sure. It feels like both situations apply." Yifei couldn't help but laugh. "Maybe your luck is at work. In any case, when doing things in the future, try to follow your intuition. The rest, leave to luck." Sonya smiled with her lips pressed together. "So, does that mean I can just empty my mind and not think?" Yifei chuckled, a hint of envy in his tone. "Sometimes it really is like that. Your ability is quite easygoing." Next, Yifei called Tong Yin and Luo Li to join them. The nanny was a must-have, and Luo Li was fast with some combat capability, which might come in handy at a critical moment. Before leaving, he briefly informed Lung Qiu and the others to avoid any confusion about his whereabouts. A few minutes later, Yifei led the 3 of them down the stairs to the basement he had discovered earlier. Originally just a grain storage cellar. Careful knocking on the floor revealed a hollow echo in one spot. Yifei bent down to investigate, and soon a prompt appeared. "You have discovered a hidden secret cellar." The owner dug and built it, seemingly involved in some illicit activities. There is a captive dry corpse below, along with several bodies and some mysterious treasures. The switch is hidden behind a loose brick at the entrance of the cellar. Following the prompt, Yifei approached the cellar entrance, fumbled for a moment, pried away a loose brick, and pulled on an iron chain hidden behind it. With a click, the mechanism turned with a dull sound, and the floor of the cellar slowly moved aside, revealing a narrow passageway leading downward. A stench mixed with rotting flesh and dust immediately surged up. "Wow, there are treasures." Before they even descended, Luo Li pinched her nose and exclaimed in a low voice, noticing a strange glow flickering at the bottom of the passage. "Be careful." Yifei quickly grabbed the slightly restless Luo Li and let Sonya go in front. He paused, half jokingly, half seriously. "She's lucky. She won't die. If you step on some mechanism, it could be troublesome." Luo Li stuck out her tongue and quickly nodded. The 4 of them descended the stone steps in turn, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. The further down they went, the stronger the stench became, mixed with an indescribable odor resembling a blend of rust and mold. Upon reaching the lower level, as the flashlight swept around, the 3 girls simultaneously let out short gasps and instinctively pressed against Yifei. Yifei's heart skipped a beat as the light illuminated ahead. On a rough wooden table lay a dry corpse that had been disemboweled. Although the flesh had long since dried and turned black, the gruesome wound and twisted limbs still exuded a chilling horror. Beside it, a rusty iron cage stood quietly in the shadows. Hearing the commotion, the thing inside the cage slowly lifted its head. It was a dry corpse. Unlike its violent counterparts outside, This one appeared exceptionally weak. It did not roar or struggle, merely turning its head mechanically to gaze at the intruders with hollow eye sockets. Above the iron cage hung a crystal ball emitting a soft glow, precisely the treasure they had seen above. Chapter 16. Mysterious Crystal Ball. Yi Fei reached out to grasp the crystal ball, and a message appeared before his eyes. You have obtained a mysterious crystal ball. Mysterious crystal ball. Choose to consume the mysterious crystal ball to randomly gain 1 attribute point. Yi Fei's heart jolted. Adding attributes was simply a strategic level treasure. No wonder the person from the 300-car team spoke so arrogantly. When mentioning the mysterious crystal ball, he wanted to show off while also being secretive. Now I understand why that person would turn against his teammates. Songya took the crystal ball and whispered in awe, this thing is too precious. Yet Yi Fei naturally handed it to her without hesitation, even with a look of eagerness to share. Although he knew Yi Fei had deep trust in her, this action still warmed Songya's heart. Who could refuse such unconditional trust on this perilous path of survival? It felt more reassuring than any treasure. She couldn't help but smile, slightly squinting her eyes, enjoying the moment as she leaned closer to Yi Fei, softly communicating. This feeling of shared trust was truly wonderful, and she felt very comfortable. The 4 of them took turns holding the crystal ball, all astonished by its direct attribute-enhancing effect. Meanwhile, a subtle bond of trust deepened among them as they shared a secret unknown to outsiders, experiencing the same extraordinary encounter. Just then, Yi Fei noticed that after the crystal ball was taken down, the dry corpse in the cage became active, starting to struggle and roar. He tried placing the crystal ball back near the cage, and the dry corpse seemed to be suppressed, its movements immediately slowing down, even slightly retreating. Remove it, it roars. Put it back, it's quiet. After several attempts, Yi Fei confirmed the crystal ball's additional effect. It could weaken the dry corpse. Of course, relying on this to suppress the dry corpse in real combat wasn't practical. It had to be very close to be effective. And there was a 1 or 2 second delay in effect. If the dry corpse lunged, mere inertia would be enough to cause harm. Songya, you should put the crystal ball away for now. Let's go back and discuss who should get it. Yi Fei quickly made a decision, first entrusting it to the luckiest Songya to avoid losing it. He had no intention of keeping it for himself. Moreover, he didn't even know what attributes they would get. After carefully searching the dungeon, they made another surprising discovery. Songya found an old hand crank generator in a corner. One must admit, having a lucky girl around truly brought continuous good fortune. With this generator, the problem of charging lithium batteries was easily solved. The upcoming journey could utilize electric motors, which would undoubtedly lighten everyone's burden significantly. Yi Fei had previously thought about creating an energy recovery device, but due to insufficient materials, he had to give up. Now, they had a ready-made generator. Looking at the roaring dry corpse in the cage, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Yi Fei's mind. After confirming there were no emissions, they quickly dragged the cage, imprisoning the dry corpse back to the surface with iron chains. The stench of rotting flesh and mold in the cellar was truly suffocating. Upon returning to the surface, they coincidentally ran into the resource collection team from the Luo Bing organization. Everyone gathered around the cage containing the dry corpse, both fearful and excited. Like spectators of a caged beast, Yi Fei briefly explained the situation underground and reminded them to prepare themselves psychologically during the cleanup. At that moment, Yi Fei noticed that Songya's hands were empty. Where had she hidden the crystal ball? He looked at Luo Li and Tong Yan. Both girls were similarly dressed in revealing clothing, their tops short and barely covering them, making it hard to see where they could hide anything. Once they returned to a shaded area with no one around, Yi Fei quietly asked. Songya first carefully looked around to ensure no outsiders were paying attention, then turned her back, extended 2 fingers, and reached into the bandage wrapped around her chest, pulling out the crystal ball. Songya smiled shyly and said, sorry. There were suddenly too many people before, and this thing glows softly. I had no place to hide it. Saying this, she gently placed the crystal ball into Yi Fei's palm. Yi Fei held the crystal ball, still warm from her touch. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Instinctively glancing at the contours of Songya's chest wrapped in cloth, feeling a sense of respect, the crystal ball was only the size of a fingernail. And being smooth and round, for an average person, it would have just slipped out, not to mention walking around with it. Yet, Songya not only hid it, but also moved naturally the entire way, handling it with ease. Songya felt her face heat up under his gaze and awkwardly shifted her body. Meanwhile, Tong Yin and the others beside her gave a thumbs up in envy. And Luo Li was even more shocked. Damn, I really underestimated you. Yi Fei picked up the crystal ball and examined it closely, under the sunlight. It seemed to contain a slowly rotating constellation inside, very beautiful. So who should he give it to? He held the crystal ball, pondering in his heart. Just then, a prompt popped up beside the crystal ball. This mysterious crystal ball can provide 1 point of strength attribute. Huh, this is possible. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile. But is 1 point of strength a bit too little? It's not that Yi Fei was greedy. It's just that he already had 12 points of strength. Gaining just 1 point is nice, but it doesn't lead to a qualitative change. There's progress, but not much of it. However, this made it much easier to analyze who should receive the mysterious crystal ball, who would benefit the most from the strength. When Yi Fei told Songya and the others about the prompt, they all smiled at him. Fei Gu, you should use it. Yeah, you are the main force. It would be even better if you stand out more. Hee. In the future, we'll rely on Big Brother Fei to fight monsters. Songya, Tong Yen, and Luo Li each chimed in. Yi Fei felt a bit moved. After all, this was an attribute, and it was currently very difficult to obtain. They had only discovered one hidden location, which means each team, stopping at one station, could likely only obtain one mysterious crystal ball. This was under the condition of discovering a hidden location. If they hadn't found it, they wouldn't have any attributes at all. Alright, I won't be polite then. Yi Fei finally nodded. However, he didn't use the crystal ball immediately. Instead, he wrapped it in cloth, then approached the corpse. The corpse immediately quieted down, like a dazed wooden chicken. Then, Yi Fei called everyone over, opened the iron cage, and tied the corpse's hands and feet with the iron chains inside the dungeon. Although everyone didn't understand Yi Fei's actions, they still followed his lead. Next, Yi Fei used a crowbar to knock out all the teeth of the corpse, then stuffed a wooden chew toy in its mouth to prevent it from biting, and finally, he swung an axe to sever both of its hands at the wrists. After completing all this, the completely incapacitated corpse was dragged to the back of the bicycle, secured with wooden boards and poles. The corpse, like a mule harnessed to a wooden rod, could only let out a few grunts as it stood upright and moved forward. With someone sitting in front, it instinctively took steps forward, and the combined bicycle was actually pushed a short distance. Watching this absurd and comical scene, everyone was first stunned, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Li was even holding her stomach, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Songya also giggled softly, but her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Yi Fei. It had to be said that Yi Fei was always full of ingenious ideas and had an amazing ability to take action. Even in such dire circumstances, he could still bring surprises and moments of relief to everyone. Ever since being trusted unreservedly by Yi Fei, she now found Yi Fei more and more pleasing to the eye. His character was good, and he was very reliable. It must be said that being randomly assigned to a team with Yi Fei was indeed good luck, Songya thought to herself. To be honest, she had the worst luck at the start of the game, and it was all thanks to Yi Fei that she had become the luckiest person now. Unknowingly, she recalled the scene of facing Yi Fei naked at the beginning. Speaking of which, the cloth wrapped around her body was still Yi Fei's clothes. Thinking of this, her face turned slightly red, but her gaze did not leave Yi Fei. Just then, her eyes swept over the cloth bag in Yi Fei's hand, and a unique idea suddenly flashed in her mind. I wonder if I can bless Yi Fei to give him more luck, so when he uses the mysterious crystal ball, he can get better results? Ha, this is too ridiculous. But it seems like it might really work. This is a big step for humanity, a corpse-powered perpetual motion machine. Amid the laughter, everyone gradually realized that this usage was still quite rough. The corpse moved too slowly. Relying on it to push the whole vehicle was clearly unrealistic. Firstly, the thrust was insufficient, and secondly, when the vehicle rushed forward, it would exceed 40 kilometers per hour, and the corpse could never keep up. But this was just the first step. Yi Fei reached out to touch the bicycle, starting a formal upgrade and transformation of the bicycle. Chapter 17, Lucky Blessing Bus. As Yi Fei operated, the generator beside the bicycle, the fixed mechanism installed on the corpse, and a rough iron ingot were all enveloped in white light. Upgrading began. You have upgraded the combined bicycle, consumed one generator, one box of basic parts, one rough iron ingot, and the fixed mechanism, obtaining a corpse track type generator. This device generates power by the corpse running, driving the track to turn the generator, thus continuously charging the lithium battery. In motor-assisted mode, it enhances endurance. When going downhill, it can utilize the bicycle's axle to drive the generator for kinetic energy recovery and power generation. Thus, this set of devices combining the corpse, generator, lithium battery, motor, and bicycle was finally complete. Strictly speaking, this device is an exemplar of environmental protection, utilizing the corpse's tireless running to generate electricity, theoretically achieving zero consumption for 100 kilometers with kinetic energy recovery. Moreover, the corpse is not afraid of high temperatures, has considerable strength, can work continuously for 24 hours. And doesn't he need food or drink? Well, at least that's what it looks like for now. As for whether the corpse needs to eat or how long it can operate like this, Yifei didn't plan to delve into it for now. As long as it doesn't die, he would use it to the fullest. And if luck is on his side, he could catch other corpses to supplement it. Soon, Yifei used another rough iron ingot and some wood to modify the spare bicycle into a stable loading platform, and then moved the heavy synthesis platform onto it, securing it firmly with wooden boards. Meanwhile, Lung Xiao was leading another group to simultaneously upgrade the wooden board roof. Under Yifei's arrangement, everyone had clear divisions of labor, fully utilizing the advantage of having many hands. Some were responsible for gathering, some for making wooden boards, some for upgrading and transforming, and some for transporting materials. Everything was orderly and progressing quickly. With constant arrangements for various tasks and dealing with everyone's inquiries, Yifei felt a bit dizzy. He used to think managing people was just about talking, but in practice, he found it was not that simple. Not only did he have to talk, but he also had to clearly point out the direction of the problems and genuinely be able to command people. Moreover, with so many people, all kinds of trivial matters arose. How much water each person had, someone accidentally got hurt, someone was on their period, everyone reported to him. With 48 people, if each person encountered just one issue to report to him in a day, that would be 48 issues, and in reality, it was much more than that. It seemed necessary to quickly select a few group leaders to clarify the responsibilities of each small group, Yifei thought to himself. Otherwise, with the dual consumption of physical and mental energy, he really couldn't keep up. Once everything was temporarily up and running, he finally had the chance to sit down, grabbed a water bottle, and gulped down half of it. Yifei, I have a pretty interesting idea. Sonya, who had been helping nearby, saw him stop and immediately came over, her eyes bright with excitement. Yifei glanced at her smiling face and couldn't help but be curious. What idea? That mysterious crystal ball can only give you 1 point of strength attribute, right? But I always feel that this acquisition might not be fixed. Sonya said softly. I have such good luck. If I could give you a bit of it, maybe it could strengthen the effect of the crystal ball. This left Yifei stunned for a moment. His first reaction was that it sounded a bit absurd. After all, in his view, the rules of the crystal ball were already clear and things were set in stone. But Sonya didn't think so. In her eyes, as long as the crystal ball hadn't been used, everything was still uncertain. Like an unopened treasure chest, no one can assert what is hidden inside. Even the possibility of a T-Rex wearing red underwear exists in theory. If someone else said this, Yifei would only think it was theoretically possible, but in reality, the probability was almost zero. However, for Sonya, this was completely correct. As long as it was something she had not truly experienced, there was always a possibility of change. Realizing this, Yifei suddenly became excited. Sonya, you are amazing. He couldn't help but praise her. And then thought of a question. But how can I get your luck? This was crucial. Although Sonya's lucky aura could cover 100 meters, it was a passive ability. She herself did not have a proactive way to bestow luck. With her arms crossed and a smile on her face, Sonya looked at him. I can't help with that. I just thought of it suddenly and told you. Didn't you tell me to clear my mind and follow my feelings? She blinked. This is the result of following my feelings. Yifei realized this was getting more interesting. He simply pulled Sonya into an empty, dilapidated house and took out the mysterious crystal ball from his cloth bag. The crystal ball glowed faintly in his palm, and Sonya stood in front of him. At that moment, a series of prompts clearly appeared. You have sensed Sonya's luck, which seems to affect the use of the crystal ball. If used under Sonya's gaze, there is a chance to gain 2 strength attributes. If used under Sonya's sincere embrace, there is a chance to gain 3 strength attributes, with a higher chance of gaining 2 strength attributes. If used under Sonya's sincere kiss blessing, there is a chance to gain 5 strength attributes, with a higher chance of gaining 4 strength attributes. Wow! Yifei looked at the prompts, his heart jolting. So it was possible to gain luck this way? Of course. The conditions were quite harsh. It had to be Sonya's heartfelt blessing. If it was just a formality, it would be completely ineffective. In the best-case scenario, he could directly obtain 5 points of strength attributes. 5. This increase was simply absurd. With these attributes, his strength would far exceed that of ordinary people. Easily dealing with a corpse with bare hands, saying his combat power skyrocketed would not be an exaggeration. The more Yifei thought about it, the more excited he became. But when he looked at the girl in front of him, he hesitated. It wasn't that he was shy to speak, but the premise of this matter was that Sonya had to be sincere, and the prompt also said if. What if it completely failed when the time came? That would be very awkward for both of them. However, being indecisive was not his style. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to be honest. After hearing Yifei's prompt information, Sonya's eyes widened. Can this really work? Yifei smiled. Just go with your feelings. After he said that, he simply watched Sonya quietly. Sonya's face turned red, and she started to stutter. So, which one should we choose? Isn't that obvious? We should go all in. Yifei didn't say anything, just looked at her. Sonya's face turned even redder, her heart in a flurry. Things were progressing too fast. Who am I? Where am I? Why did this sudden inspiration pop up? It's ridiculous. Oh, how did it suddenly come to kissing Yifei? How about we hug instead? Yifei suggested. He noticed Songya's hesitation and didn't want to force her. The key was that a mere formality wouldn't work. It would be better to have a heartfelt hug. That shouldn't be too difficult. No, a kiss. Sonya suddenly became serious, as if she had made some kind of decision. If we're going to do this, let's go for the maximum benefit. A hug is nothing. Without waiting for Yifei to react, she gathered her courage, tiptoed, and pecked his cheek with a pop. Then her mind buzzed, staring blankly at Yifei. Yifei was a bit stunned. Wait, are you ready? You just suddenly kissed me? It has to be sincere. Were you sincere just now? He couldn't help but ask. With this question, Sonya froze. Her face turned bright red, and she wanted to scream awe for being too nervous. She thought that if she didn't gather her courage, she would lose out, completely forgetting about the sincerity part. There was no way. She could only take a deep breath, close her eyes, and silently, seriously, and sincerely wish Yifei well in her heart. Then, she slowly and solemnly leaned in again. This time, her lips gently touched Yifei's cheek, warm and soft, lingering for 2 or 3 seconds before pulling away. Almost at the same time, the crystal ball in Yifei's hand suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, which then transformed into countless starlit points, slowly merging into his body. Chapter 18. The Power of 5 Attributes. You used the mysterious crystal ball and fortunately obtained a perfect level effect. 5 strength attributes. Perfect. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him, Yifei clenched his fist tightly. With a rip, just that one clench caused the sleeves of his short shirt to tear apart, and the muscles in his entire arm instantly bulged, clearly defined, with veins visible. Strong and full of explosive power, as if he were about to transform into the Hulk at any moment. He was a muscular man overflowing with strength. But the amazing thing was that when he relaxed his fist and stopped exerting force, the exaggerated muscle outline quickly faded away, and his arm returned to its original slender and proportionate form, now with a subtle layer of firmness. He lifted his shirt to examine his abdomen, and sure enough, there had been changes there too. The originally flat waist and abdomen faintly revealed segmented outlines. With just a slight tightening, 8-pack abs became clearly visible. But the overall physique did not turn into bulky muscles. Instead, it remained in a state of being lean, coordinated, and poised for action, like an athlete forged through long-term training. Meanwhile, Sonya, who had been dazed from the kiss, was instantly jolted awake by the sound of fabric tearing. She stared wide-eyed at Yifei's suddenly bulging arm, her mouth forming an O shape. Wow, such exaggerated muscles. They were even thicker than her thighs. And she could imagine how exaggerated the hardness and strength must be without even touching. Even more astonishing was that when Yifei relaxed his grip, the terrifying muscle thickness quickly receded, transforming from a visually striking muscular man back to the handsome and tall young man. As Yifei moved, her gaze involuntarily fell on his exposed abdomen. The abs were smooth, defined, and exuded a beautiful sense of power, and she couldn't help but stare in a daze. Just then, Yifei looked up at her, and she was so startled that she quickly averted her gaze. Flustered and changing the subject. Is this the power of the crystal ball? Yeah. Yifei casually took off the already torn short sleeves, exposing his upper body. Sweat slid down his collarbone onto his chest muscles, then onto his abdomen, glimmering under the sunlight. So beautiful. Sonya watched this scene, feeling dizzy. As a wave of masculinity hit her, her heart raced, and her face flushed. Apart from in dramas, she had never seen such a beautiful body in reality. I feel like my strength has increased a lot, and this increase doesn't seem linear. Yifei tried waving his arm, the air whistling slightly. And although the numerical increase was less than 50%, the actual strength felt like it had more than doubled. This is incredible. At that moment, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. The previous fatigue completely washed away, and he was full of vitality. Thanks to you, Yifei said sincerely. Looking at Sonya, if it weren't for Sonya, he would still be content with that 1-point attribute boost, never realizing that a heartfelt kiss could multiply the reward by 5 times. You really are my lucky girl, Yifei thought to himself. Looking at Sonya with increasing fondness, even beginning to ponder, if he kissed her again before going to operate the synthesis platform, would it also trigger a great success and directly synthesize 5 times the materials? However, what warmed his heart even more was another matter. He had just directly received the highest tier reward of 5 points. What does this signify? It indicates that Songya's kiss just now was sincere. The thought that she has feelings for me is no longer mere fantasy or self-comfort. In this day and age, even in a peaceful society, encountering a true friend who genuinely cares for you is worth celebrating, let alone in this precarious survival convoy. Therefore, the joy this brought Yi Fei was far stronger than those 5 points of strength. With this newfound power, Yi Fei felt more confident about the upcoming survival journey. At this moment, he could easily handle a dried corpse on his own. By the way, what attributes did the people from the 300 convoy receive? How many points? Their tone was quite arrogant, and with an S-level talent, they might actually cross paths. Yi Fei thought to himself and then stepped out of the dilapidated house. Followed by Songya. He then tried to move the synthesis table, which originally required 6 people to lift, and now he could barely lift it by himself. Although he only managed to lift it a little, it was enough to demonstrate his current strength. An hour later, the new bicycle modification was completed. A dried corpse power generation device was added to the rear, the roof was replaced with wooden boards, and wooden storage boxes were installed around the bike to carry collected resources and spare wooden boards. Following the advice of veteran driver Luo Bing, everyone removed all the tires and sent them to the synthesis table to be combined into all-new solid rubber tires. Rather than having each one burst on the road, it was better to collect and reinforce them in advance. Of course, there was a cost. The number of tires dropped from 99 to 33. But the benefits were clear. These synthesized solid tires were extremely durable, and evenly installing them on the front, middle, and rear sections could at least provide some shock absorption. There was no need to worry about them quickly getting damaged by the scorching 60-degree pavement, and they would never burst. The extra inner tubes were also carefully collected, and one girl with shooting talent used them along with branches to make a powerful slingshot. Additionally, at Yi Fei's request, Zhang Qian produced 10 3-meter-long stone spears on the synthesis table, which were given to the 10 girls with higher strength attributes in the team. If they encountered dried corpses next, there would be designated people to handle them. Everything was ready. Yi Fei slowly walked around the bike, performing a necessary inspection before getting on, which was also a good habit. This bike was crucial for their survival and must be kept in good condition. In fact, many long-distance drivers burn incense and bow to their vehicles before setting off. Yi Fei wasn't sure if this would please the machine spirit, but it clearly reflected people's mindset. It's best if the vehicle doesn't have problems, as breaking down on the road could be life-threatening. After checking the bike, Yi Fei felt a strong sense of accomplishment as he looked at the newly modified bicycle. Initially, it was just a shared bike, but through his efforts, it had transformed into a massive vehicle capable of carrying 48 girls, resembling a large bus. Wow, this would be an increasingly better vehicle. Feeling inspired, Yi Fei raised his hand and shouted, "Get on the bus, let us go." Off we go. Charge. The girls were also full of fighting spirit. The convoy set off again, and Yi Fei gazed at the road stretching ahead, where a new prompt appeared on the surface. Distance to the next abandoned gas station, 215 kilometers. A gas station. Seeing this line of text, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Gas stations are great places. Not only do they have gasoline, but they might also have shops, clothes, fresh water, and food might be available. If luck was on their side, they could even find abandoned vehicles. If they could find some parts to upgrade the bike, it would be fantastic. Perhaps they could completely escape the exhausting pedaling situation, which would be a significant improvement. Speaking of luck, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile and glance back at Songya sitting in the right rear. He then loudly announced the prompt. In an instant, everyone cheered. Everyone, hold on tight. Next, let us try the electric motor assist, Yi Fei said. He then pressed the rudimentary switch strapped to the bike frame, activating the motor. With the motor's distinctive buzzing sound, the entire vehicle suddenly accelerated, and the resistance from the pedals noticeably decreased. However, in the current motor mode, there was no way to change gears. Once the power was connected, it was at maximum output, and there was no way to check the remaining battery. After all, many parts were lacking, but for everyone at the moment, being able to run was better than anything else. Moreover, there were no traffic police here, so they could drive however they wanted. The battery level didn't matter. Most of the small bikes he had ridden before didn't have accurate readings anyway. They were just joy meters. The only standard to judge was, if it was running out of power, the strength would decrease, which anyone who had ridden a small bike could easily feel. With the motor assisting the drive, everyone felt more relaxed, and the atmosphere on the bike became joyful. However, this didn't last long. The entire convoy quickly fell silent. After all, in such hot weather, it was impossible to maintain enthusiasm. Everyone was sweating profusely, feeling like dogs. With waves of scorching heat washing over them, and all they could think about was finding an oasis to lie down in. Yifei looked at the weather data on the attributes list. The temperature had reached its highest point of the day, 55 degrees. The ground temperature soared to 63 degrees. It could be said to be terrifying. This was the most extreme climate that could occur on Earth, and also the limit that humans could endure. In such circumstances, being exposed to the sun would quickly lead to death. When the vehicle went uphill, Yifei felt the sun occasionally shining on his arms and legs. Feeling a fiery heat. Without the wooden roof, in this environment, everyone wouldn't last 10 minutes before succumbing to heat stroke. Oh my, it's so hot. It feels like the roof is about to catch fire, Tong Yen exclaimed as she stood up to touch the roof. Don't worry, it won't burn. I'm here, said Lung Qiu behind her with a smile. At this moment, she was probably the most comfortable person, as she had the most water in the team. However, her water couldn't be used carelessly. She tried to collect it into mineral water bottles and distribute it to everyone to help cool them down. In such high-temperature environments, a large amount of drinking water was needed to dissipate heat. Otherwise, it would be easy to suffer from heat stroke. Once heat stroke occurred, falling off the bike would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Yifei quickly ordered, "Take out the inner tubes we collected earlier and tie them to the bike seats as makeshift seat belts." At this time, everyone's seats had been upgraded again, with wooden backrests, making it much more comfortable to sit. However, because of this, if someone became tired or overheated, they could easily fall asleep, which could lead to danger. The speed of the bike was basically maintained between 35 to 40, and falling off would still be dangerous. Oh, my big white legs are really ruined. People who don't know might think I'm black, Luo Bing, sitting at the front, complained while buckling her seatbelt. Occasionally exposed to the sun, it was visibly noticeable that her legs had darkened significantly. Don't worry. Your upper body is so fair and rosy that everyone would just think you are wearing black stockings, said Loli, the most optimistic one. Everyone, don't worry. It's already the highest temperature, 55 degrees. It won't get hotter from here. This is actually a good thing. It means we've hit rock bottom. And no matter which way we go, it's all upward from here. Yifei couldn't help but smile and nod. Fortunately, the temperature wouldn't rise any higher. At least for the short term. If it did rise again, the bicycle would be completely useless, and they would need to upgrade to stronger protection. However, Yifei soon realized that Loli was only half right. They had indeed reached the lowest point, but there was still the possibility of going lower, to the underground caves. After the group had pedaled for over 50 kilometers, the sun showed no signs of moving, and the temperature remained steady at 55 degrees. Yifei sensed that something was off because if the temperature were to drop, the sun would have to start slanting westward, at the very least begin to move. It seemed that he had miscalculated. The afternoons in this world were particularly long. If such temperatures continued for several hours, or even days, he wouldn't be surprised. Yifei spoke with a serious tone. Fortunately, they were well prepared, with water, food, and a constantly powered generator, so things weren't too bad. However, they needed to prepare for hard work. Immediately, Yifei adjusted the cycling rules for the team. From now on, they would operate in 3 shifts. With the addition of the auxiliary motor, their power was more sufficient, so out of the 49 people, they only needed about a third to keep the bicycles moving quickly. Everyone's physical exertion could be further reduced, which would lower water and food consumption, as long as they pedaled for 30 minutes. They could now rest for at least an hour. If they were lucky enough to encounter a downhill slope, the lithium battery would recharge quickly, allowing for even more rest. And with 49 people, divided into 3 groups, only 48 were needed. What about the remaining person? That spot would go to Yifei and Luo Bing, the 2 leading drivers, who needed more energy for driving and thus logically received more rest time. The 2 could allocate this non-pedaling spot as they wished. Right now, Yifei was resting, but he wasn't doing nothing. He was holding the walkie-talkie, constantly adjusting the frequency to understand the situation of the other teams. This is Team 341. Please respond if you hear me. Yifei turned the knob. Soon, an annoyed voice replied, "It's you again? You're still alive?" Coincidentally, it was Team 300. Yifei shot back, "Did your pedals start smoking? Still have time to adjust frequencies? I'm riding a tricycle alone, feeling great. How many people do you have left in your team? Ahem, can I butt in?" At that moment, another man's voice suddenly interjected, "Don't answer Su Xiong. That beast probably wants to ambush you." It turned out there was still someone on this channel, but the other party had been silent, eavesdropping. Now that they saw Yifei was present, they quickly warned him. "Hee, Wang Gang, you're quite the little rat. How come you're on every channel?" Yifei retorted, "But this time you're mistaken. I could never kill this person because he won't even make it to the 4th checkpoint. Didn't you hear clearly? He's the oddball from Team 341. The man called Wang Gang immediately sounded surprised. Team 341? The one with a lot of people? He couldn't help but ask. What's this brother from Team 341's name? Do you have a lot of people over there? Forget it, you don't need to answer me. It doesn't matter how many there are. Just don't reveal your information or exchange it with others. Su Xiong from Team 300 and some other teams have killed their teammates. They're just a bunch of beasts. They chat around to extract everyone's information, making it easier for them to rob you later. You must be cautious. The so-called information trading is just their scam. Yifei was a bit surprised to hear this. It seemed there had been a lot of happenings in the channel while he was offline, and Team 300 had gained quite the notoriety. It seemed many people knew about them. Chapter 20. An unexpected invitation. After thinking for a moment, Yifei spoke. Thanks, Brother Wang Gang, for the reminder. Also, my name is Yifei. Since thanking someone doesn't cost anything, he decided to be friendly. Wang Gang chuckled. All right, just knowing the name is enough. No need to say more. Su Xiong from Team 300 sneered. Heh, I'm just killing people. Some people are much more hypocritical, eating others without spitting out bones. But whatever tricks you all want to play, you'll all die anyway. I'll be waiting for you on the main road. After he finished speaking, his voice disappeared. It was unclear whether he had switched channels or turned off his mic. By the way, Brother Wang Gang, can I ask a few questions? I want to trade some information. Yifei continued to inquire. Wang Gang was quite agreeable. Ask away, no need to trade. I'll tell you everything I know. Yifei felt a surge of joy. Haha, that's great. I'd like to know what the temperature is on your side. Have you reached the 4th checkpoint? Wang Gang replied. It's also 55 degrees here. The sun is still directly overhead. As for the 4th checkpoint, I haven't reached it yet, so I'm not sure how far it is. But I heard from people in Team 985 that it's over 200 kilometers from the 3rd to the 4th checkpoint. Yifei was surprised. You can receive messages from a team, starting with 9? Wang Gang's tone carried a hint of pride. Of course, I synthesized a phone. And now I can receive messages from all teams, numbered 1 to 1000. Impressive, you've synthesized a phone so quickly. Brother Wang Gang is quite capable. Yifei praised sincerely. At the same time, he thought about the 2 walkie-talkies he had. He hadn't rushed to synthesize them before. Partly because he wasn't clear about the specific function of the phone, and partly because walkie-talkies were very useful during exploration, allowing contact with team members at any time. Of course, he still believed that for a large team like his, synthesizing a phone might not be cost-effective. But what if the phone could continue to evolve? Would it have even more advanced functions? Yifei voiced this doubt. Wang Gang replied, I'm not sure about that, and I haven't heard anyone mention it. But after reaching the 4th checkpoint, many people should know. It won't be too late to ask then. Yifei nodded. Indeed. Once they reached the 4th checkpoint and continued forward, all teams starting with 3 would converge. At that point, robbery, murder, and competition for resources would inevitably break out. And acquiring enough walkie-talkies wouldn't be difficult, especially people like Su Xiong, who seemed impatient, often saying, just wait and see, or wait to die, had almost become catchphrases. By the way, you must be very careful of Su Xiong from Team 300. I'm not joking. Wang Gang's tone turned serious. From my analysis, his talents are likely combat-related, and his individual combat strength is very strong. Moreover, his bicycle modifications must be aimed at killing and robbing. In short, it's best to slow down and not rush to the 4th checkpoint. Even if you arrive, try to stay a while longer. Definitely don't run into Su Xiong. He can't wait around for too long. Once the monsters behind catch up, only then should you set off. That would be the safest. Of course, this is just a suggestion. How you arrange it is up to you. In any case, your life is your own. Think it through. Don't work hard only to have everything end up benefiting someone else. Yifei deeply agreed. Thank you, Brother Wang Gang, for the advice. I will think it over. He didn't boast about how many people he had or how strong they were. Moreover, to be realistic, there were indeed many skilled survivors in Team 341, but few who were good at combat. Now that he had gained some power, he could be considered strong, but compared to those specialized in combat, there was likely still a gap, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Yifei certainly didn't want to painstakingly accumulate so many resources, only to end up losing them to someone else. That would be too unjust. However, his original strategy was to stay as long as possible at each checkpoint, rest, gather resources, upgrade vehicles. So even without Wang Gang's reminder, he would have likely set off very late. At this pace, his traveling speed would probably be the slowest among all the teams. From an overall perspective, Team 341 is definitely the best. Even the weakest member of the team maintains a fairly good state. Next, Yifei chatted with Wang Gang for a while and gained a lot of useful information. For example, Wang Gang is also an S-level talent, and his team has quite a few members. The intelligence about the 4th station was initially spread by Wang Gang, and it's ridiculous that Su Xiong had the audacity to trade this information. Each team encounters different stations, influenced by luck and randomness. Those with good luck might find resource-rich oases or village ruins, while those with poor luck are stuck with dilapidated abandoned camps and scarce resources. Finally, Wang Gang suddenly laughed lightly. That cunning guy Su Xiong has finally left. Listening to this, Yifei became interested and asked, Brother Wang Gang, please go on. Wang Gang said, my phone has a screen, and I can see the online status of all channels starting with 3 in real time. I know exactly which channel has people and which teams are in which channels. So you understand, although what I just told you is true, the main purpose was to confuse Su Xiong. Of course, following my advice is definitely the right move. But moving forward, everyone will be on the same path. Although there will likely still be forks in the road, Su Xiong is always ahead and remains a threat. Good resources might all be looted by him. Therefore, we must find a way to take him out. Taking the initiative is the hard truth. At this point, Wang Gang extended an invitation. So, if you have the strength or the courage, you can join the alliance team I'm forming to take down Su Xiong. I have already contacted several teams, and when the time comes, we will gather and take him down together. This news genuinely surprised Yifei. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Brother Wang Gang, this isn't something I can decide alone. Our team has other members, and I must consult everyone's opinions. Wang Gang smiled. I understand. Just knowing about this is enough. You don't have to participate, but make sure not to leak it out, or it would mean becoming my enemy. Also, if you decide, just turn the frequency knob clockwise to the lowest, say something casually, and then wait 10 minutes. If the timing is right, I will contact you. By the way, can I ask why you chose me? Yifei couldn't help but ask. Wang Gang immediately replied, why even ask? Of course. It's because you're strong, and your team is reliable. I've heard Su Xiong grit his teeth and mention you. Someone who can annoy him must have some skills. Just as Yifei was about to respond, Wang Gang continued, just kidding. Haha, I was joking just now. Saying this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Do you know how many teams still show as active on my phone? Only 71 are left. The other 29 have no one online at all. I guess they're all dead. Otherwise, such important equipment wouldn't be left unused. Among these 71 teams, the ones in good condition and occasionally online don't exceed 20, and that number is decreasing. Only those who occasionally log in show that they have time, energy, and the capital to survive. But among these 20 teams, lone wolves make up a large portion, after eliminating a few clearly not smart or unreliable teams. Yifei realized, so it turns out there are hardly any decent teams to choose from. Chapter 21. Borrowing your thighs for support. After Wang Gang finished discussing the overall situation of 100 teams, Yifei fell silent. He hadn't expected the situation to be this dire. The other teams were indeed struggling, if calculated by numbers. It seemed that over half of the teams starting with 3 had probably perished, and this was only about 8 to 9 hours into the survival phase. It would likely get increasingly difficult, and they must quickly gather resources to grow stronger. Wang Gang said, all right, it's about time. I should continue on my way. Brother Yifei, I wish you all the best ahead. Yifei replied, I wish you all the best too. After the call ended, Yifei turned off the intercom. What do you think about this? He asked. The few girls around had been listening to the entire conversation. Sitting in the third row, Luo Li was the first to speak. I think we can cooperate. That Su Xiong is too arrogant. Tong Yin also nodded, saying cooperation is fine, provided that Wang Gang is reliable. Luo Bing, driving, added, it's best to ask Songya about this. Everyone immediately looked at Songya, who was sitting in the second row on the left. Songya paused for a moment, saying, I did have good luck, but inspiration doesn't come all the time. I don't have any thoughts on this matter for now. Seeing this, Lung Xiu spoke up. I think we shouldn't just believe Wang Gang's one-sided words. After all, he has said both good and bad things. Who knows what the specifics are? What if, when we get to the gathering point, he directly hunts us down? Did you notice a detail? When Brother Fei asked Wang Gang if they had already reached the 4th station, Wang Gang replied with I. Normally, if there were companions, they would instinctively say we at that point. Doesn't this imply that Wang Gang is also alone, a lone wolf? Once this was said, everyone felt a chill. Yes. What if Wang Gang is just using this as bait? His actions would be no different from Su Xiong's. For a moment, everyone was uncertain. Their gazes unconsciously focusing on Yifei. Unknowingly, Yifei had become the backbone for the girls. When faced with difficult judgments, they tended to rely on him to decide. Yifei pondered briefly and said, my idea is to hold off, neither agreeing nor refusing. When we reach the 4th station, we'll decide based on the situation. Don't forget, we have our optimal action plan to maximize resource utilization at each station. Therefore, regardless of whether what Wang Gang said is true or false, we cannot let it disturb our plan. As for the threat from Su Xiong he mentioned, that indeed exists. So we shouldn't rush to refuse, but focus on developing first, and later decide based on the situation. Everyone nodded. Yifei's plan was indeed prudent. Observe while moving forward and adjust later based on strength. Luo Bing also agreed. I think analyzing the enemy is definitely important. But we shouldn't be overly worried or entangled in this matter. Just like Brother Fei said, we need to focus on becoming stronger. As long as we strive to modify our vehicles into armored cars along the way, it doesn't matter if it's Wang Gang or Su Xiong. Whatever tricks they have, I'll just step on the gas and run them over. Yes, that would be the ideal situation. Sigh, in the end, we're still not strong enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so many worries. Everyone chimed in, their words revealing a desire to grow stronger. Yifei could see that although everyone didn't say it out loud, they were somewhat uneasy inside. After all, they were up against those who had wiped out their teammates. Anyone would feel apprehensive, especially since they were all girls, and likely hadn't even been in a fight before. Just then, Songya looked at Yifei, then blinked and said, "Wait, I just had an inspiration." Everyone looked at her. She tilted her head slightly, as if seriously feeling something, then spoke. "I suddenly have a whimsical feeling that we will win. But it requires everyone to work together. Each of us needs to arm ourselves." She paused, her eyes brightening, "And if we're lucky, we might find good things to enhance our strength at the next location." Her words instantly lifted everyone's spirits, increasing their anticipation for the next stop. "I hope we find a large bus or a big bulldozer." Luo Bing immediately entered wish mode. Yifei looked at Songya with some confusion. He wasn't too clear about other people's abilities, but he had communicated with Songya about her luck in detail. He remembered that it didn't seem as precise as a prophecy, right? It should be reflected in sudden flashes of inspiration or actions that felt completely instinctive. How could it be so clear that everyone needed to work together and even arm themselves? Just then, Songya intentionally glanced at him, giving him a somewhat mischievous look. Yifei suddenly realized that this was clearly a morale-boosting action, pretending to be a fortune teller. Speaking of which, Yifei was more suited to do this. However, he felt that such pretentious acts should be minimized. They were far from that stage, and if exposed, it would no longer work in the future. Thinking this way, Yifei felt he needed to find an opportunity to talk to Songya. Although her intentions were good and this method was effective, it definitely couldn't be used casually. If overused, it would not only become ineffective but also damage everyone's trust in her talent. Next, the convoy continued forward, and many people began to catch up on sleep. Calculating carefully, everyone had been on the move for nearly 10 hours without a break. After such a long period of high-intensity consumption, their bodies were already nearing their limits. Now, the seats were equipped with wide backs, armrests, and seat belts. So many people took advantage of their rest period and fell asleep instantly. Insomnia? Not at all. As soon as they closed their eyes, they almost immediately fell into slumber. Even the driver, Luo Bing, couldn't hold on any longer, her eyelids drooping. Seeing this, Yifei immediately told her to rest, and he would take over the driving for the remaining journey. Luo Bing quickly shook her head. "No way, I'm also a driver." "That's unfair." Yifei whispered. "I've completely recovered my energy after using the crystal ball, don't worry." Regarding the mysterious crystal ball, he had privately informed the 5 core members earlier. The changes in his body couldn't be hidden. It was better to be honest with those he trusted. Hearing him say this, Luo Bing no longer insisted. She tightened her seat belt around her waist, relaxed her body, and spoke in a tired, soft tone. "Then I really will sleep. Can I take advantage of you a bit? Can I borrow your thigh?" After the upgrades, their seats became more spacious, with no barriers in between, resembling a double-row seat in a coach, allowing Luo Bing to comfortably lean over and sleep. "If you don't mind the heat, go ahead." Before he finished speaking, Luo Bing had already turned to her side, gently resting on his thigh and closing her eyes. Soon, Luo Bing's breathing became even and long, her hands naturally resting under her cheeks, and her eyelashes fluttering gently with the bumps of the vehicle. Clearly, she was exhausted to the limit and fell asleep as soon as she touched Yifei's thigh. As for the bed in the back, Luo Bing didn't go there to sleep because she was afraid of emergencies, such as sand piles on the road or a corpse suddenly appearing by the roadside. At that moment, Yifei would likely need her help to steer. Of course, the most likely scenario was that Yifei would suddenly suffer from heat stroke due to the high temperature. This was highly probable. In fact, during the process of pressing the pedal, 7 or 8 people in the convoy had already suffered from heat stroke. Even with constant hydration, the high temperature made it easy to get heat stroke suddenly. If Yifei were to become incapacitated from heat stroke, it could lead to a rollover. Therefore, under any circumstances, it was best to have 2 drivers in the vehicle. If one fainted, the other could immediately take over. However, given the current situation. Yifei looked down at Luo Bing, who was resting on his thigh. She slept with her mouth slightly open, a strand of hair sticking to her sweaty forehead, and her warm breath coming through the thin fabric of his pants, even faintly feeling her chest rising and falling with her breath. In such a state, if something happened, she would probably not wake up for a while. At this moment, Luo Bing had long since changed out of those tight yoga pants. Under the continuous high temperature, sweat mixed with sand made the tight clothing cling to her skin, which was extremely uncomfortable. She simply used a dagger to deftly cut off the legs of her pants along her thighs, turning them into shorts. However, the pants were originally very fitted, and now, with more than half cut off, combined with her sleeping position, the fabric was stretched tighter, pulling up, so half of her buttocks were almost completely exposed to the air, outlining a full curve, and due to the fullness of her buttocks being pressed by the fabric, there was a slight soft curve at the edge. Needless to say, she was indeed a yoga teacher, and her figure exuded a sensuous and plump strength. Just like that, Yifei gripped the steering wheel, maintaining a speed of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour according to the road conditions, moving swiftly. His powerful physical attributes made up for his lack of driving talent, and the vehicle drove exceptionally smoothly, almost imperceptibly bumpy, comparable to Luo Bing's level. The scenery along the way was initially magnificent, with rolling sand dunes shimmering with a golden-red sheen under the sun and the horizon distorted by the heat. But after a while, it became monotonous, endless yellow sand, occasionally stirred up by hot winds. Before long, Yifei began to feel bored and even a bit uncomfortable, especially where his thigh was resting under Luo Bing. Her body temperature clearly transmitted through his pants, combined with her own sweat. That small patch of fabric was already soaked. Yifei had to quietly reach down and pull up his shorts a bit, letting some wind in. The hot wind brushed against his skin, bringing a slight coolness. But soon, Luo Bing unconsciously moved, her cheek rubbing against his thigh, and that damp warmth stuck to him again. God knows whether that dampness was her sweat or saliva unconsciously flowing out in her sleep. In any case, it felt sticky against his skin and was particularly pronounced in the scorching environment. Just as he was getting lost in thought, a flash of light suddenly appeared not far in the desert to the left front. Yifei, feeling bored, suddenly perked up. He immediately looked toward the glowing spot. But apart from the undulating sand dunes, there was nothing else. Strange, was it just his eyes playing tricks? He quickly turned back and asked loudly, "Did anyone see a reflection to the left front?" It flashed once. A girl who was pressing the pedal immediately responded. Her voice crisp, "I think I saw it too." It was over there. It flashed once and then disappeared. Yifei no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, "Stop." How could there be a reflection in the desert? It couldn't be the sand. There was a high probability it was something else. If it wasn't far. Yifei decided to go take a look. Perhaps there would be some discoveries. As the vehicle came to a stop, everyone woke up. Luo Bing, groggily wiping her mouth, still had traces of sleep on her face, quickly sat up. What happened? There might be something over there. Saying this, Yifei had already jumped out of the vehicle. He walked to the roadside and began to assess the distance to the distant sand dunes. Relying on instinct was unreliable, especially in the desert environment. Estimating distances incorrectly was common. Therefore, where to go first required estimating the distance. Given the current temperature, Yifei estimated that he could only walk out a mile before needing to return. Thus, the flashing sand dunes couldn't be more than 500 meters away. First, Yifei carefully observed the nearby sand dunes, finding one that resembled the distant ones and measuring it. Its height was about 5 meters. Then, Yifei began to compare it with the distant flashing sand dunes. The visual size of a sand dune is inversely proportional to its distance. The visual height and size of the distant sand dune were only about 1/3 of this nearby dune, which meant that the flashing sand dune was likely 200 to 300 meters away. Even if high temperatures caused visual errors, it definitely wouldn't exceed 400 meters. This distance was acceptable. Immediately, Yifei said, "I'll take a few people over to take a look." "I'll go," Sanya immediately said. Tong Yin also put on her homemade sun hat and followed suit. Yifei nodded and took a simple backpack made of old clothes from the car, stuffing a few bottles of water inside. He then picked up a stone spear and hung a crowbar at his waist. After preparing his gear, Yifei didn't rush to set off immediately. Instead, he pointed out the location of the flashing sand dune to everyone. He then handed a walkie-talkie to Luo Bing, who would observe from this end, while Yifei took the other one to get closer for inspection. This way, even with sand dunes blocking their view along the way, Yifei wouldn't completely lose sight of information, and with Luo Bing standing on the car roof, she could report on their situation and give directions. With everything ready, Yifei set off with Tong Yin and Sanya. More people wanted to join, but Yifei refused. They were just going to take a look, not fight. With one lucky person, one healer, and his own strength, the three of them were more than enough. Any more would just be a burden. How do you feel? Yi Fei asked Song Ye while walking. I don't know, but I do want to go take a look, Song Ye replied. Then it's stable. There must be treasures. Tong Yin said with some anticipation. We don't necessarily have to be cautious. What if there are monsters? Yi Fei said. If there was indeed something flashing. It should be visible from one angle for a while, but it just flashed by earlier, and no matter what angle they tried on the way, it couldn't be reproduced. Which was very strange. Soon, the three of them walked over 100 meters in the desert. However, just this distance made them all drenched in sweat, feeling like they were walking in a hot pot. The heat rising from the ground was like flames, and the air shimmered, distorting the distant scenery like a reflection in water. My God, it's so hot. Tong Yin couldn't take it anymore and started pouring water over her head. Song Ye and Yi Fei were about the same. They would not be able to persist without doing so. In just a short distance, Yi Fei felt like they had walked for at least 20 minutes. He had to say that exploring in the scorching desert was incredibly difficult. Even so, Yi Fei still requested Song Ye and Tong Yin to maintain distance, forming a line with about a 2-meter gap between them. In case they encountered quicksand, they could still rescue each other. All three of them had also brought supplies. You're getting close to the target, Luo Bing's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Received? Yi Fei replied, starting to observe the surroundings carefully. The sand dune not far ahead should be their destination. But apart from the sand, there didn't seem to be anything different. It was at this moment that Yi Fei noticed that the sand beneath his feet seemed a bit different, with a slight color difference compared to the surrounding area. Additionally, the sand here was coarser, with quartz particles particularly noticeable. No way. Could the flash earlier have been a larger quartz? If this stuff is of high purity, it's like natural glass, so it would reflect light normally. Yi Fei squatted down to examine the sand grains closely. Just then, a line of prompt text appeared. You have discovered an anomaly in this desert. The sand particles here are distinctly different from the surroundings, indicating the presence of a special rock formation beneath. Below is an abandoned mine. The entrance is 10 meters to your left and is currently half buried by quicksand. There are a few dry corpses and underground scorpion-like creatures active inside, with sandworms lurking nearby. Overall danger is low, just avoid provoking them. The mine contains iron ore, copper ore, and a small amount of rare minerals. Seeing this prompt, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. He desperately needed ore. As long as there was iron ore, there could be sturdier bicycles and more iron weapons. This could greatly enhance the team's strength. He immediately waved to the two girls and quickly walked toward the location indicated by the prompt. He jabbed the ground with his spear, causing sand to flow down and revealing an opening reinforced with a wooden frame. Almost simultaneously, a fist-sized scorpion quickly crawled into the mine from the edge of the opening. However, Yi Fei also noticed that its shell seemed to be covered with a crystalline substance, shimmering in the sunlight. The flash he saw earlier must have been it. Chapter 23. Sapphire. Since he confirmed there was no danger, Yi Fei leaned in and crawled into the opening, shining his flashlight deeper inside. As soon as he crawled in, a skull face suddenly lunged at him, almost touching his nose. Holy crap! Startled by the sudden appearance of the skull, Yi Fei shivered all over and instinctively swung his fist to push it away. Yi Fei! What happened? Hearing his shout, Song Ye and Tong Yin, who were guarding the entrance, immediately grabbed his ankle and pulled him out with all their strength. It's nothing. Just a false alarm. Yi Fei steadied himself and forced a calm demeanor. It seems like someone died near the entrance. He recalled the scene earlier, feeling a bit speechless that he had been startled by a skeleton. Taking a deep breath, he crawled back in. Sure enough, he found a skeleton sitting against the wall inside the entrance. He must have accidentally knocked it over when he crawled in, causing it to fall toward him. Damn. I guess I can't be careless. That almost gave me a heart attack, Yi Fei muttered. Turning the flashlight beam around, he illuminated the surroundings. Although the entrance was mostly buried by quicksand, the interior was quite spacious. It was a mining tunnel nearly 2 meters high and wide. The skull he had knocked away rolled a short distance away. Yi Fei crawled over to pick it up. It felt heavy in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to find black spots on the surface of the skull. Wait, is this poisoned? Yi Fei suddenly realized and quickly tossed the skull aside. Observing the now completely skeletal body, he found the teeth were also pitch black, and a short arrow was sticking out between the ribs. The arrow was made entirely of metal, with exquisite craftsmanship, reflecting a cold light under the flashlight. The body had completely turned to bone. Yet the short arrow showed no signs of rust, and remained shiny as new. Yi Fei carefully pulled it out. It was quite heavy. You have obtained a fine steel short arrow. Fine steel short arrow, an arrow suitable for crossbow firing, originally coated with deadly poison. Seeing the information, Yifei roughly guessed the cause of death for this corpse. This unfortunate fellow likely fled from deep underground, but was hit by a poisoned arrow, ultimately collapsing just a few steps away from the entrance. But escaping outside would also lead to a dead end, right? In the vast desert. It was probably no more comfortable than underground. Was this person an indigenous inhabitant of the underground? A human from this world? Tong Yin squatted beside the corpse, curiously examining it. It seems so, but unfortunately, none of us are doctors. Otherwise, we could study it, Yifei said. I'll have someone come to assist. There's a girl in the team who used to be a doctor, and she can examine the corpse and bring mining tools too. Luo Bing's clear voice came through the walkie-talkie. This amazing walkie-talkie could maintain communication even deep in the tunnel. Okay, have them follow our tracks and try to hurry. Yifei replied. No problem. I'll have them bring you a bottle of cola. Don't tire yourself out too much. Luo Bing's voice was filled with amusement. Then she asked seriously, also, how long do we need to stay here? She needed to coordinate the supplies based on the time. If they were to stay for a long time, they could set up a simple wooden shelter using bicycles, allowing everyone to take turns resting, which would be much better than sitting and sleeping, effectively improving their recovery. Reasonably allocating every minute and seizing every opportunity to rest could significantly enhance their survival probability later on. Looking at the sun that showed no signs of setting, Luo Bing felt anxious and insecure. Yifei glanced roughly at the distribution and orientation of the ores on the mine walls. We can stay for up to 2 hours to mine. Regardless of how much we get, we must leave when the time is up. Okay, I'll prepare the necessary water and supplies to send over, Luo Bing replied succinctly. Having teammates to assist was refreshing. If it were just the three of them, this exploration would indeed be quite difficult. At that moment, Songya cheered as she dug out a rusty iron pickaxe and a worn cloth bag from the sand pile beside the corpse. When she opened the bag, a blue gemstone the size of a 1 yuan coin rolled out. The gemstone had a multifaceted, three-dimensional appearance, emitting a soft blue glow in the dim tunnel, resembling condensed deep-sea water. Even more surprisingly, when held in her palm, it emanated a faint coolness that instantly dispelled the surrounding heat. You have obtained a sapphire. Sapphire, a precious magical material that can randomly add 13 points of water magic effect to an item or grant additional abilities to water talent users. Carrying it can slightly enhance water talent. Good stuff. Yifei's eyes lit up. This should be the precious mineral mentioned in the hint. He thought he would have to dig it out himself. But it turned out that the indigenous underground inhabitants had already done the work years ago and were waiting for him. With this gem, Lung Xiao should be able to produce more water, making our journey much easier, Songya said happily. Exactly. Even if each person can get an extra half bottle of water each day, that would be enough to save lives. Yifei nodded in agreement. Songya, you keep looking around here carefully. I'll check out the mineral vein ahead. He raised his flashlight. The beams sweeping across the deep tunnel ahead. The walls of the mine faintly glimmered with metallic luster, indicating that this world had ore similar to Earth's pyrite and copper ore. He approached to examine closely, confirming his guess. It was indeed pyrite, mixed with a small amount of copper ore. Not in a hurry to start digging, Yifei continued to explore further. The ancient mine gradually extended downward, leading deep underground. Where the light reached, several fist-sized scorpions hurriedly crawled by, and it seemed there were side paths in the darkness further away. Just then, a prompt appeared ahead in the mine. This tunnel leads to a large underground pit, containing a wealth of resources and mining tools. There are enemies in this area that you cannot currently handle. Continuing forward may encounter life-threatening danger. Seeing this, Yifei understood that the area ahead was not yet safe for him to explore. He retreated calmly, raised the pickaxe, and aimed at the edge of the shimmering metallic ore on the rock wall. Bang! Clang! The pickaxe struck the rock wall, sending fragments flying. Yifei first tested the hardness of the rock wall, confirming it wouldn't easily collapse before gripping the pick tightly with both hands and taking a deep breath. In the next moment, the muscles in his arms, shoulders, and back suddenly bulged, making him appear as if he had expanded in size. The defined muscle fibers shining like cast iron in the dim light. He swung the pickaxe fiercely, the tip drilling into the rock layer like an electric drill, causing large chunks of ore to fall away. You have mined iron ore. You have mined copper ore, with new materials obtained. The synthesis prompt refreshed. Rough iron ingot 3 units of iron ore. Rough copper ingot 3 units of copper ore. Yifei looked at the synthesis formula and suddenly realized that the neatly stacked rough metal ingots in the abandoned camp were probably produced on-site by miners using similar synthesis devices. Wow, so big. Songya and Tong Yin at the entrance of the cave were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed Yifei exerting his full strength. With fierce muscles and explosive movements, It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Brother Fei, your muscles feel like a single finger could lift me up. These abs, Tong Yin even bravely wanted to touch them. But as Yifei swung the pick, debris flew everywhere, forcing the two to step back and watch from a distance. Yifei looked at the continuously rolling ore with immense surprise. He truly hadn't expected that his strength would be most useful not in combat, but in mining. Each swing of the pick could break off a significant chunk of ore. Chapter 24, Digging, Digging, Digging. You have mined iron ore. You have mined copper ore. The continuous prompts and visible gains made Yifei more and more excited as he dug. This is awesome. He felt an irresistible urge to keep going. This isn't just ore. It's armor for bicycles, the blades of weapons, the capital for survival. The best part was that he didn't feel tired at all. This kind of physical labor that would normally require a person to grit their teeth and endure was, for him now, as easy as the 8th set of morning exercises at school, just a little invigorating. Each swing of the pick, with powerful muscle contractions and explosive strength, caused large chunks of ore to break away from the rock wall, with astonishing efficiency. The only trouble was the dust kicked up from mining was so intense that Yifei had to pause periodically to wait for it to settle. Fortunately, the temperature in the mine was significantly lower than outside in the desert, with cool breezes occasionally blowing up from the depths, although working was still hot. At least he wouldn't faint from heat. Yifei even suspected that most of the creatures in this world lived underground, where the climate was likely much more habitable than on the surface. Meanwhile, with Yifei paving the way and confirming safety, the team that followed moved at great speed. Just 15 minutes later, Long Xiu arrived near the mine with a support team of over 30 people, carrying all the iron pickaxes and backpacks filled with water, ready to work hard and mine. However, as they got closer, they grew increasingly puzzled because the sounds they heard were overwhelmingly loud and too dense. It didn't sound like something that could be produced by human effort. When they rounded the last sand dune and caught sight of the mine, everyone was stunned. They saw an entrance exposed in the middle of the dune, clearly just widened, with a large pile of ore outside, shimmering silver and gold under the blazing sun. Inside the mine, heavy, rhythmic, mechanical-sounding impacts echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Each muffled sound was accompanied by vibrations in the rock walls, causing dust to fall from the entrance. The rhythm was so steady that it didn't seem human. It was as if an indomitable excavator was working frantically underground. Is Brother Fei really mining? One girl murmured in disbelief. They must have discovered a machine. Another girl excitedly chimed in. It sounds a lot like the machines that drill into the ground. Lung Xiu quickly walked to the entrance and peered inside. In the depths of the mine, the flashlight beam flickered, revealing a figure covered in dust, with muscles like iron. Yifei's arms were rotating, the pickaxe turning into a blur. Each strike sent large pieces of the rock wall crumbling down. The sounds of ore rolling and the muffled thuds of the pickaxe, mixed with the deep, powerful breaths of the man, resonated in the deep tunnel, creating a rhythm filled with primal power. Especially when Yifei bent down to gather strength, his fierce abdominal muscles contracted slightly, then suddenly twisted and exerted force. The lines of his back and waist instantly tightened and exploded like a taut bowstring. The impact of that scene was so strong that Lung Xiu felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening. God, that sense of power. For a moment, she was entranced. Looking again at the ground of the mine, there were also large amounts of newly mined or scattered about. Clearly, the pile outside the entrance was just a small part of what Yifei had accomplished in a mere 10 minutes. More girls gathered around. My goodness. Brother Fei has turned into a human pile driver. No wonder he wanted us to drag the synthesis table over with this method of mining. Moving the ore would tire us out. My God, did you see Brother Fei's waist? It's so powerful. Lung Xiu heard the excited gasps from behind her and couldn't help but cough lightly, turning to the team members and calling out loudly. Stop dawdling. Team 1. Hurry and transport the ore to the synthesis table. Zhang Qian is in charge of synthesis, and Team 2 is responsible for carrying the iron ingots. The support team followed Yifei's instructions, using a thick wooden board as a base, dragging the heavy synthesis table over like a sled. It takes 3 ores to synthesize 1 metal ingot. In this ratio, Yifei concluded that dragging the synthesis table over would be much more labor-efficient and safer than transporting irregularly shaped, heavy, and sharp-edged raw ores. It's worth noting that almost everyone is without gloves and barely dressed. And the freshly mined ores have extremely sharp edges that can easily cause cuts if one is not careful. In comparison, dragging the synthesis table is not only more convenient, but also safer. With so many people helping, they quickly cleared the ores from the mine entrance and then entered the mine to cool off. Yifei kept mining. while someone was dedicated to transporting the ores to the synthesis table at the entrance to make metal ingots. Once there were enough metal ingots, they would be dragged back to the road with a desert sled. Overall, working in the mine was much more enjoyable than at the ruins. However, Yifei hardly took a break, and after downing a can of cola, he immediately resumed working. After all, there wasn't too much time to waste. The longer they spent mining here, the less time they would have at the gas station later. I dig fiercely. The entire mine echoed with the sounds of Yifei's digging, startling even some scorpions, which crawled out from the mine. However, following the advice, Yifei ignored them, and the scorpions did not dare to approach, resulting in both sides coexisting peacefully. Yifei's digging speed was incredibly fast. To what extent? The girls were shocked to find that their speed in transporting mined ores to synthesize metal ingots matched Yifei's. For the first time, the girls witnessed Yifei's strength firsthand, and many were left dumbfounded. Some bolder ones stared at Yifei, especially when he took breaks, as they rushed to bring him water and cola. Every time Yifei tilted his head back to gulp, his Adam's apple bobbed, and droplets of water slid down his jaw, following the contours of his chest and abs, eliciting a wave of adoring gasps. Unfortunately, resources were not infinite. Yifei underestimated his own digging ability, and after digging almost violently for an hour, he found that as he delved deeper along the vein, the ores became increasingly sparse and intermittent. With his geology background, he knew very well this vein was nearing its end. Continuing to dig would result in more stones and less metal, which would be counterproductive. There must be a larger main vein deep underground. But the current depth was beyond what he could handle at his current strength. There was no choice. He had to reluctantly stop his pickaxe. However, this time, the haul was already quite substantial. 20 rough iron ingots, 4 rough copper ingots, and 1 rough silver ingot. Yes, most of it was iron ore. But if luck was on their side, copper deposits often came with small amounts of silver. Aside from the ores, he also collected 1 iron pickaxe, 1 fine steel arrow, and 1 precious sapphire. The total resources were comparable to what one would find at a resource-rich station. It was equivalent to having gone through 3 stations, with resources comparable to someone else finishing 4 stations, or even more. Compared to other teams, this was undoubtedly a huge advantage. Yifei was in a great mood and waved for everyone to wrap up and prepare to return. If it weren't for his strong strength and the sufficient manpower of the team, it would have been impossible to achieve such a significant haul. With most teams facing such a mine, they would probably be helpless, just staring at the resources without being able to take any. Upon reflection, just moving the heavy synthesis table back and forth was definitely not something 1 or 2 people could manage. Even if one had enough strength, it would take at least half an hour for a round trip. Therefore, hidden resource points that required cooperation and numbers could only be handled by teams like theirs. Just as everyone began to pack up their tools, Songya came over with a smile. "Brother Fei, I found another treasure." Yifei smiled in surprise, thinking, wow, having Songya around is truly full of surprises and treasures. "Guess what it is?" Songya said, pursing her lips with a hint of pride. Yifei was taken aback, looking around to see nothing. Songya's hands were also empty. Facing this familiar situation, he suddenly thought, could it be he couldn't help but excitedly look at the white area on Songya's chest? Seeing this, Songya's face turned red, and she lightly punched him on the shoulder in annoyance. "No, you guessed wrong." She stopped teasing and instead made a clicking sound with her tongue. The next moment, there was a rustling sound from deep within the dark mine, followed by a series of faint clicking responses. A scorpion the size of a fist slowly crawled out from the shadows. Chapter 25. Crystal Scorpion. For the first time, Yifei clearly saw the full appearance of this underground creature. Its milky white shell was covered with a layer of crystal-like substance that sparkled under the flashlight, shimmering with a crystal-like luster, and the end of its tail bore a sharp and beautiful crystal barb, looking like a finely crafted piece of art, yet exuding a certain dangerous beauty. Then, surprisingly, Songya fearlessly extended her hand, and the crystal scorpion lightly crawled onto her palm, its barb gently curled behind it. "How is it?" Songya glanced at Yifei, raising her chin proudly. "Isn't it great?" Yifei was somewhat surprised. He had thought it would be another mysterious crystal ball or something. However, a living, moving native creature was the first living thing they had discovered since entering this world, which was truly amazing. He couldn't help but look enviously at Songya. "Your luck is simply unbelievable." "You guessed wrong there." Songya shook her head. "The main credit goes to Tong Yen." She explained that she had first discovered the crystal scorpion, but at that time, it was being attacked and bitten by several larger scorpions and was already severely injured. Fortunately, they arrived in time, and Tong Yen was able to heal it. As she spoke, Songya gently turned the crystal scorpion over, and sure enough, its crystal shell was covered in cracks, with one area completely shattered and peeling off, indicating that it had just endured a fierce attack. So it's quite pitiful. Now that we've saved it, it seems willing to follow us, Sonya said, looking up with expectation in her eyes. I want to keep it. Is that okay? Yifei nodded. Of course keeping it is fine, but this kind of scorpion should be poisonous, right? And it's not small. It poses a certain threat. I wonder if there will be any hidden dangers. Even the best trained dog can bite, let alone a scorpion, Yifei pointed out. What you said is entirely possible. Sonya admitted candidly, but I interacted with it for a while and found that its understanding of commands is unusually quick. It seems to have an intelligence level similar to a small dog. I think if we train it for a while, it might become our asset. She looked seriously at Yifei. I want to give it a try. That way, I can help you during battles in the future. By the way, its toxin might not be immediately lethal, but it can cause paralysis and weakness throughout the body, and the affected area will quickly swell and turn red. We can apply this toxin to our weapons, which would also be a valuable rare resource. It might come in handy during conflicts with other teams. That does sound very valuable, Yifei agreed, but his expression became serious. But how do you know so much about the effects of this toxin? Sonya's expression stiffened. I got stung when I was in a hurry to save it. She looked up at Yifei, her eyes filled with apology. But she did not shy away. I'm really sorry. Seeing Yifei's stern face, she felt anxious. Because according to the exploration rules everyone had agreed upon at the start, they absolutely should not provoke these underground creatures. What she did was knowingly breaking the rules. Yifei was indeed a little angry, but more so he felt fear and concern. Next time, don't do that again. Don't take advantage of your lucky talent to constantly challenge danger. It will eventually backfire. But what if I just have that feeling? Sonya's voice was soft, her expression gentle, but her gaze was resolute. Didn't you say so? Follow your feelings and leave the rest to luck. At that time, I thought this scorpion was pitiful. So without much thought, I directly saved it. She had the look of admitting her mistake, apologizing, and saying she would dare to do it again next time. Yifei couldn't help but feel a headache. What if the scorpion's venom is extremely potent, and Tong Yin can't save you in time? Then it would be an unavoidable situation. Sonya suddenly looked at Yifei. Aren't you also taking risks in your work? Are you so sure that you will never die just by following the hints? Fei Go, I know you care about me. But everyone in the team should bear the risks. No one is more important than others. If I die, it would just be my bad luck. But what if we get lucky? We would have an extra trump card. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her cheeks slightly flushed. And I don't want to keep seeing only you as the main force in battle. You've already done enough, but the enemies are so many and so strong. You heard Wang Gang say it, many lone wolf teams. Each of them have so many resources, their strength must be considerable. Seeing you working so hard in mining just now, I thought if there's a chance, I must help relieve some of your pressure. At least I can't be a burden. As soon as she said it, she realized she was too excited, and it might have been misunderstood. She hurriedly added, I mean, everyone should fulfill their responsibilities. Not just me. Everyone can share the burden. Don't always think about taking everything upon yourself. Yifei looked at Sonya and couldn't help but smile in relief. Indeed, he appreciated her words. To say that one shouldn't take any risks in this world was simply unrealistic. With a lucky girl like Sonya willing to help him, what reason did he have to refuse? Thinking of this, he reached out his hand towards Sonya. Then let's stand shoulder to shoulder together. Hey. What are you two babbling about? Hurry back. At that moment, the walkie-talkie in Yifei's hand suddenly sounded. Hearing Luo Bing's voice, which was barely holding back laughter, Sonya felt her vision go dark. No way, Yifei could hear it. But did that mean her words were live-streamed? She was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Received. Yifei was also taken aback and responded casually. However, the walkie-talkie definitely couldn't be turned off. Maintaining communication was the most basic safety rule. The two walked out of the mine and started their journey back. On the way, Sonya tried to put down the crystal scorpion, but it really scuttled quickly behind her, its movements agile and steady. Moreover, this scorpion was indeed a native species. The ground temperature of over 60 degrees seemed to have no effect on it. More surprisingly, it only listened to Sonya's commands. When others tried to call or direct it, it completely ignored them. One must say, luck as an attribute is simply unreasonable. Yifei even suspected, did Sonya, through some mysterious probability, happen to gain the opportunity for this scorpion to acknowledge her in a life-and-death situation? In any case, if trained properly, this scorpion might really play a significant role. As for its food, it was quite special, sand, or more precisely, quartz crystals within the sand. The higher the purity and more crystalline the quartz, the more it seemed to like it, probably related to the formation of its crystalline exoskeleton. Upon returning to the vehicle, seeing the pile of metal ingots, Yifei couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement. It was time for the part he looked forward to the most, upgrading and enhancing. Hee, my precious little vehicle, where should I prioritize your enhancements this time? Should I make your waist more powerful? Or should I make your rear end a bit bigger first? He couldn't wait to reach out and touch the bicycle. Chapter 26. Enlarging and reinforcing upgrades currently. With Yifei's efforts, this vehicle had already undergone a significant transformation, but it wasn't enough. There was still plenty of room for upgrades. According to the previously hinted fusion upgrade route, the best upgrade method at this stage was directly suggested. There are many parallel upgrade routes available, meaning these routes can all be upgraded, akin to branches on a main trunk, and their sequence does not affect the overall route. One could decide the priority based on the current situation. Upgrade vehicle frame can enhance the overall strength of the vehicle, improving some maneuverability. Upgrade vehicle shell can enhance protection, improving comfort, but will increase wind resistance and operational difficulty. Looking at it overall, following the fusion upgrade route, the subsequent options were surprisingly rich and covered a broad range, with very diverse upgrade directions. Upon careful consideration, this vehicle was a collective of the entire Team's vehicles, so logically, it covered all kinds of upgrade possibilities. With a solid foundation and a large platform, there was certainly a lot of room for future upgrades and modifications. Yifei couldn't help but open a bottle of cola, sitting in the driver's seat to drink some soda and stimulate his brain. Among the many options, two caught Yifei's interest the most. One was to use sapphires to upgrade the vehicle. If lucky, it could directly turn into a magical vehicle, perhaps even capable of spraying water. However, the risk was also quite high. According to the hint, because the vehicle was too large, equivalent to a vehicle for 50 people, one gem might result in a very slight enhancement. Almost imperceptible, and the best effect wouldn't be too obvious. However, the benefit was that once the upgrade succeeded, the overall comfort of the vehicle would receive a permanent boost. The other option was to enhance the vehicle's attack capabilities, installing crossbows on the roof and sides. And after reinforcing the wheel hubs, they could also install puncture spikes. Both upgrades were appealing and had never appeared as options before. Both were great and very attractive, especially the comfort upgrade. In the harsh environment of the desert world, comfort was crucial. Sufficient comfort could prevent everyone from overheating and becoming easily fatigued, maintaining their condition. However, Yifei also wanted to use the gem to enhance Lung Qiu's talents, which was his initial thought. Injecting new strength into the girl would make her more powerful, and the whole team could benefit from it. In a way, the effect was similar to upgrading the vehicle, and it was mobile, greatly enhancing flexibility. Not being able to decide for now, Yifei decided to put it off until later and first upgrade the other parts of the vehicle. Immediately, the entire bicycle emitted a soft white light, the glow spreading like flowing water towards the pile of metal ingots beside it. You have reinforced and enlarged the structure of the fusion bicycle's body and wheel hubs, consuming 8 coarse iron ingots, significantly enhancing the vehicle's strength. You upgraded the shock absorption system, consuming 5 coarse iron ingots. The vehicle gained shock-absorbing springs, improving comfort and maneuverability. Yifei carried out a round of enlarging and reinforcing upgrades. A narrow walkway was added in the middle of the vehicle for the convenience of moving between the front and rear rows. The 2 seats in the same row were completely connected, forming a more spacious seating area. A spring shock absorption system was installed at the bottom of the vehicle, greatly alleviating bumps, and the copper coils inside the motor were upgraded to silver wire coils, increasing power while reducing energy consumption. Overall, this vehicle was moving towards being a real transport vehicle. This was the structural upgrade. Next, Yifei set up a large crossbow in the second row of the vehicle. With the crossbow body made of iron, using inner tube rubber bands as power, and the arrows made from modified stone spears. Then there was the generator. Yifei spent some coarse copper ingots to enhance the existing generator's power generation performance, allowing it to charge faster. The only regret was that the dry corpse itself couldn't be upgraded. After this round, Yifei had consumed all 20 coarse iron ingots and 1 silver ingot he had just obtained, leaving him with only 2 copper ingots. His upgrade principle is to consume as much as possible, turning it into strength. Metal ingots are heavy by nature, and keeping them unused will only take up space and increase the burden. After handling all the upgradable parts of the vehicle, Yifei took out the sapphire. Holding it in his palm, a cool sensation spread from his hand, and it must be said that such a precious material is indeed magical, especially in this sweltering heat. This slight coolness is almost a luxurious enjoyment. Now, it was time to decide how to utilize it. Yifei looked at the nearby Lung Qiu. You want to use the sapphire to strengthen Lung Xiao, granting her more water abilities. If the sapphire is directly given to Lung Xiao, she will gain an additional water ability, water control. The strength of this ability is linked to her talent level, currently at B level, with a control range of about 5 meters. At the same time, Lung Xiao will be grateful to you, and her favorability will increase. Not bad. 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Yi Fei did not rush to act. He turned his gaze to Songya beside him. Under Songya's lucky blessing, if Lung Xiao uses the sapphire, in addition to fixed benefits, there is also a chance to gain an additional water physique, water element affinity physique. This physique ignores talent level restrictions, directly granting a control range of 10 meters for water control, enhancing perception of water, and allowing the summoning of a low-level water elemental creature, duration related to mental power. Upon seeing this prompt, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Right, this upgrade is fantastic. But before he could happily call Lung Xiao over, another prompt appeared beside her. Under Song Ya's lucky blessing, first use the crystal scorpion to poison Lung Xiao. Then give her the sapphire, which can also enhance Lung Xiao's toxin resistance. Yi Fei was taken aback. It can be done this way? The method of gaining abilities is indeed peculiar. Without the prompt, no one would discover it, since the benefits are so abundant, far exceeding the value of upgrading the bicycle. Yi Fei no longer hesitated. He smiled at Lung Xiao and waved for her to come over. Fei Ge. Lung Xiao had already learned about the sapphire from others. And at this moment, seeing Yi Fei summon her, she couldn't help but feel excited. I want to give you this sapphire, but before that, we need to complete 2 small rituals. Yi Fei said, looking at Songya beside him. Both rituals require your help. He then explained the prompt in detail. In summary, it was just 1 sentence. Let Songya and her pet each give Lung Xiao a kiss. For a moment, both Songya and Lung Xiao were shocked. Not expecting such a procedure, they exchanged glances, their cheeks slightly flushed. Go ahead. Yi Fei smiled at the 2 girls. He also called Tong Yin to stand by just in case. Songya took a gentle breath and placed a soft kiss on Lung Xiao's cheek. At the same time, the scorpion cooperatively raised its tail and lightly stung Lung Xiao's arm. The next moment, Lung Xiao's body trembled slightly, and she fell straight back. Yi Fei, who was prepared, immediately reached out, wrapping one arm around her waist while using the other hand to press the sapphire gently against her chest. A miraculous scene occurred. The sapphire began to melt, transforming into a soft blue halo that slowly seeped into Lung Xiao's body. Yi Fei also heard the faint sound of ocean waves and an ethereal song, as if he were at a cool seaside, with a slight vibration and coolness coming from his palm. Truly magical. Is this the power contained in the sapphire? Even he, as an observer, could clearly perceive it. As the enchanting blue light gradually dissipated, Yi Fei looked down to see Lung Xiao staring at him with bright eyes, while his hand remained firmly pressed against her chest. However, he didn't rush to withdraw his hand. Instead, he calmly felt for a moment. It was not an illusion. Lung Xiao's body temperature had indeed dropped. His palm pressed against her chest, which should have felt soft but was hot and sticky, now transmitted a cool sensation. Only then did he slowly raise his hand, revealing that Lung Xiao's fair skin had no sweat, only a faint red mark. How do you feel? Yi Fei asked curiously. Lung Xiao stood up with a flushed face, unsure if it was shyness or excitement. It's so magical. At first, it felt like I was numbed, almost paralyzed, unable to move. But once you pressed the sapphire into my chest, I immediately regained my senses. Even more surprisingly, I feel very comfortable. It doesn't seem so hot around me anymore. It's even a bit cool. Yi Fei nodded. It's not an illusion. I felt it too. Your body temperature has indeed dropped, probably to around 20 degrees. Of course, it could also be due to the contrast with the surrounding heat. Anyway, for a normal person, 20 degrees is basically cool, even chilly. Lung Xiao looked at Yi Fei with gratitude. Fei Ge, thank you. This ability you've given me is truly amazing, even stronger than my talent. I feel so refreshed now. Really, it's an unprecedented comfort. It seems my physique has undergone a fundamental change. It's wonderful. I can sense the water around me clearly, almost as if I can see it. Moreover, I've gained a lot of information in my mind, like some kind of mysterious knowledge, almost like an innate instinct. I seem to be able to sense another extraordinary world. As she spoke, she tentatively raised her hand. The next moment, the sand at her feet trembled slightly, and a clear spring suddenly emerged from thin air. Water gushed forth, condensing in the air, shaping into a creature entirely made of water that leaped out. Its appearance resembled a translucent jellyfish, with a light and spread umbrella and soft, flowing tentacles. Splash! The jellyfish gently flapped its umbrella, and a layer of pale blue water elemental ripples spread like waves. The light swept across Yi Fei's body. and he immediately felt as if a layer of cool mist had covered his skin, the surrounding temperature visibly dropping significantly. Is it really feeling a bit cool? Wow. Not just a feeling. He looked down closely and saw that a fine layer of water mist was indeed clinging to his skin, just like the morning dew. Moreover, this coolness was continuing to spread. This is simply a biological air conditioner, with added humidifying function. Yi Fei was astonished, as this circle of cool water vapor rippled outward. The people who had been wilting from the heat suddenly perked up, all looking over in unison. Chapter 27. Everyone wants Yi Fei's nurturing, oh my god. I really want to take off my clothes right now. Me too, I'm all wet. The crowd surrounded the slowly floating jellyfish, each one both surprised and delighted, with some unable to resist reaching out to catch the fine water mist, eager to wash off right there. However, they quickly calmed down. It was just mist-like moisture. And there wasn't much actual water. It's refreshing and comfortable, but for a real shower, it still falls short. Yi Fei then stepped forward to carefully measure the impact range of this low-level water elemental creature, centered on its body. A spherical area with a radius of about 5 meters. It continuously radiated pure water elements around, temporarily altering the local environment. Their vehicle, however, was only about 2 meters wide. This means that if they placed this jellyfish in the middle aisle of the vehicle and let it move back and forth slowly, everyone on the vehicle could enjoy the refreshing mist from head to toe in turn. Even if it moved slowly, every couple of minutes, everyone could experience a blast of cool air, along with a slight amount of moisture. Unfortunately, to reduce air resistance and improve maneuverability and visibility, Yi Fei did not install a closed shell on the vehicle. Otherwise, everyone could have enjoyed a comfortably air-conditioned journey. However, when they reached the abandoned gas station, if they can find a powerful power source like an engine, installing a shell for full air conditioning isn't impossible. Not only Yi Fei thought this way, but everyone grew increasingly excited about the upcoming stops. A girl whispered, "If only we could find a bathtub. The dust on me is an inch thick." Another person replied, "A bathtub is too much to hope for. I'd be grateful for a decent open-air toilet." With the ordeal of the high temperature resolved, everyone's spirits began to lift, and smiles appeared more frequently on their faces, visibly boosting the morale of the entire group. "Sisters, can you guess how I gained this ability?" Seeing everyone gathering around, looking enviously at the dreamlike jellyfish, Lung Xiao, after obtaining Yi Fei's consent, began to explain in detail. She opened with a question, and once all eyes were on her, she calmly said, "Actually, it has little to do with me. It's all thanks to Brother Fei." Mentioning Yi Fei, her face filled with gratitude. "I have a special physique called Water Element Affinity, which allows me to summon water elemental life from the magical water element plane. As you can see, it provides a 5-meter radius of water vapor environment, effectively lowering the surrounding temperature. The duration of this ability depends on my mental power. I just sensed it, and I can maintain it for about 10 hours a day without burden." She paused, her voice clear and strong. "With this ability, our lives will be much easier from now on." But this method was discovered by Brother Fei. Lung Xiao emphasized again. Brother Fei cleverly used his talent to observe and summarize a unique upgrading method. The magic of this method is evident. It not only upgrades to a unique combined bicycle, but also provides targeted enhancement for us talent bearers. More appropriately, cultivation. Her gaze swept over everyone. Brother Fei can deeply cultivate us with various rare materials and special rituals, allowing us to gain additional abilities. The effects of this cultivation are far more powerful than just using materials directly. Finally, she encouraged, "It's not just me. As long as everyone performs well and has suitable materials, everyone will have the opportunity to receive this cultivation in the future." In an instant, all the girls' eyes lit up, and when they looked at Yi Fei, their gazes held not only the original respect and gratitude, but also a burning desire. Who wouldn't want such an ability? Who wouldn't yearn for it? With Lung Xiao as a living example, everyone began to look forward to it. "I really want Brother Fei to cultivate me." A bold girl shouted out. "Yes, yes. What does it mean to perform well?" A tall girl with striking features also raised her hand to ask. The speaker was Lu Chunli, who had a mental power attribute of 20 points, but only received the C-level talent of arson. Because of this, she had always been quite frustrated. Clearly, her basic attributes were excellent, and she was outstanding in both figure and appearance. Yet she had never been particularly noticed by Yi Fei. Watching Lung Xiao, Songya, and others receive upgrades or be reused while she remained stagnant was inevitably disheartening. She didn't understand where she fell short. In terms of figure, she was confident she was no less than Luo Bing or Songya. In terms of looks, she was also above average. In terms of attributes, she had the advantage of 20 points of mental power. Why were the benefits never hers? Moreover, Her arson talent was practically a joke in this scorching desert environment. Who needed flames? This talent was basically a fighter among trash. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. But Lu Chunli did not blame Yi Fei. The limited resources were a fact. He couldn't just conjure gems out of thin air. Moreover, she recognized Yi Fei's abilities and character. He was indeed trustworthy. It was just that good things never seemed to land on her lap, which would make anyone uncomfortable. She pondered how to gain advantages. Should she go find Yi Fei and cry about her plight? Or should she get closer to him? With this thought, she couldn't help but look closely at Lung Qiu, who was indeed beautiful and exquisite, especially her long legs. For a moment, bold ideas arose in her heart. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Yi Fei slightly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Don't worry, I've also considered the issue of enthusiasm. His voice was steady but clearly reached every girl's ears. From now on, everyone can actively strive for opportunities for themselves. Those who make outstanding contributions, like discovering hidden locations or performing excellently in the convoy, will have priority for cultivation after my assessment. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became excited. Yi Fei continued, therefore, in the future, everyone should try to cooperate with Songya to explore and find materials. This time, we were able to obtain sapphires largely thanks to her lucky talent. The more resources we have, the more people can receive cultivation. That's amazing. I can't wait to find resources, upgrade, and have Brother Fei cultivate me. Please let Brother Fei cultivate me. The girls cheered and jumped with excitement, the atmosphere lively. Quiet. Everyone be quiet, and listen to Brother Fei. Seeing the crowd's emotions stirred, Lung Qiu immediately spoke up to maintain order. Once everyone was sufficiently animated, Yi Fei took the opportunity to announce new management adjustments. Besides the 5 core members, he promoted 3 outstanding girls to team leaders, each managing a small team, further refining daily tasks. This way, his management burden was greatly reduced, and he no longer had to be involved in every detail. After the announcement, Yi Fei waved his hand. Get in the car, let's go. Once back on the road, everyone felt much lighter. The pedals were easier to press, and even their breathing was more comfortable. Yi Fei, sitting in the driver's seat, felt the most significant change. The entire vehicle's power output had notably increased. The average speed was steadily maintained at around 40 kilometers per hour, occasionally even reaching 50. Considering the weight of the vehicle had increased, it should have been harder to drive. But the effect of that jellyfish air conditioning was truly astonishing. Although everyone was still hot from vigorous movement, they wouldn't suffer heat stroke or lose bodily function, and their recovery speed improved. At this rate, in about an hour, they would reach the abandoned gas station. Just then, a crackling noise came from the radio as Wang Gang's voice emerged. Brother, you should be at the 4th checkpoint by now? Yi Fei casually responded, not yet. Still on the way, probably another 2 hours. So slow? Wang Gang was a bit surprised, then smiled. Looks like you plan to hang back, huh? That's fine. But you need to be careful. Intelligence shows Su Xiong didn't speed up after leaving the 4th checkpoint, but instead started fighting with the convoy behind him. He has already wiped out 3 convoys, and he's moving slower and slower. I even suspect he might deliberately backtrack a bit. Many convoys were caught off guard by him. Yi Fei was taken aback. This maneuver was indeed insidious. In this case, he might encounter Su Xiong just after leaving the 4th checkpoint, not far onto the merged road. Wang Gang added, but there's good news. I've already found 2 convoys to cooperate with. 3 convoys together should be enough. I have an 80% chance of defeating Su Xiong, but I'm not sure I can kill him. Just as Yi Fei was contemplating how to respond to Wang Gang, he suddenly spotted a blurry black dot appearing on the scorching, distorted road in the distance. It seemed to be moving. A dry corpse? Soon after, more black dots, one after another, entered his view. Chapter 28, Combined Driving. Oh no, it's dry corpses. There are about 7 or 8 of them. It seems there are more behind the slope. The girl responsible for observing the situation, with a vision talent, shouted in panic. The girls who were resting and sleeping woke up in a hurry, and Luo Bing quickly stepped on the brakes. Suddenly, the car was filled with suppressed whispers and tense breathing sounds. After all, it was the first time facing so many dry corpses. Brother Yi Fei, are you okay over there? Wang Gang heard the chaotic noises on the radio and couldn't help but feel a shock. So many people. Is there really such a large group of zombies in Yi Fei's team? Judging by the noise, there are at least dozens of them, which greatly exceeds his expectations. He thought there would only be a dozen or so, but there are only 7 or 8 zombies. Is it really necessary to be so panicked? Doubts arose in his mind. A few zombies are not uncommon on the road to survival. There are usually at least 5 or 6 near each station. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to question the true combat strength of Yi Fei's team. It was hard not to overthink their panic at encountering such a small number of zombies. Yifei naturally picked up on Wang Gang's tone of doubt. But he took the opportunity to respond. Hey, it's nothing. I'm just dealing with a little trouble here. Hang up. After saying that, he immediately turned off the walkie-talkie. Don't panic. Keep moving forward. He turned to Luo Bing, his tone calm as usual. Everyone, get your weapons ready and prepare to engage. The vehicle restarted and slowly drove toward the first zombie rushing toward them. When they were about 10 meters away, Yifei pushed open the car door and jumped down. The zombie roared as it charged, its bony arms raised high. Yifei didn't dodge. He picked up the heavy iron axe and swung it hard. Crack! With one blow. The zombie's incoming arm and half of its chest were cleaved open and crushed. Bang! The tremendous impact even sent the zombie flying off the ground, rolling in the air a few times before crashing heavily onto the scorching pavement, motionless, its upper body almost completely destroyed by that axe. This strike was devoid of any fancy techniques. It was purely a numerical crush. But precisely because of that, the sense of reassurance it brought was unparalleled. The girls in the vehicle watched in astonishment and then erupted into low cheers, their earlier panic instantly suppressed. However, despite their calmness, the problem remained. They hadn't even reached the abandoned gas station yet, and so many zombies had already appeared on the road. Would there be more to come? Everyone, get out of the car and engage in groups. Yifei ordered. He no longer took action personally. Instead, he stepped aside to oversee while also directing, seizing the opportunity to let the team members practice their courage and teamwork. In fact, for normal people wielding weapons, dealing with zombies isn't particularly difficult. Zombies are not fast, and their strength is only slightly greater. The biggest threats are the zombie virus and their numbers. Acting as a small team, the spear users held the front line, while the axe users waited for the right moment to strike. Lung Qiu commanded loudly, her voice somewhat tense, but already regaining calm. Fortunately, zombies are mindless and came charging in scattered groups, giving everyone enough time to prepare. Soon, the girls divided into several small groups. The spear users stood side by side, using the tips of their spears to stab the charging zombies, taking them down to the ground, followed by the axe users rushing in to strike at their heads or joints. Bang, bang, bang. After a few back-and-forth exchanges, everyone quickly adapted to the rhythm. The last 3 zombies didn't even have time to charge before they were proactively taken down by the team, chopped into a pile of minced flesh. Upon counting, the only injured team member was accidentally scratched on the arm by a fellow member swinging an axe. Yifei was not surprised by such results. Humanity's greatest advantage is the ability to use tools and cooperate. As long as they have weapons and remain calm and coordinated, dealing with the brute force of zombies isn't difficult. I haven't had enough of fighting yet. Loli swung her axe, and with her speed talent, she was already able to handle a zombie alone. Don't get cocky. Luo Bing said seriously, there will probably only be more zombies behind. Every time we get out to fight, it's a slow drain on our stamina and time. Fei Gu, we need to move on quickly. This delay has already wasted a lot of time. Yifei nodded. To make up for the time lost to the zombies, everyone could only speed up their journey. But they hadn't gone far when more zombies appeared ahead. There was no choice. Everyone had to stop and fight again. Finish quickly and let's go. However, the more they fought, the more anxious Yifei became, and soon he was sweating profusely. Because along the way, scattered zombies began to appear more frequently. If one were to say they were a threat, they weren't significant. In fact, many zombies were so unthreatening that the group didn't bother to fight them, simply speeding past. But some were standing right in the middle of the road, or even sitting in the center, if they had to dodge urgently. The vehicle could easily lose control and crash into the sand, so they could only stop to clear them out. After going back and forth like this 7 or 8 times, Yifei couldn't take it anymore. Having to get out of the car 2 or 3 times for every kilometer made it impossible to continue the journey. Not only was their speed significantly slowed down, but starting this heavy combined vehicle was already labor-intensive and consumed a lot of electricity. Repeatedly stopping and starting was much more exhausting than maintaining a steady pace. Next, the group naturally tried not stopping, directly attacking the zombies while moving, using axes and spears to engage, or stabbing them with long wooden poles. But the results were far worse than they had imagined. The vehicle was too long. Even if a zombie was hit by an axe, it would still charge forward due to inertia, causing injuries. The greater possibility was that untrained people in the shaking vehicle simply couldn't hit the wildly charging zombies. Then the zombies would grab onto the vehicle. Fei Gu, this isn't a solution, Luo Bing said anxiously while holding the steering wheel. The zombies were too obstructive in large numbers, and our average speed had already dropped to a dangerously slow 15 kilometers per hour. At this speed, we are only 5 kilometers faster than the monsters behind us. While we won't be caught up, we also won't have more time for exploration and rest. I know. But there isn't a better solution right now. Yifei wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. Repeatedly getting in and out of the car, being exposed to the sun, and fighting zombies, each round was a drain. He could only hope to reach the abandoned gas station quickly. If they could find some abandoned vehicles along the way, that would be great. What if we attach a ram to the front of the vehicle? Luo Bing suggested. We still have 2 copper ingots, right? If we wrap them around the ram, it should be fine for just breaking through zombies. But before Yifei could respond, she quickly shook her head. No, we can't guarantee that it will always break through. If a zombie gets stuck under the wheels, it would be even more troublesome. And I can't control such a heavy front. Currently, although this vehicle was sturdy and wouldn't fall apart easily, it was also heavier, and if it flipped over, everyone would have to work together to lift it, which would waste even more time. However, Yifei's eyes lit up. No, your idea is great. It just needs a small improvement. He immediately shouted for a stop. Then, he upgraded and reinforced all the wooden boards he had in reserve, installing a huge triangular ram at the front of the vehicle that was more than 3 meters wider than the vehicle itself. The bottom of the ram was kept low to ensure that when zombies hit it, they would be pushed to the sides. He also covered the surface of the ram with a smooth copper metal shell, using the last 2 copper ingots to further reduce resistance. Wow, what a perfect ram design! Luo Bing exclaimed in surprise. But Fei Gu, this means we have to ensure that we hit the zombies head-on with the front of the vehicle. Just like a snake eating beans. Only then will the zombies be knocked away without jumping onto the car as we pass. After all, the vehicle is very long. And only the front ram has protective capability to flip zombies. If a zombie jumps on from the side, it would definitely hurt someone. Right, so you'll need to drive. Yifei nodded. You have the talent of an experienced driver. It should be easy for you to control the vehicle to hit the zombies accurately, without slowing down. Luo Bing smiled bitterly. But the problem is, I don't have enough strength. All the impact will be transmitted to the steering wheel, and I can't hold on. The current steering system is purely mechanical, with no power assistance at all. Every impact shock will be directly transmitted to the steering wheel, and in fact, Luo Bing is currently driving purely relying on her talent. Otherwise, she would struggle even to control the steering at normal high speeds. She even extended her hand to show Yifei, her palms already scraped raw from gripping the steering wheel so tightly. Yifei smiled slightly. He had already considered this. Why don't we combine forces and drive together? He said, patting his thigh as he sat down. We both held the steering wheel, with your hands on mine. This way, the vehicle could enjoy your 50 control power boost, maintaining flexibility and reducing the risk of flipping, while I provided strength support to ensure that any vibrations wouldn't throw the steering wheel off course. You could easily drive with my strength. Luo Bing. Can we really drive like this? She widened her eyes. She quickly understood the plan, and it was really great. But wouldn't this position be too inconvenient? However, there was no time to hesitate. She bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed, then turned around and sat down on Yifei's sturdy thigh. Chapter 29. Charge. Knock them all away. Not heavy. When Luo Bing sat down, that was Yifei's first impression. With her sitting on his thigh, the pressure wasn't too intense. Yifei estimated that even if she sat there for an hour or 2, his legs wouldn't go numb. Plus, he was strong. So this position wouldn't affect driving at all. His arm strength would remain unaffected. Very fragrant. This was Yifei's second impression. Unlike Song Ya's faint osmanthus scent, Luo Bing carried a richer orchid fragrance. At first, Yifei thought it was perfume. But then he realized that couldn't be the case unless Luo Bing doused herself in perfume daily to maintain such a strong scent. So soft. This was Yifei's third impression. Initially, it wasn't very noticeable, but when the bike sped over a small bump at 40 kilometers per hour, the entire vehicle jolted. And Luo Bing's bottom pressed down heavily, making that soft sensation suddenly clear. Very hot. This was Yifei's fourth impression. Outside, it was 55 degrees. And having a living person sitting on his thigh, with her back pressed against him, regardless of how thin her clothes were or how slender her figure, it was undeniably hot. Yifei was happy for a short while, but soon felt unbearably hot. Luckily, the cooling mist from the jellyfish helped reduce the temperature. Otherwise, he felt he would have definitely suffered from heat stroke, as Luo Bing blocked the wind on his chest and legs, effectively covering him with a thick, warm blanket that didn't let any air through and had its own heating and sweating functions. In fact, not only Yifei, but Luo Bing herself was sweating profusely after sitting for a while, her back completely soaked and clinging to Yifei. She found it hard to endure. Damn it. I can't get distracted. I mustn't think too much. But unfortunately, there were constantly dried corpses appearing ahead, forcing her to focus entirely on driving. She had to ensure that the bike's high-speed advance wouldn't be interrupted. Her hands gripped the handlebars, pressing Yifei's hand below, with her arms fully resting on his, saving some strength. When she needed to turn left, she exerted force to the left as usual. Yifei felt the pressure on her hand and naturally increased his strength. However, this cooperation had a layer of separation, requiring reaction time, so Luo Bing had to speak up from time to time to ensure effective communication. Be careful. There are 2 dried corpses coming up, Luo Bing said, immediately adjusting the direction. Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds followed as 2 dried corpses were accurately knocked away into the roadside sand by the bike's front-mounted triangular shovel. The bike shook violently from the impact. But Yifei held steady, only feeling the vibrations, with the direction remaining perfectly aligned. Wow, great. Brother Fei, you're really strong. After successfully knocking away dried corpses 4 or 5 times in a row, Luo Bing's confidence surged, and her driving style became more daring, increasing the speed even more. Accelerate. Accelerate. She shouted. Bang, bang. 2 more dried corpses were knocked away. It had to be said that Luo Bing's driving talent was indeed extraordinary. It usually went unnoticed. But when it came to driving, she was exceptionally skilled. Under her control, the vehicle moved like a flexible snake, smoothly and swiftly advancing on the road. My goodness. Brother Fei, your strength is incredible. With your help, I feel like my talent is fully unleashed. Once I get used to it, I think I can drive steadily at 50 kilometers per hour without flipping over. Just like a finger directing a puppet. Watch me knock them away. Bang. Another dried corpse was knocked away before it even had a chance to react. The faster they went, the more they knocked away, and the safer it became, of course. The premise was that Luo Bing could handle the steering. Soon, she adapted to this special dual control mode. The bike sped up to 50 kilometers per hour under her command, turning almost without losing speed, which was simply ridiculous. Because she needed to communicate occasionally, and the bike bounced around, her lips almost brushed against Yifei's mouth several times, and it was common for her cheeks to graze against him. They were already very close, and Yifei had to lean over her shoulder to observe the road ahead. At first, due to the urgency of the situation, all her attention was focused on dealing with the dried corpses, and since she was already sitting on his thigh, Luo Bing didn't think much of it. But as knocking away the dried corpses became easier, she found herself with the leisure to notice other things, and her cheeks began to heat up slightly. She felt embarrassed, and her heart started racing. That's how people are. If they don't pay attention to something, they might overlook it entirely, but once they start to notice, they can't ignore it at all. Just like the sensation coming from behind her, once she noticed it, it became vivid and clearer, and she could hear Yifei's warm breath brushing against her ear. Ah! This was the first time she had been so close to a man since growing up, especially in this position. Yifei's lips occasionally brushed against Luo Bing's sweaty cheek. And he could responsibly say, no matter how pretty a girl is, sweat is salty. There's no such thing as fragrant sweat, although there was indeed a scent. It had nothing to do with sweat. Wait, maybe it actually does have something to do with it? Yifei felt it was even more fragrant. What was going on? Bang! At that moment, another dried corpse was knocked away, and the vibration transmitted through the bike made Luo Bing jolt, causing Yifei to sway as well. Yifei suddenly found it quite difficult to endure. This position was too ambiguous, making him uncomfortable, especially since Luo Bing's arms weren't very long. Sometimes, to quickly steer, she had to move her entire upper body, which forced Yifei to remind her, don't drive so fast, and don't move so violently. Luo Bing's expression stiffened. Already flustered, her mind buzzed. She knew exactly why, but her arms were short. If she didn't quickly twist her shoulders and waist, she wouldn't be able to turn in time. What could she do? Then I'll drive slower, Luo Bing said quietly. Okay, just keep it above 40. We'll be there soon, so take it easy, Yifei replied. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the scene ahead made Yifei's expression darken. Luo Bing froze in place. In front of them, the road passed through a vast expanse of rolling sand dunes. The dunes weren't high, but they were endless, rising and falling like waves, and there were sharp turns. Some yellow sand was piled up on the road, but that wasn't the most concerning part. The most troublesome part was that several dried corpses were crawling out of the yellow sand, swaying as they walked onto the road. This meant that it would be impossible to slow down in the upcoming moments. Chapter 30. Intelligent dried corpses fly. Brother Fei, what should we do? Luo Bing panicked. She was sitting on Yifei's thigh, completely stiff, not daring to move at all. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Luo Bing blushed and apologized. She really hadn't noticed at first, although she did have some bold thoughts about attracting Yifei's attention. After all, she was inspired after observing Song Ye's lucky behavior. But thinking is one thing. This time it was truly an accident. She didn't want Yifei to think of her as a scheming woman. Please don't say that. This idea was mine. It has nothing to do with you. I should apologize. Yifei quickly responded. You can come down. I'll drive. He paused, his voice a bit helpless. Otherwise, I really need you to understand. It's just a physiological reaction. I'm sorry. As a normal male, feeling relaxed without any danger, and with a beautiful woman sitting close to him, twisting around because of controlling the car, if he didn't respond to such a big but, that would be the real problem. He was bold enough to admit it. There was nothing wrong with that. But the issue was, it wasn't the right time to get excited. He was driving, and corpses could appear at any moment. If the other party tried to get in the car, he would need to react immediately, but his body was just so troublesome. Sometimes it simply wouldn't listen to his commands. He could only struggle with himself. No, don't. I want to get down. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and still refused. This is my duty. I'm the driver. The car should be driven by me. I already feel very embarrassed asking for your help. This wasn't Fei's fault, nor was it hers. Fei go. Just sit tight. Relax. She took a deep breath, her voice suddenly firm. Just leave the rest to me. I promise to take you all the way to the gas station. Luo Bing also thought it through. Why worry? Why be afraid? Since Sonya could ask for a hug with a sprained ankle, why couldn't she? Fei go. Don't worry. I don't mind. You said it's a normal reaction. Saying this, she shouted loudly, accelerate. Everyone immediately stepped on the pedal, and the car suddenly surged forward, the bumpy road causing the vehicle to shake violently. No, don't drive so fast. With a crack, Yifei seemed to hear the sound of a fatal blow. He suddenly bent over, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he spoke tightly. Please sit still. It could really be dangerous. Right, I'm sorry. Luo Bing apologized in a panic. She didn't know. How could it be like this? She thought Yifei would be quite happy. Why did he suddenly break out in cold sweat, his face cold with sweat? Oh no, it seemed like Yifei really didn't like her like this. For a moment, she felt even more confused. She really didn't intend to make things go this wrong. It was just driving. What was going on? Fei go. What should I do? She asked softly, her voice revealing her helplessness. Don't do anything. Yifei bit his teeth and said, just try to sit still. Especially don't get jolted around. Why did a good, flirtatious interaction turn into this? Yifei couldn't help but miss Song Ya's lucky blessings. If she were here, she definitely wouldn't let him be jolted by Luo Bing to the point of gritting his teeth. I definitely want Luo Bing quickly replied. At the same time, she silently put on her inner beauty mask to prevent Yifei from seeing her extremely embarrassed expression. However, she quickly regretted it. Embarrassment sometimes isn't just shown on a flushed face. This was a typical case of being oblivious to the consequences. The short hour-long drive was exceptionally difficult for Yifei. Finally, when he saw the silhouette of a gray square building in the distance, he breathed a sigh of relief. We're here. At this moment, a prompt popped up. Abandoned gas station. Has fresh water, modern food, a small amount of mechanical and clothing resources. A few upgrade parts. The gas station is filled with 55 corpses, some of which retain a bit of intelligence from when they were alive. But their combat power is no different from ordinary corpses, and their attack methods are the same. Mechanical resources. Yifei looked at the building faintly visible in the dust and felt ecstatic. Just then, the wind picked up again, stirring the dust, and the sky turned gray. Upon closer inspection, it shouldn't form a sandstorm, but visibility was indeed poor. He couldn't see anything clearly beyond 20 meters. Time waits for no one. Who knows how long this wind will blow? Yifei decided to act immediately, first clearing the corpses. However, this time the number of corpses was indeed a bit much, actually exceeding the number of their team. So many corpses, if we recklessly charge in, we might be finished, Lung Qiu said. Yeah. Luckily we have Fei Gu's prompt talent. We can know the composition of the monsters in advance, Sonya said with a smile. Everyone got out one after another and began discussing strategies. Hey, Luo Bing, why aren't you getting out of the car? At this time, Tong Yin asked curiously. My pants are all sweaty. I just washed them a bit. Otherwise, it would be painful to wear them later, Luo Bing said calmly, shaking the pants in her hand. She really took them off to wash. It wasn't that she was wasting water. It was just that they were soaked with sweat, even leaving some white salt stains. If she continued to wear them, the inner thighs would definitely be in pain from the salt. Anyway, the air here was dry and hot, and waving them in her hand would make them wearable soon enough. Oh, don't say that. My inner thighs are already in pain from the salt, someone explained. I have a bit of pain under my armpits. That's from sweating too much. After the sweat evaporates, the salt remains, and the delicate skin naturally feels uncomfortable. Lung Qiu encouraged everyone with a smile. Don't worry, as long as we take down this abandoned gas station, We should be able to take a shower. And it won't be so uncomfortable later. Let us try to set up a simple shower in the car too. Yay. The crowd cheered for a moment. Shortly after, everyone decided on a battle plan, with Yifei's prompts. The combat plan was easy to design. Create noise directly at the entrance of the abandoned gas station to lure out the corpses, then the convoy would run back, pulling while running and slowly clearing them out. The main force for clearing would be Lolly and Yifei, both holding long spears, standing at the back of the car. The corpses were very stupid, only following behind the car, while the two calmly poked them one by one. Of course, there was a little incident. A corpse, whether due to a special talent or not, was extremely fast, and in a moment of inattention, it rushed to the side of the car. Unfortunately, Yifei relied not only on skills, his strength attribute was greater. With one axe, the corpse's head was smashed into its chest cavity. After spending over 10 minutes, everyone dealt with the corpses that had been lured out from the gas station. But when counting on the way back, Yifei became alert. It was supposed to be 55, but there are only 41 on the road. This meant there were still 14 that hadn't come out. What is going on? Could it be that they're hiding in some room because they have intelligence? He informed everyone of this news, urging them to be cautious. Everyone tightened their grips on their weapons and began to approach the abandoned gas station. At this time, the gas station was dilapidated, the sign on the ground, and the ground covered with thick yellow sand. After a rough glance around, Yifei couldn't help but feel disappointed. There were actually no cars. No. The prompt says there are mechanical devices likely inside the building or behind it. To prevent being ambushed upon opening the door, Yifei directly smashed the door of the convenience store next to the gas station. The noise was loud, but inside, apart from piles of food, there were no corpses. It seemed the remaining corpses were hiding in a further resting area. Just then, tap tap tap. The crystal scorpion on Songya's shoulder suddenly made a rapid tapping sound. It then jumped to the ground, waving its crystal pincers, shaking in the direction from which they had come. As the wind grew stronger, the path back was hidden in the swirling yellow sand. Seeing this scene, Yifei was the first to react, immediately turning and sprinting toward the bicycle, calling for everyone to follow. Everyone quickly realized and hurried to catch up. Chapter 31, Crystal Tank. Oh no, these corpses won't have their eyes on our bicycles. Will they? Luoli panicked, running the fastest. Yifei quickly spoke up to stop her. Don't rush, their limbs are stiff, they can't operate our vehicle. Being too hasty might lead us into an ambush. Let's go together. Soon, a girl with a hearing ability reported loudly from behind. They're banging on our bicycles. The sounds are very chaotic. It's fine, get ready to go. Yifei and Luoli each grabbed an axe, supporting each other as they charged out first. Yifei's strength was undeniable. As long as he didn't mind the scratches from the corpses, a dozen or so couldn't do anything to him. However, when these corpses saw him swing the axe and send one flying, they all turned and ran away in unison. One even tripped and fell on its face. So cunning. Yifei was both angry and amused, quickly chasing after them. He kicked down the one that was trying to get up, then swung his axe. Although his skill was lacking, his strength made up for it. The axe handle struck the corpse's back hard, piercing straight through. Luoli was faster than him, but lacked the strength, only managing to entangle one corpse. When Yifei arrived, they worked together to bring it down. Don't kill it. These two are intelligent. Let's keep them for power generation. Yifei shouted as he saw Luoli about to deliver a fatal blow. It was unbelievable, at this moment. Lung Xiao also arrived with a spear, panting as she said, "These corpses are outrageous. They've shredded several of our wooden boxes and even bitten a tire. Indeed, outrageous. I thought they only had the intelligence of cats and dogs, but they actually knew to destroy bicycles. Luckily, we discovered it early," Yifei replied, equally shocked. Although he knew from the hints that the corpses had a small amount of intelligence, he didn't expect them to ambush bicycles instead of people. Can this be called a small amount of residual intelligence? However, upon returning to the bicycles for a detailed inspection, Yifei felt they did seem rather dim-witted. They were attacking unimportant areas, solid tires, wheel hubs, wooden boxes, and even one corpse had its teeth stuck in a wooden plank. This behavior seemed especially foolish. Even cats and dogs would know that can't be bitten. I think it's like this, Lung Xiao speculated softly. These corpses retain a small amount of intelligence and memory from their lives. They instinctively know that bicycles are our vital point, which is why they attack. Perhaps they were survivors like us before they died. Isn't it always like this in horror films, where the deceased survivors don't want later ones to escape? Yifei nodded. That makes sense. This explains why they seemingly smartly chose to attack the bicycles, but their lack of intelligence led to completely incorrect methods, causing no real damage. However, we haven't come away empty-handed. We caught 2 intelligent ones. Since they have some brains, maybe we can train them to generate power. Saying this, Yifei knocked out their teeth, chopped off their arms, and tied them to a special power generation device at the back of the bicycle, replacing the completely dim-witted corpse before. Thus, a fresh and intelligent power generation device was born. Currently, the 2 corpses were still restlessly screaming, but Yifei wasn't too worried. Having intelligence made things easier. Just like training a dog, it would take time. By the way, this time we owe it to your pet. Yifei couldn't help but look at Songya. At this moment, the crystal scorpion was quickly crawling by her feet, its crystalline stinger held high. This scorpion felt extraordinary. Its intelligence level was very high. Lung Xiao also spoke up. Everyone knows this scorpion is smart. But I didn't expect it to be this intelligent. It's really comparable to a clever dog, like a hunting dog that follows its owner and actively keeps watch. When there are monsters nearby, it can even make a clicking sound to alert us. Songya smiled proudly, right? My feeling wasn't wrong. Little Jingjing is indeed very useful. Little Jingjing was the name she gave to the crystal scorpion. Yifei said, its perception ability is very strong. Even from hundreds of meters away, with the sound of the wind, it can still discern that a corpse is approaching. Songya nodded. I think it's the vibrations. It's exceptionally sensitive to various vibrations. The way corpses move must be quite special, and it recognized it immediately. Just then, Yifei noticed a prompt next to the crystal scorpion. You have noticed that this crystal scorpion is extraordinary. It has a high intelligence level and possesses vibration perception ability. It is a natural hunting dog, a domesticated mount of an underground intelligent creature that has gone missing. High-purity crystals and precious metals can help it grow. You attempted to explore more of its secrets, but failed. You need more charm or mental attributes. A natural hunting dog. Upon seeing this, Yifei suddenly realized. The positioning of this creature was probably similar to dogs on Earth. No wonder it cooperates with humans so seamlessly. It's innate. But this thing can also be a mount. Yifei looked at its body, which was still smaller than his palm, and couldn't help but imagine. If it grew large enough to carry a person, with a shell like a crystal barrier, wouldn't that be similar to a tank? He shared this discovery with Songya, and then sighed with envy. Now I understand. You're basically the lucky protagonist who falls into a cave and finds treasures and pets. Songya's eyes sparkled as her face lit up with joy. No worries. When little Jingjing grows into big Jingjing, I'll take you for a ride. Next, everyone worked hard to push the bicycles to the abandoned gas station to continue gathering resources. The scavenging process didn't become more troublesome due to the surrounding corpses because the crystal scorpion could take care of the watch. If the corpses ran over, it would just help with power generation. As for how to deal with an ambush, Yifei first led the team inside to check, confirming safety. And then Songya took the resource collection team inside to search. She was responsible for finding items and confirming quantities, while the others handled transportation. Yifei communicated with other teams via intercom, comparing their resource gains. The conclusion was, thanks to Songya's luck, even at ordinary resource points, their team could find nearly 1/3 more supplies, not to mention hidden resources and better stations. In short, so far, Team 341 had never truly lacked food and fresh water. Of course, it was only enough to sustain life, so don't think about taking a shower. Wow, look at all these piles of cola. We're rich. Instant noodles are good too. There are canned yellow peaches here. Soon, the small convenience store next to the gas station was emptied, and the goods were piled into small mountains on the ground. Everyone looked at these supplies, their faces filled with the joy of harvest. After working hard all day, everyone felt they could eat a whole cow. Ice Mountain purified water, 10 boxes, Kang Shifa beef instant noodles, 10 boxes, canned yellow peaches, 3 boxes, cola, 5 boxes, tomato egg instant noodles, 5 boxes, canned beef, 2 boxes, Daju brand fermented black bean fish canned, 1 box, chewing gum, 1 box, Lay's potato chips, 20 bags, Dove chocolate, 10 bars. Next was the resting area behind the gas station. After a round, they found many practical items, pots, bowls, plates, tables, chairs, and even a girl discovered a complete showerhead. Yifei, however, had a clear target and headed straight for the back of the resting area. Sure enough, there he found an old, dusty motorcycle tricycle. The key was still in the ignition. He tried to turn the key, and the engine actually roared to life, the sound echoing clearly in the quiet gas station. It can start. Many girls excitedly gathered around to watch. It has an engine. This means everyone can finally ride a fully mechanical vehicle. But Yifei soon awkwardly realized he didn't know how to drive this thing. Unlike the electric scooter, this vehicle required shifting gears. Every time he shifted, it would sputter and then stall. After several attempts, he nearly crashed into a wall. Chapter 32, Driving. After asking around, No one knew how to drive. Since they couldn't drive it, Yifei got out and prepared to push it back to the bicycles. I can drive. Just then, Luo Bing rushed over upon hearing the commotion. I used to have a cruiser motorcycle, a Xinjiang Flash 300, it was quite cool. I often rode it to work, she said, skillfully swinging her leg over the bike, putting it in neutral, squeezing the clutch, turning the key, and starting it all in one go. Awesome. Yifei sincerely exclaimed. It seems that this driving talent is indeed perfect for you. Luo Bing smiled proudly, casually tossing her long hair, and raised her chin at Yifei. Hey, handsome, wanna hop on? I'll take you for a ride. Yifei immediately sat down next to Luo Bing. After their intimate cooperation in driving just now, even though Yifei still felt some pain in a certain area, the relationship between the two had unknowingly gotten much closer. Vroom vroom. Luo Bing twisted the throttle and really took Yifei for a spin around the empty lot of the gas station, and on the way, she helped the resource team transport several dismantled doors and windows. When they stopped, Luo Bing leaned on the handlebars with one hand and tucked her scattered long hair behind her ear with the other, her tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. If I could go back, I would definitely take you for a good ride on my motorcycle. I also have a super cool type motorcycle outfit that shows off my figure. Yifei smiled and replied, you said it, when we get back. Take me for a good ride. He didn't even need to imagine that scene. Based on the experience just now, he knew that hugging such a waist while speeding would definitely be very enjoyable. However, Luo Bing gently sighed, her voice lowering. Sigh, do you think we can go back? Don't mind me saying something pessimistic. I'm actually quite anxious, always feeling that maybe one day, our team won't hold up, and we'll all die. Just like those wandering corpses. They might have been members of the survival team before, right? Hearing this, Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? He turned his head, looking at Luo Bing with bright eyes. I think we might be the first truly free people on Earth. Luo Bing was taken aback. Free? Yes. Yifei's tone became very serious. Think about it. Before on Earth, we had to go to school, work, pay mortgages, squeeze into the subway, deal with bosses, take care of family. Even if you were a rich person, you still had to worry about health, worry about life coming to an end. Every time you opened your eyes, it was countless shoulds and musts, too many to count. He paused, pointing to the endless desert around them. But now, no shoulds, no rules, not even traffic regulations. You can speed and hit people, and no one will care as long as you're strong enough to survive. This world is very cruel, but it's also simple and pure. Survive, get stronger. And having a group of teammates is even better. The goal is frighteningly clear. Just think of it as having died once. His voice lowered but carried a certain strength. This life is a freebie. The task is to experience everything you didn't dare to do, didn't have time to do, or even didn't think about doing before. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Fei Gu, you're right. She looked at Yifei with brighter eyes. After talking to you, I feel much better, not so anxious anymore. I'm sorry. I tend to get caught up in anxiety about the future. Can I talk to you often in the future? No problem. We are teammates and partners. Right, good partners. Luo Bing laughed. We're unbeatable when we combine forces to speed. At this point, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yifei's area. Her face turned red, and she boldly asked in a low voice, Fei Gu, does it still hurt there? At that time, the situation was so shaky that she accidentally injured Yifei, seeing him break out in cold sweat back then. She had always wanted to formally apologize, but never found the right moment. Yifei helplessly rolled his eyes and casually picked up half a bottle of icy mineral water. You see, this plastic bottle only has half a bottle of water now. I squeeze it hard, and the bottle is fine. But if I fill it up with water, tighten the cap, and then pull hard, what do you think will happen? Luo Bing's face turned even redder, her voice barely above a whisper. It will break? Or explode? Pretty much. Yifei smiled wryly. That's the situation. He sighed. Sigh. So I guess I've messed you up. Luo Bing's expression suddenly became serious, full of apology and panic. Fei Gu, are you serious? I really didn't know it would be this serious. She thought it would be similar to a sprain or strain. She didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. It could explode like a mineral water bottle. In an instant, her face was filled with remorse, and almost instinctively, she reached out, her fingertips brushing against Yifei's loose waistband, gently tugging it down. Then, she froze. What came into view was a toned waist and flat abdomen. With each breath, it rose and fell slowly, the muscles clearly defined, with no visible swelling, bruising, or scars. You couldn't tell there was an injury at all. As for the mineral water bottle, it was also intact. Yifei looked at her stunned expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Internal injury. Luo Bing's cheeks burned hot, but her gaze seemed glued, unable to look away. Really? I don't believe you. You must be lying. Even as she said this, her voice got lower and her eyes didn't shift. In the empty lot of the gas station, only the two of them were close enough to hear each other's breaths, and occasionally, laughter from the girls transporting supplies could be heard in the distance, making this corner exceptionally quiet. Luo Bing raised her head, looking directly at Yi Fei, her fingertips gently reaching over as she touched Yi Fei's abdominal muscles. Yi Fei's muscles were very strong, rising and falling slightly with his breathing. Her fingertips trembled. Is it really okay? She asked softly, her eyes fixed on Yi Fei's face. Yi Fei didn't dodge, just quietly looked at her. What do you think? He countered, his voice low, with a barely perceptible huskiness. Luo Bing's fingertips trembled slightly. She knew she should let go now. This was far beyond just checking for injuries. But some stronger, unexplainable emotion held her back, in this uncertain world. On this hot and dangerous afternoon, in this corner where only the two of them were, she didn't want to let go. Chapter 33. The Vehicle Nemesis: How to Ride a Motorcycle? You should know better than I do. First, confirm it's in neutral, then squeeze the clutch with your left hand. Grip the throttle with your right hand, and gently twist it. Just a 1 centimeter twist will do. Listen carefully to the engine's sound. It shouldn't vibrate like it's going to stall. Then, slowly give it gas, and next is shifting gears to start. Remember, if it's about to stall, just give it a little more gas. You can't let go of the throttle at any time. Luo Bing listened to Yi Fei, the seasoned driver, explaining these basics. Even though some were incorrect attempts, but she blushed and didn't dare to refute. She didn't really understand why she had to do this. But Yi Fei taught her. Isn't it just a motorcycle? It's not much different from the Flash 300 you've ridden. In fact, it's even easier to ride. Just tap into your driving talent and try to master it. Just follow what he said. She thought it would be difficult. But once she got the hang of it, she was immediately stunned to find her talent really worked, saving her 50% of the effort. It was ridiculous. Is this the real use of her talent? She couldn't help but be shocked. 10 minutes later, Yi Fei leaned against the seat, exhaling a long breath. Looking satisfied as he twisted open the bottle cap and took a few gulps of water. This is so damn exciting. At the same time, he was also quite shocked inside. Talent is really amazing, and it can be used like this. There was no hint this time. He was just jokingly making a metaphor. He didn't expect it to actually work. He felt that he had inadvertently discovered a new way to utilize Luo Bing's talent. As long as it's a vehicle, she could drive it, and she could get the hang of it immediately. The moment she grasped the steering wheel, she could instantly know the mileage, fuel level, wear and tear, power endurance, and throttle tightness. Hey, Luo Bing, what's wrong? Did you hurt your hand again? At that moment, Tong Yin was passing by with 2 boxes of cola. She knew that Luo Bing often got her hands injured from long periods of driving and had sought her treatment several times. Seeing Luo Bing looking down at her hands, she immediately assumed she was hurt again and hurriedly asked with concern. No, I was just opening a bottle cap, and my hand hurts a bit. Luo Bing smiled at Tong Yin. That means you're still a bit hurt. Otherwise, how could opening a bottle cap cause pain? Tong Yin said. It might also be sunburned skin. Let me help you treat it. As she spoke, she put down the cola, feeling it was her duty as a healer in the convoy. It's fine, Luo Bing quickly explained. I think I need to get used to this slight pain. If I keep getting treated, I might never adapt to driving in harsh environments. Tong Yin, just leave the cola on the truck bed. I'll help you transport it later. Yi Fei also smiled and quickly changed the subject. Luo Bing is teaching me how to drive. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to drive the upgraded vehicle. This was true. He couldn't drive a manual car. Although he had learned in driving school before, he hadn't touched a manual car afterward. So it was indeed difficult for him to drive now. Taking the opportunity to use the tricycle for transporting supplies, he could learn how to drive a manual car. Under Luo Bing's hands-on guidance, Yi Fei quickly grasped the key points. Before starting the vehicle, he must first confirm the gear position, ensure it's in neutral, and disengage the clutch to start the engine. Otherwise, it would stall when starting in gear. The grip on the clutch should be moderate. Too loose would cause slipping, and too tight could burn the clutch plate. After practicing transporting goods back and forth, Yi Fei was already able to drive the tricycle roughly. Once the heavier glass doors and windows were almost transported, Yi Fei parked the tricycle beside the bicycle. He then tried to extract more gasoline from the fuel nozzle. As expected, the fuel nozzle was completely broken. When he pulled the trigger, sand even sprayed out. However, this didn't stump Yi Fei. He directly used a crowbar to pry open the fuel pump with brute force. He found metal pipes leading to the oil tank beneath. Usually, the fuel tanks at gas stations are buried directly under or beside the station, not too far away. There must still be some gasoline in there. Even if it's just residual at the bottom of the tank, it would be enough for him. However, he didn't dare to continue digging into the oil tank. In this high temperature, such actions were akin to seeking death. Even residual oil vapor contacting the air could blow them all to smithereens. After thinking for a moment, Yifei called for Leng Qiu. If physical means wouldn't work, then they would use magic. Using her water manipulation ability, a stream of water was injected into the gas station's oil tank from the pried open pipe. By sensing the water's position and controlling the resistance, Leng Qiu easily determined the oil tank's location. It was right beneath their feet, with a little gasoline still remaining inside. Not much, but enough for a vehicle. Immediately, with Leng Qiu's help, Yifei inserted a found hose into the tank and then took a deep breath to siphon out the gasoline. Gurgle, gurgle. Gasoline flowed out, and everyone hurriedly used water bottles to catch it. Yifei planned to collect as much gasoline as possible, not only for the engine but also for making Molotov cocktails. Be careful, don't spill it. Let me handle it. Leng Qiu quickly took over the hose. Meanwhile, the jellyfish she controlled came alongside her. With the jellyfish lowering the temperature and providing vapor, the risk of igniting the gasoline decreased significantly. As the gasoline was continuously collected, new synthesis formulas popped up before Yifei's eyes. Excellent Molotov cocktail 1 liter gasoline fabric glass bottle. Explosive spear 1 liter gasoline fabric glass bottle. The first excellent Molotov cocktail was nothing surprising. Yifei had anticipated it, as there was already a formula for making Molotov cocktails with alcohol. But the second prompt truly delighted Yifei. This was a ranged weapon. He immediately took a bottle of gasoline to the synthesis station and laid out the corresponding materials. As the white light swirled, the substances on the synthesis table gradually merged, eventually forming a uniquely shaped spear. A glass bottle filled with gasoline was tied to the spearhead, while the rear was a wooden shaft for easy grip. Yifei picked up the stone spear and threw it into the open space ahead. Bang! The spear sliced through the scorching air and smashed into the sandy ground. The next moment, the glass bottle shattered, and gasoline splattered, igniting into a large flame upon contact with the air. The burning area was nearly 5 square meters, with flames swirling around, soaring into the air, burning fiercely without weakening due to the sand. This was perfect for attacking other vehicles. A vehicle's nemesis, not to mention bicycles. Even ordinary armor wouldn't withstand such adhesive flames. Plus, with Yifei's incredible strength, he tried throwing the spear, easily sending it over 200 meters away. Of course, it could go further, but the accuracy would suffer. Watching the fireball explode in the distance, a smile appeared on Yifei's face. At last, he had mastered a powerful, long-range attack method. But it wasn't over yet. With weapons in hand, it was time to truly upgrade his little beloved vehicle. Chapter 34 Major Upgrade. Focus your attention and touch the bicycle. Buzz. The bicycle in Yifei's eyes began to glow. Every part became clear, and the entire bike seemed to transform into a detailed 3D model, floating in his consciousness. Through this perspective, he could intuitively select and decide which parts to upgrade. The most urgent upgrade needed was, of course, the power system. Fei Gu, the corpses are coming. Just as he was about to take action, Songya suddenly shouted loudly. At her shout, everyone stopped what they were doing and immediately picked up their weapons. Yifei was all set to work on his little vehicle, but he was abruptly interrupted, feeling quite annoyed. He immediately looked in the direction indicated by the crystal scorpion, where it was hazy and dusty, making it impossible to see anything clearly. He casually picked up an explosive spear and moved a bit closer, vaguely seeing a few figures of the corpses swaying. Quietly getting closer, he wanted to see what the corpses were doing. But at that moment, the corpses began to leave, and Yifei could only throw the spear. Bang! A large fireball exploded in the sandy ground, flames rolling, looking quite impressive. Yifei immediately rushed forward and saw 2 corpses caught in the flames, desperately trying to burrow into the sand. They were frantically clawing at the yellow sand like swimming, moving swiftly, and soon disappeared beneath the sand surface. However, the one that was directly pierced by the spear wasn't so lucky. It was pinned to the ground, engulfed in flames. The corpse was extremely dry, igniting upon contact with fire, crackling as it burned, and soon there was nothing left but a pile of charred bones. These corpses sure were quick to escape. Yifei muttered, waiting for Songya to bring the crystal scorpion over and confirm that there were no corpses nearby. He walked to the spot where the corpses had burrowed into the sand and looked around. There were some black and dried flesh scattered, but nothing else. The corpses diving into the sand were like fish jumping into water, moving swiftly and leaving no trace. Yeah, they run so fast, making us very passive. We have to guard against them and everything, Songya said, breathless as she ran over, sweating profusely. In this weather, as long as they left the cooling range of the jellyfish, they could be soaked in sweat within a minute or two. At that moment, Songya was indeed like this, with sweat gathering at her chest, flowing down to her abdomen, then dripping onto the sand, creating a bit of white steam on the scorching ground. Really, it's pouring sweat. No wonder Luo Bing said it was uncomfortable to be pickled in salt. Everyone could relate deeply. This sweating method, if not cleaned diligently, might really result in salt frost forming on the body in a few days. Of course, this is also a result of Song Ya having enough moisture herself and being active in a high-temperature environment. Yi Fei nodded. Fortunately, they can't move between bricks and stones. As long as we stay on the cement road and the paved road at the gas station, we don't have to worry about being ambushed. At least we have some reaction time. These dog-like corpses are really annoying, but I always feel that if we follow them, we might make unexpected discoveries. Song Ya wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Fei Gu, I want to go nearby and try my luck, track these corpses, and see if there are any hidden resource points, but I dare not go alone. Hearing this, Yi Fei couldn't help but get excited. Could it be that treasures are about to appear again? He spoke up. Wait for me to upgrade the bicycle first, then I'll accompany you. This time we have plenty of time. After looting, we need to rest for a while. Song Ya nodded and smiled. I've already taken people to search most of the usual places. You might not believe it, but we even found a bathtub. But the bathtub is too heavy, and I feel it's not worth putting it on the car. Let's see how the power is after you strengthen the vehicle. She really can't stop thinking about taking a bath, having mentioned it several times already. Don't worry, if the power is enough, it will definitely be installed. Yi Fei replied with a smile. Now that the water resources are initially sufficient, having a place to take a shower at any time would indeed be necessary. Not to mention these girls like Song Ya, even someone like him, who has a strong tolerance for dirt and once went a month without a shower, is starting to find it unbearable. Can you believe it? Just now, when I was teaching Luo Bing how to twist the throttle and slowly accelerate, she actually rubbed off some mud from her hands. Mud. My goodness. Fortunately, I brought water to clean it up quickly, otherwise, a wonderful interactive teaching session that should have been full of passion would probably have ended up like last time, abruptly cut short. It was just too dirty. Who could be interested in touching something that feels like a hand full of mud? This reminded him of a joke. A beautiful woman finally got herself drunk and checked into a hotel with a man, but at the critical moment just before kissing, she couldn't hold it in and threw up all over him. Naturally, it ended badly. Yi Fei thought that if they continued not to wash up, any girl in the team, including himself, could face a similar tragic fate. Once the clothes come off, they would be covered in a layer of mixed sweat, dust, and dead skin. Who wouldn't be scared? Would you dare take a bite? So, if conditions allow, for both physical and mental health, having a shower facility on the vehicle is very necessary. Without further delay, Yi Fei focused his mind and shifted his attention back to the bicycle. Little cutie, this time watch me upgrade your power fiercely, infusing fossil fuel energy. With a thought, he confirmed the use of the entire power system from the tricycle for the upgrade. This included not just the engine, but also the transmission, fuel tank, gearbox, clutch, and brakes, essentially disassembling and reorganizing the entire tricycle into the bicycle. White light flowed like a tangible stream, slowly covering the entire tricycle. You consumed single-cylinder 4-stroke gasoline engine, 5-speed gearbox kit, hydraulic brake kit, hydraulic shock absorber, spring shock absorber to upgrade the combined bicycle. The vehicle gains stronger mechanical power, with a significant increase in power. The comfort, driving performance, and braking performance of the vehicle have all been enhanced. Super combined electric assist bicycle, control method, mechanical steering, handlebar steering control, steering ability, E-grade, seating configuration, 50 backrest seats, 2 beds, power mode, single-cylinder 300 cubic centimeters gasoline engine with human-powered pedal assist electric boost, power, D-grade, travel speed, 0 to 80 kilometers per hour, suitable terrain, desert cement road, passability, F-grade, suspension system, front 2 wheels with front fork shock absorption, rear wheel with spring solid rubber tire shock absorption, braking system, front 2 wheels with disc brakes, rear wheel with pad brakes, braking ability, F-grade. Looking at the completely refreshed vehicle attributes, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of harvest. He let out a satisfied ah. It was really refreshing, step-by-step upgrade. The configuration at this moment compared to the previous bicycle was like the difference between heaven and earth. The best part was finally using hydraulic shock absorption. The handlebars would no longer vibrate like an electric stick, and the driving comfort had directly improved to a new level. It already resembled a real vehicle. Let's rename it the Super Combined Vehicle. With a thought, the name on the attributes panel was updated accordingly. Wow, amazing. Luo Bing leaned over to check the attributes, her eyes instantly brightening. The displacement is actually 300 cubic centimeters, just like my Flash 300. She looked at Yi Fei with a face full of excitement, her tone carrying thrill. Fei Gu, thank you. I can already imagine how comfortable it will be to ride it. The power is absolutely awesome. I want to race with you. However, just as she finished speaking, she seemed to think of something and her face turned red. Yifei chuckled. It wasn't that he deliberately upgraded to 300 cubic centimeters. It was purely a coincidence. Of course, considering that they would be carrying 49 people, it would definitely be severely overloaded. Looking at the power, it was okay. But if they really raced, it would probably be challenging, especially at the start. Without the electric motor's high torque assistance, it would definitely not move. Luo Bing, as an experienced driver, quickly realized this point as well. She also noticed a problem that an outsider might easily overlook. With such overload plus high temperature weather, it could lead to poor engine cooling, causing it to stall or even explode. She immediately pointed to the engine area and suggested, Fei Go, we should upgrade the cooling system again, changing from air cooling to water cooling. This way, even if we drive for a long time in high temperatures, we won't have to worry about the engine overheating. In my experience, with air cooling, it can only run at high intensity for 2 hours on Earth before it stalls. Here, I doubt it could last even half an hour. With water cooling, I think we could drive for 23 hours without issues. Yifei nodded in agreement and consumed a box of basic parts and the small amount of metal pipes he found to upgrade the cooling system. As the white light flowed again, a circle of fine copper pipe circuits was added around the engine, and a small water tank was also integrated into the vehicle frame. Chapter 35 Unexpected Discovery. Fei Go, shouldn't we consider removing this pedal? That should reduce some weight and create more space, making it easier to move around on the vehicle. Songya, who was checking the attributes panel, spoke up with some confusion. My thought is to not remove it for now. Yifei shook his head. At this stage, our vehicle's power is still somewhat weak, and there is a possibility of stalling. During critical moments, the pedal might save our lives. He had carefully weighed this point. Sacrificing some vehicle space for a higher margin of error was a worthwhile trade. I'll listen to Fei Go. Songya nodded. Although there was still a hint of longing for more space in her eyes, she didn't insist further. Let's not install the bathtub for now. We'll discuss it again when the power is more sufficient. When she said this, her tone inevitably carried a hint of regret, but her expression was calm. It wouldn't make sense to add more burden to an already overloaded vehicle just for the comfort of a shower. Many girls around, upon hearing this, also showed disappointed expressions but nodded in agreement. After all, survival always takes precedence over comfort. Not showering won't kill you, but if the vehicle suddenly stalls while going uphill, that could indeed be fatal. At this point, the work of collecting supplies was basically complete, and everyone gathered under the huge square awning of the abandoned gas station. Someone had lifted the heavy ceramic bathtub to the center of the awning and stabilized it, preparing to take turns showering. Cold Chio's abilities had greatly increased, and she could now relatively easily provide some extra water resources. After discussing, everyone decided to share one tub of water, first rinsing roughly, then filtering out the mud and sand, before washing a second time. Although it wasn't thorough, it was still much better than being covered in salt and dust. For a moment, the gas station became lively as the girls took off their masks and clothes, piling up the sweat-soaked, almost hardened bandages on the side. Yifei glanced around and saw a swaying sea of hips in the shaded area of the gas station. Looking at these sun-tanned backsides, he first froze in surprise, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Next to him, Songya followed his gaze and immediately doubled over in laughter. The reason was simple. Everyone had gotten quite tanned. After long exposure to the scorching sun in the desert, their skin had turned various shades of brown, covered in dust, looking dull and gray. However, only the areas that had been covered by fabric on their bodies and butts remained their original color, and due to the contrast, appeared particularly fair. Anyone who has undergone military training or been sunbathing on the beach knows that it only takes half a day for the stark contrast between tanned and fair skin to look like it was edited in. At first glance, it was quite comical. Moreover, what was even more interesting was that the shapes of everyone's tan lines were different. Some had round white patches because of loose pants. Others had crescent-shaped edges due to tighter pants, and some had asymmetrical white patches due to their sitting habits, one side larger than the other. The most outrageous was Luo Bing. She already had a great figure, especially with her ample backside, and because she was wearing modified yoga shorts. Only a small central part remained untanned. Thus, the tanned areas concentrated on either side of her butt, leaving the middle white. The two large tan lines combined perfectly to form a complete heart shape with clear edges. Yifei could only admire her. As expected of a yoga teacher who had sculpted her body, even her tan lines had an artistic flair. Oh my god, look at Luo Bing, Songya whispered, laughing. This is just too ridiculous. After a pause, she added softly, but to be fair, her figure is really good. But is so big that when she was wearing yoga pants at first, I thought she had silicone padding. Indeed, Yifei replied with a laugh. 90% of what's online is padded. How many people actually have good figures? Many people look terrible when they take their clothes off. Far less attractive than when they're dressed. The two chatted quietly while starting to move around. Sonya was about to begin her luck. She had no specific target. Just following her instincts as she wandered aimlessly among the ruins of the abandoned gas station. Yifei said a few words to Lung Qiu and took a walkie-talkie with him, walking alongside Sonya. His gaze swept over the mottled concrete walls, almost entirely buried under yellow sand. At this time, the wind and sand were picking up, not a sandstorm, but still quite troublesome. The visibility was less than 20 meters. And with the wind blowing, it was hard to keep his eyes open. Thinking of this, Yifei used the walkie-talkie to tell Lung Qiu to start upgrading the vehicle's shell. It didn't need to be overly sturdy, but it was best if it could block the wind and sand. Previously, the group had transported glass and some metal sheets with this plan in mind. The two unknowingly walked to the edge of the abandoned gas station, where it was already close to the desert. The wind and sand here were much fiercer than inside where there were buildings for shelter. Gravel was whipped up by the strong winds and hit the remnants of the walls, producing a dense tapping sound. Just then, a gust of wind and sand blew in, mixed with gravel. Ouch! The scorching gravel, caught in the wind, landed on Yifei, and he quickly ducked behind the wall. Sonya, seeing this, rushed over in concern. But upon seeing that Yifei was fine, she relaxed and couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Who told you to show off your abs by not wearing clothes? This is what you get." As soon as she finished speaking, another even stronger gust of wind and sand came. Sonya's expression changed as she hurriedly bent down, frantically shaking the makeshift bandages wrapped around her chest. "Ha ha!" Yifei burst out laughing, mimicking Sonya's tone. "Who told you to show off your chest by wearing clothes? This is what you get. Damn it, it's so hot." Sonya grimaced, shaking her head. After a while, she couldn't shake it off. To make it easier to move, she had tied the bandages too tightly. Reaching in to pull it out, she discovered it was a small piece of metal. No wonder it's so hot. If it were regular sand, it would only be about 50 to 60 degrees, but this metal piece, exposed to the blazing sun, easily exceeds 70 degrees. "Looks like your luck is kicking in. This metal piece indicates there's something over there," Yifei said, looking intently towards the direction from which the wind was blowing. There was a stretch of rolling sand dunes, their outlines blurred in the blowing sand, making it impossible to see anything clearly. However, Yifei guessed that something was likely half buried in the sand, and the metal sheet had been lifted by the wind from there. But this area was slightly lower in elevation, with higher sand dunes on either side, creating a sort of wind tunnel. The wind was stronger here than in other places, and the direction was relatively fixed, with continuously heated sand being blown up. While it wasn't lethal, it still felt quite unpleasant when it landed on bare skin. Having just experienced this, the two naturally didn't dare to approach directly. So they returned to the vehicle and used fabric to sew two long robes, just like Middle Eastern people. After finishing the clothes, Yifei also brought along Tong Yin. Having a caregiver on hand was definitely a good habit. After all, the place they were going was outside the ruins, and in case they encountered venomous scorpions or mummies clawing at them, having a healer could mean the difference between two outcomes. After about 10 minutes, Yifei arrived at a patch of sand that was noticeably too flat. The surface here was unlike the natural undulations of the surrounding area. It seemed as if something had forcibly flattened it. He picked up an axe and tentatively scraped away the top layer of loose sand. Beneath the sand layer, a piece of rusted, pitted metal was exposed. Gently pressing down, it cracked open a hole, revealing a layer of material similar to fiberglass board, already brittle and yellowed. Yifei used the back of the axe to knock open the board, only to find another layer of cement beneath. Goodness! This is like a southern little potato going north for the winter, layer upon layer. Yifei squatted down and tapped the cement with the back of the axe. The sound was hollow, indicating it was empty underneath. He immediately speculated that there was a space below, perhaps a basement. No. It should be a small house completely buried by yellow sand. Yifei suddenly realized and quickly cleared the sand around the edges of the cement. Sure enough, the spot where everyone was standing was actually the roof of the house. This small house had been completely buried due to its low elevation, with only the roof exposed. The piece of metal he had noticed earlier was just the remnant of the roof that had been blown off, catching Yifei's attention. "Let's get people to dig out the sand," Tong Yin suggested as she looked around. Yifei shook his head. Digging out the sand would be too much work. Even if we clear the entrance, the sand from the sides will keep sliding down to fill it. He weighed the pickaxe in his hand and grinned. Why not be a bit more straightforward? Saying this, he gripped the handle of the pickaxe tightly, took a deep breath, and was about to exert force when, rip, the sound of fabric tearing suddenly echoed. Not even 3 seconds. Yifei paused. looking down to see that the long robe he had just sewn had torn open a large slit at the shoulder due to his suddenly bulging muscles. This is awkward. When the scorching sand blows in, it's going to be quite unpleasant. Uffed. Tong Yin and Song Yu were first taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Fei, your muscles are really big. Wow, they're so hard. Your clothes just ripped open. Amidst the laughter, the two reached out to poke at the bulging muscles. But they quickly got to work without wasting time. They each took hold of one side of the robe and held it in front of Yi Fei, forming a small barrier against the sand as he got to work behind them. Bang! Yi Fei first tested the force. Immediately after the second strike, he smashed through the roof slab. Luckily, this simple little house was not very sturdy. The floor slab was less than 30 centimeters thick, and there weren't many steel bars inside. Yi Fei swung the pickaxe vigorously, quickly enlarging the opening. As the hole in the roof widened, the situation inside became clearer. In fact, due to the absence of yellow sand, it looked very new inside. Sunlight streamed through the opening, directly illuminating a huge, dark green diesel generator that stood firmly in the center of the room, like a treasure chest under a spotlight. Below the machine were several thick wooden boards for shock absorption, covered in dust and oil stains, yet they couldn't conceal its rugged and reliable aura. Wow! The three of them almost simultaneously let out a surprised cheer. Chapter 36. Mummy, is this long spear the legendary Last Gentle Kiss? Wow, that's a generator. Tong Yin cheered, standing on her tiptoes to peer over Yi Fei's shoulder, curiously leaning closer to the opening. Yi Fei smiled, continuing to widen the hole in the roof. With this thing, our vehicle's power won't be a problem. Song Ye's long-desired bathtub can also be arranged. Getting two won't be an issue. Beside them, Song Ye was already beaming with joy, shaking her head with a grin, saying, "Yay, that's fantastic. I've really been sweating so much my thighs hurt. And after riding for so long, my butt hurts sitting down. Yeah, I really need a bathtub to soak and relax, scrub my body. My gosh, I can't say more. Or I'll start drooling." Tong Yin added with a grin. Hey, make sure to block the sand for me. Don't just stand there watching," Yi Fei reminded quickly. "Hee, Fei Gu, you have muscles on your lower back too," Tong Yin said, suddenly reaching out to poke him gently in the lower back. "Wow, so hard." She pulled back her hand, exaggeratingly rubbing her fingertips. "Tong Yin, don't stand so close. Fei Gu is bending down to work. Be careful, he might accidentally knock you away." Song Ye laughed and reminded. "Exactly, stop touching and get to work," Yi Fei jokingly scolded. The three of them laughed and happily cooperated with the work. Before long, the opening was expanded to about 2 meters in diameter. Seeing it was almost done, Yi Fei picked up the walkie-talkie. However, before he could speak, Lung Xiu on the other end said in advance, "Fei Gu, I've sent out the transport team. They should be arriving soon." Yi Fei couldn't help but smile knowingly. Good. It must be said, having girls helping out, genuinely willing to cooperate, is truly refreshing. Everything doesn't require too much thought. Everyone instinctively does well. Sure enough, just after Lung Xiu finished speaking, Yi Fei saw 10 people coming over led by a team leader, each holding some freshly made wooden shovels. "Fei Gu, you've worked hard. We couldn't find any ropes, but we can shovel sand to create a slope to quickly drag the generator up," the team leader said with a smile. That's a good idea," Yi Fei nodded. He jumped down first, and after steadying himself, lifted Song Ye's legs to bring her down. As per the usual practice, he let Song Ye go first to confirm all usable resources before handling the generator. The performance of diesel generators is much stronger than gasoline ones. First, they are high-temperature resistant and not prone to self-ignition or explosion, making them far safer than gasoline engines. Second, they have good adaptability and can operate stably in harsh environments. Finally, they have strong torque and ample power. Heavy trucks, airplanes, and tanks all use diesel for this reason. Of course, the generator in front of Yi Fei is a diesel one, but the principle is similar. He just happens to have an electric motor. Connecting this generator up would make it a new energy electric vehicle, and the motor's torque might even be stronger than the diesel engines. Song Ye spun around in the dim little room and found a surprise. In a corner, she dug out a dusty cardboard box containing a set of repair tools, a large hammer, an adjustable wrench, a set of hex screwdrivers, a whole box of basic parts, as well as some copper wire, lubricating oil, nails, and screws. These are all good items. They were probably left here when repairing the diesel engine. With these tools, they can attempt to fix the vehicle if any problems arise in the future. Zhang Qian just happened to have an engineering talent, so this set of tools was perfect for her. Next, Yi Fei checked the wiring connected to the diesel generator. This equipment should be for emergency power supply to gas stations, and every power station is usually equipped with such a set. After confirming there was no other useful information, Fei threw all the resources he found up, then turned around to prepare to lift Sonya up as well. Just as he hugged Sonya's waist, and Han Ti had a chance to exert force, the little Jingjing who followed Sonya down suddenly made a rapid tapping sound. Oh no, the mummies are coming again. Sonya was startled. Don't panic. They are still over 100 meters away. Even if they get closer, there's no need to be afraid. Just protect your neck and vital points. Fei remained calm, having dealt with mummies so many times. Their methods of attack were merely grabbing and biting, with the most dangerous aspect being the accompanying corpse poison. But with Tong Yin here, there was no need to fear. As he spoke, he quickly lifted Sonya above his head, one hand supporting her buttocks and the other supporting her thigh, gently tossing her up. And someone above immediately reached out to catch her. Once Sonya was safely up, Fei leaped up himself. With his current brute strength, he didn't need any skill. He could jump over 4 meters high from a standing position. From the moment he spotted the mummy to when both of them were up, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. Then, Fei picked up an axe that was stuck in the ground nearby. The girls had already grabbed their weapons, standing alert in the hardened area of the cement floor. Fei didn't rush to pay attention to the mummies suddenly appearing in the distance, but first observed the dozen or so girls beside him. Although they were a bit nervous, they all held their weapons tightly, and no one was panicking or running around. The team leader was even loudly directing them to form a defensive formation. Fei was very satisfied with their cooperation just now. No one panicked. And everyone quickly helped Sonya, and then guarded nearby waiting for him to come up. Of course, Fei understood that if they were truly scattered by the mummies, they would probably still flee in panic, but for these ordinary people, this was already a rapid improvement. It can only be said that a desperate environment really trains people well. Everyone is adapting to the current situation. Fei Ge, have you noticed? Those mummies seem to be appearing far away over there. Tong Yin suddenly spoke. That place is still 30 or 40 meters away. If it weren't for the wind and sand slightly easing, we wouldn't even be able to see them clearly. Normally, they prefer to approach their enemies from underground and then launch a surprise attack. So is there a building underground over there that prevents them from burrowing in the sand? Tong Yan's analysis made Fei's eyes light up. It should be, and there might even be treasures over there. Saying this, Fei looked at Sonya. She seemed to have mentioned before that tracking the mummies might lead to discoveries. Sonya nodded, her tone serious. Whether there are treasures or not, these mummies have been interfering with us. We have to find a way to deal with them. The wind and sand blew, and the mummies in the distance were faintly visible on the sand dunes. They clearly knew there was danger, just observing from a distance without approaching. Given this situation, it would not be easy to eliminate these mummies. Just then, the strong wind diminished, the dust in the air lessened, and visibility improved. Fei suddenly noticed that one of the mummies appeared to be particularly short. A child mummy? At that moment, as he focused closely, a prompt suddenly appeared next to that mummy. You have noticed that this mummy has an unusual physique. It seems to carry some extremely precious treasure. What the hell? An extremely precious treasure. Fei's heart surged with excitement. No matter what, he had to deal with these mummies. Sonya kept a close eye on the movements of the corpse, and we hurried to get the generator ready as soon as possible. Fei made an immediate decision. We can't neglect one side for the other. The generator here is also very important. At the same time, he immediately contacted Lun Xiao, asking her to prepare several explosive spears and send them over. He hadn't intended to carry such items with him because the temperature here is too high, and prolonged exposure could easily cause an explosion. But if we make them on site, sending them over for immediate use shouldn't be a big issue. A prompt appeared. There really are valuable treasures with the corpse. Fei whispered to Sonya beside him. It's on that short corpse. Are you going to use the spear to burn it? Sonya immediately understood Fei's plan, but at this distance of over 30 meters. It seemed close, but was actually quite far due to the strong wind. Moreover, the corpse was particularly short. She wouldn't have noticed that little head popping out from the sand dune if the wind hadn't calmed down a moment ago. Are you confident? She asked. Fei shook his head. No, the wind is just too strong and unstable. He paused and turned to Sonya. But if you give me a lucky blessing, it should be fine. Sonya was taken aback, then quickly understood, her face turning red. Instinctively, she wanted to shyly refuse. This was too outrageous. Who relies on a kiss to improve throwing accuracy? But the last successful experience made her feel that such ridiculous actions might actually work. Thinking it over, if it could even grant precious power attributes, then just improving accuracy should be easier, right? Fine. Her voice was very soft, trembling slightly. However, she quickly composed herself, raised a slender finger, and solemnly emphasized, but only this once. Otherwise, how can you expect me to help you every time you throw a spear? By the end of her sentence, her ears were red, Yet she still tried to maintain her composure and glared at Yi Fei, feeling quite annoyed. Chapter 37. Must hit. She felt very anxious. Just imagining that scene was enough to make her feel overwhelmed. It definitely wouldn't work. Plus, there were so many people around. It was too strange. However, Tong Yan beside her was enjoying the spectacle, clapping her hands and mimicking the corpse's stiff movements, hoarsely imitating. Roar, 666. This is the weapon that never misses in human legends. The final kiss, right? Puffed. Songya immediately burst into laughter, slapping Tong Yan playfully on the backside. You better believe that when you need a blessing, I won't kiss you. Amidst the laughter, the others did not stop working. Everyone quickly took action, pouring sand into the small room. Digging a pit in the desert was difficult, but filling it was much easier. A dozen people with wooden shovels quickly pushed sand into the hole, the yellow sand pouring down like a stream, and soon piled up at the bottom. In no time, as the sand surface rose about a meter, Yi Fei jumped down, locked his hands around the generator's base, and with a powerful thrust of his back, he steadily lifted it and placed it on the newly formed sand surface. After repeating this twice, it took just over 10 minutes for everyone to pull the heavy diesel generator out from the deep buried room. With the generator in hand, next, they had to return to the gas station for diesel. However, Lung Xiu took the initiative to take on this task, as they now had wrenches and other tools to dismantle the fuel pump and collect the remaining diesel. Next, everyone hurried back with their supplies. Meanwhile, the team that came to assist brought Yi Fei 5 explosive spears, which were carried in a makeshift wooden crate to avoid drawing the corpse's attention. It looked like they were carrying a rocket launcher. Once the crate was opened, Yi Fei immediately looked at Songya. Songya's face turned red. She looked at Yi Fei with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Taking a deep breath, she stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed a kiss on Yi Fei's cheek. Pop! With a soft sound and a warm sensation, Yi Fei suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, as if the wind direction, the trajectory of the sand particles, and the distance to the target all became clear and tangible in an instant. This throw would definitely hit. There was no reason for it. That was just how he felt. He quickly grabbed a spear, hardly aiming at all, and threw it towards the direction of the short corpse with a powerful arm motion. Bang! A burst of flames erupted on the distant sand dune. Did he hit? Yi Fei didn't think much. He grabbed an axe, donned the long robe his teammates had prepared, and charged out. He still had the effect of luck on him. And he had confirmed earlier that beneath the yellow sand was concrete, so he wasn't worried about ambushes. If he delayed, he feared the treasure would be burned away. Although precious treasures were likely not afraid of ordinary flames, when Yi Fei reached the fire point, he didn't see the corpse. Only a spear was embedded in the sand, half its length buried. His heart sank. Before he could think about whether he had missed, he noticed clear drag marks on the ground and some pieces of charred, burnt flesh. He immediately followed the tracks and, after climbing over a sand dune, saw the body of the short corpse. It had been dragged away by other corpses. However, it seemed that once the short corpse died, it lost its ability to burrow into the yellow sand. The other corpses could only drag it for a while before fleeing on their own. Meanwhile, a charred, torn bag hung from the corpse, dropping out a long, purple crystal. It sparkled with an enchanting and dazzling purple glow in the sunlight. Haha, the treasure is finally in hand. Yi Fei quickly picked it up. It felt heavy. With a slight chill. This crystal was about 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long, shaped like a standard cubic hexagon, with sharp edges. Resembling a crystal but with a different color, emanating a mysterious purple halo, as if mist was slowly flowing inside. In his hand, Yi Fei vaguely heard strange whispers floating in his ear. It was a bit eerie. Listening closely, the voice seemed to come from the dead corpse on the ground. But he couldn't make out what it was saying. You have obtained a piece of dark purple crystal. Dark purple crystal, an extremely precious gem-like treasure. A magical material that can randomly grant 310 points of shadow mental resistance to items, or give additional abilities to those with necromancer talents. Carrying it allows communication with the dead or undead beings, requires mental attribute greater than 18. Hiss, what a good item. Just looking at the provided attribute bonuses. Yi Fei knew this was definitely far more precious than a sapphire. A sapphire only grants a 13-point bonus, while this starts at 3 points and can go up to 10 points. This means that, from an attribute value perspective, the dark purple crystal is at least 3 times more valuable than a sapphire. If you factor in the abilities it grants, it's even more incredible. Communicating with the dead. And it doesn't limit the user's talent. Anyone who meets the mental attribute requirement of over 18 can gain this ability just by holding this crystal, with no consumption and unlimited use. In the team, 2 people met this mental attribute standard. Didn't this mean that they might be able to command the 2 captured corpses? Thinking of this possibility, Yifei found it very interesting. Just this ability, if utilized well, could have a wonderfully imaginative future. The only pity was that no one in the convoy had necromancer talent. As for shadow and mental resistance, it didn't seem very useful right now. It was as if the strongest effect of this precious treasure couldn't be exerted for the time being. Not pondering too much, Yifei put away the crystal and quickly used his axe to check the short corpse. He discovered that this wasn't a baby corpse, but a type of dwarf corpse. Its head was relatively large, and its bones were sturdy, indicating it was an adult. As for more details, he wasn't a professional and couldn't tell. After confirming there were no other items on the corpse, he immediately began to return. After all, there was no cover here, and the sun was just too scorching. He didn't want to stay for even a second longer. Adding to that, the long robe he was wearing was made of various stitched fabrics, which were completely non-breathable. At that moment, he felt like he was in a sauna, suffering immensely. It wasn't until he returned to the shade and reunited with his teammates that he finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took off the robe. Only then did he have the time to carefully examine the treasure in his hand. The dark purple crystal looked even more beautiful when it wasn't directly exposed to sunlight, radiating a deep and mysterious glow. As Yifei observed, the girls beside him also exclaimed in awe. Anyone would find it hard to resist such a shiny, beautiful, and mysterious object, especially since it also implied mysterious powers and possibilities. It was at this moment that Yifei noticed something. Inside the dark purple crystal, there seemed to be a strange symbol made of purple light. It looked a bit like some odd script, oracle bone script. A charm? The sunlight had been too strong earlier for him to notice. Clearly, this was not a natural crystal, but one that had been artificially processed. Chapter 38. The key. Was this the treasure carried by that dwarf corpse, made by underground creatures? For a moment, Yifei had many speculations. It seemed that he needed to be cautious in future encounters with corpses, as there might be more like this one that carried treasures. Just then, a prompt appeared next to the dark purple crystal. You notice that the dark purple crystal shows signs of artificial processing. This is a gem, and also a mysterious key, possessing the ability to unlock terrifying powers. Take good care of it. When the crystal vibrates, it means the corresponding power is nearby, and you have the opportunity to master this unspeakably terrifying power. A key? Yifei was delighted. It seemed that it didn't matter whether he could fully utilize the power contained within the crystal, because even if he could use it, he would be reluctant to part with it. Who would melt down a golden key into gold coins? If the key was this extraordinary, then what it could unlock must be even more impressive. It had to be something at the vault level. As for the opportunity mentioned in the prompt, Yifei felt that his chance of obtaining it was not 100%. However, if he handed the dark purple crystal to Sangya, the probability of encountering terrifying powers in the future would definitely be 100%. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, the ownership of this crystal was naturally confirmed. It was destined to follow Sangya, waiting for that crucial moment to arrive. After everyone admired the dark purple crystal, Yifei immediately announced, due to the requirements of mental power and the need for safekeeping, the dark purple crystal would be managed and used daily by Sangya. Of course, aside from Sangya, there was another girl in the team whose mental power had also reached 20 points, and her initial attributes were quite good. Yifei certainly couldn't ignore her. He had been paying attention to her recent positive performance. So he continued. Lu Chenli, whose mental power exceeds 18 points, can also apply to use the dark purple crystal. I need her to leverage the power of the crystal to train a team of corpses. Who knows? She might lead a team of electric corpses in the future. Lu Chenli, who had originally looked gloomy, immediately perked up, quickly lifted her head, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Brother Fei. She even felt a bit of warmth in her eyes. She finally got noticed. Although the current usage rate seemed insignificant, training corpses sounded very promising, and she was finally singled out by Brother Fei. This feeling of being seen and recognized stirred an indescribable excitement within her. At the same time, Yifei noticed a prompt appear next to Lu Chenli. You assigned Lu Chenli some tasks. You noticed her gratitude. Lu Chenli felt valued, having endured hardships. She couldn't help but feel grateful towards you. If you find an opportunity to talk to Lu Chenli alone, you might gain more of her gratitude and respect. In the future, she might even offer you her loyalty. Seeing this prompt, Yifei's eyes lit up. It was worth noting that at first, Lu Chenli was somewhat dissatisfied with his allocation of attributes and was likely quite frustrated, but over time, she began to follow the arrangements and gradually understood his decisions. So, could this be considered a form of training? Well, she trained corpses while he trained her. Of course, upon reflection, it should be more accurately described as cultivation. He provided her with a platform and opportunities, and the rest depended on her own performance. All right, there would be rewards. If she didn't perform well, Yifei would replace her. Next, Yifei sat down to rest on an old chair that everyone had found. After such a busy journey, even someone like him, whose physical attributes had skyrocketed, felt a wave of fatigue and hunger. His physical and mental energy had been depleted too much. Now that he was quiet, he suddenly felt both sleepy and hungry. On a small table beside him, there were colas and canned food brought by Chio. Yifei first devoured 2 large cans of beef and 1 can of canned fish, followed by a bowl of tomato egg instant noodles, and then chugged down an entire bottle of cola in one go. If he weren't afraid of drinking too much cola at once and ending up with an uncomfortable stomach from gas, he could have finished another bottle. Ah, refreshing. Yifei slumped in the chair, rubbed his slightly bulging belly, and showed a satisfied expression. Looking at what he had eaten, he was surprised himself. Previously, that would have been his entire day's worth of food, but now, in just a few minutes, he had wolfed it all down, even sucking up every drop of the noodle soup without leaving a trace. It was really delicious. The faint tang of tomato mixed with grease and salt exploded in his extremely fatigued body, like a full-body massage, making it hard not to let out a satisfied sigh. I have to say, after intense physical labor, eating really is a feast. Yifei could still eat, but after passing the most hungry phase, he planned to enjoy slowly. After all the hard work on this journey, lying here, sipping drinks, and having a cute girl occasionally feed him a piece of chips or a segment of sausage was just 2 words: blissful. This break and meal after a long journey and life and death struggles made every bite of food feel extraordinarily precious and delicious. Tong Yin smiled as she handed him a chip covered in tomato sauce. Her fingertips were slightly cool as they gently brushed against Yifei's lips. The chip was crispy, and the sweet and sour taste of the tomato sauce melted on his tongue, mingling with the fragrant potato, simple yet satisfying enough to make one squint their eyes. Yifei leaned back against the chair, half closing his eyes, allowing Tong Yin to feed him chip after chip. Occasionally, she would also hand him a cola with a straw, and he would gulp down a sip, the cold, fizzy liquid sliding down his throat, refreshing. Burp. Yifei couldn't help but let out a hearty belch. Hearing this, Tong Yin couldn't help but laugh, picking up another chip and offering it to his mouth. Brother Fei, do you want more? Yifei lazily opened his mouth. Tong Yin, smiling, placed the chip into his mouth, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against his lower lip, soft to the touch. However, she didn't immediately retract her hand. Instead, she gently wiped the bit of tomato sauce off the corner of his lips with her thumb. Chew slowly. She spoke softly, her tone carrying a gentle quality as if coaxing a child. Eating too quickly can lead to choking. If she were to use her healing ability and emit white light at this moment, her image would instantly become more vivid. Yifei momentarily felt dazed, thinking, "Are you coaxing a child?" He couldn't help but laugh. Tong Yan's face flushed, and then she shyly said, "Sorry, it's a habit. I usually do this to coax children." No way. Tong Yan looked very young, even playing cosplay. He didn't expect her to have children already? I am a teacher at a kindergarten with 30 little ones in my class. Sigh. Tong Yin clearly thought about how no one was taking care of these children, and couldn't help but sigh. However, thinking about these things now was useless. She shook her head and smiled at Yifei, saying, "It's the first time I've fed a baby as big as you." Yifei, following her teasing tone, deliberately elongated his voice and said, "Teacher Tong Yin, I want more." Tong Yin smiled and said, "Good, open your mouth." Chapter 39. Threat. Yifei comfortably enjoyed Tong Yan's gentle feeding. At this time, everyone had entered mealtime, indulging in a variety of delicious foods. Yifei even saw Luo Bing, who usually had high dietary standards as a fitness enthusiast, eating canned food high in oil and salt without a care, and gulping down sugary drinks. She sat cross-legged on an old wooden board, one hand holding a can while the other used a fork to shove large pieces of beef into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she chewed quickly and vigorously. As she continued eating, she even extended her tongue, skillfully probing into the depths of the can, rolling the last bit of shiny broth off the metal walls, leaving it clean. These foods were indeed very appealing to everyone who was extremely exhausted. Moreover, there was no need to worry about health issues at this moment. In fact, if they didn't quickly eat more high-fat, high-salt foods, the loss of salt and energy from sweating alone could lead to physical collapse. It was like those doing heavy physical labor had to eat these, or else they simply wouldn't have the strength to keep going. After eating and drinking enough, everyone sprawled out to rest. Thanks to the time they had fought hard to gain earlier, everyone could now spread their arms and legs in the shade and enjoy this rare moment of peace. Some lay down on the wooden board and fell asleep, while those on guard chatted softly, the air filled with a sense of laziness and tranquility after a hearty meal. Yifei stretched and got up, preparing to take a bath. Lung Xiao used her water control ability to filter the water several times, but since too many people had used it, the water in the bathtub was somewhat murky and sandy. However, Yifei didn't mind too much. At least it was much cleaner than a swimming pool, free from any waste. Moreover, given the current environment, it was a luxury for Yifei to be able to take a bath while the other teams were either merging onto the main road to fight for their lives or facing harsh conditions and sweating profusely. As he stepped into the bathtub, the warm water enveloped his body, and he couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. While soaking, Yifei fiddled with the intercom to start gathering intelligence. At the same time, it was almost time to check in with Wang Gang again, so he prepared to see how things were going on the other side. Since the last call, it seemed that there hadn't been any contact, and now, 4 or 5 hours had passed. They should have reached the main road by now, right? Just as he adjusted the channel, he heard a familiar voice. This is Team 300, Su Xiong. Anyone who wants to trade, hurry up, or you'll miss out. Damn it, Su Xiong, you bastard. Don't fall for it, everyone. He's trying to trick you into being killed for your supplies. At that moment, someone shouted on the channel, even breaking their voice in the process, and Yifei instinctively pulled the intercom away a bit. Clearly, this brother was very agitated and had probably suffered significant losses at Su Xiong's hands. Brother, say something we don't know, someone lazily interjected. Su Xiong's triumphant laughter echoed. Huh? Oh no, you guys found out. Looks like there are no fools left to trick. Then he suddenly reacted. Oh, the 341 team is still around? Yifei, you idiot. You're still alive? Yifei's heart stirred. The fact that the other party could immediately recognize he was online likely meant they had synthesized a phone. Or perhaps he had stolen someone else's phone. Did Wang Gang fail? While he was pondering, a deep voice cut in calmly. Yifei, you finally came online. It seems you've successfully reached the 4th checkpoint? Yifei replied, yeah, I've been here for a while. I'm resting now. How about you? What's the situation? Ignored. Su Xiong scoffed in displeasure. Resting? You're not trying to avoid me, are you? His tone suddenly turned harsh as he shouted. Hiding is useless. Let me tell you. Yifei, I'm waiting for you right here on this main road. Don't you like bringing along those women? Make sure they're clean. If they dare to insult me, when I catch you, I'll definitely play with you until you're ruined and hang you by the roadside. Yifei sneered. You just wait. When the time comes, I'll let the corpses tear you apart and hang you by the roadside. Haha, that's quite a unique thought. Su Xiong laughed even more wildly, but with my strength, taking down a corpse is certainly no problem. What can I say? My strength allows it. The continuous successful killings had clearly driven him into a frenzied arrogance. With a tone full of mockery, completely disregarding Yifei's words, Wang Gang spoke calmly. Brother Yifei, he's already wiped out several small teams. You must be careful. Su Xiong laughed heartily. Oh, you flatter me. I've only taken out 4 small teams, nothing to mention. As for Yifei's threat, he treated it as a joke. Anyone could talk tough, but Su Xiong meant what he said. If he said he would kill all of Yifei's team, he would definitely do it. He had resources from several small teams and the speed boost from a mysterious crystal ball. What kind of strength was that? He didn't believe Yifei could compete with him. Moreover, he wasn't a reckless brute who only fought head-on. In fact, after killing so many people, he had figured out the patterns. Usually, the larger the team, the more they were like fat sheep, their strengths dispersed. He would charge in like a wolf. No, like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. Yifei, unafraid, turned in the water and changed his position to lie down. Wang Gang, how's everything on your side? He didn't want to waste time on banter and directly asked what he was concerned about. Wang Gang smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'm on the main road now. It won't be long before Su Xiong is in trouble. He didn't say it outright, but Yifei could tell he had probably gathered several teams and was quite confident about confronting Su Xiong. By the way, what's that sound of water on your side? Wang Gang suddenly asked. Yifei replied, yeah, I'm taking a bath. He was covered in mud, just soaking wouldn't he do? He had to scrub. Wang Gang obviously paused for a moment, then exclaimed with envy. Wow, you made it to the oasis. Several others who had been silent suddenly chimed in. Damn. I just heard splashing and thought it was an illusion. The commotion sounded like someone splashing around in a pool, and it was definitely the oasis. For a moment, envy and amazement surged. Yifei couldn't help but smile, not wanting to explain. Who could believe that his team had achieved the freedom to take baths? This was the benefit of a strong alliance. Without any one of them, himself, Lung Xiao, or Songya, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a luxurious experience. Of course, the other small teams wouldn't think to collaborate based on their talents. Su Xiong also became excited. His voice filled with malice. Looks like you're living quite well. Make sure to cherish it. By the way, save some water when I catch you later. I'll have a bath too. Yifei didn't waste time responding. Instead, he quietly adjusted the frequency, switching between other channels to gather information. However, he had already made up his mind that when he encountered Su Xiong next, he would definitely let the corpses tear him apart. After some frequency adjustments, there were no gains. As time passed, fewer and fewer capable voices were heard, and there were no new sounds, only familiar ones. As for those who couldn't speak, they had likely become old acquaintances by now. The situation was far more severe than he had anticipated. After a moment of silence, he turned the frequency knob all the way clockwise and pressed the talk button. This is Team 341, Yifei. Please respond. Originally, according to Yifei's plan, he wanted to wait 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Gang replied, I knew you would come, brother. The situation is severe. Changing from his earlier relaxed and steady tone, Wang Gang said, Brother Yifei, to make a long story short, Su Xiong's strength is stronger than I imagined. A brother of mine managed to escape from him by luck. You should have heard about it in the channel just now. I communicated with him, and he told me that Su Xiong indeed has S-level combat talent. His speed is terrifying, and he can dodge like he is teleporting over short distances. But it can only last for a short while. Also, he can maintain a running speed similar to that of a motorcycle for a long time. He spoke quickly, seemingly afraid that Su Xiong would suddenly switch to this channel. In short, that brother was ambushed by Su Xiong hiding by the roadside. Caught off guard, his teammates were all killed in just a few seconds. He only managed to escape by abandoning them. I have strong attack power, but my speed is nowhere near Su Xiong's, making me easy to counter. Wang Gang spoke urgently, but everything he said was bad news. However, Yifei was excited. So you mean Su Xiong's talent is just fast speed, right? Just? Wang Gang's mouth twitched. Brother, a teleport-like dodge covers a distance of about 10 meters. You can't even hit him with a gun. Is that just speed? Wang Gang had to speak seriously, warning Yifei not to underestimate the situation. It was clear that Yifei had not been paying attention to the radio channel during this time, missing out on various messages from lone wolves bragging or the tragic laments of convoys, even though battles had been so intense recently. What was he up to? It seemed he had no understanding of how powerful S-level talents could be. In fact, many A-level talents were already astonishing. Wang Gang sighed helplessly and said seriously, what makes Su Xiong so outrageous is his dodging ability, comparable to teleportation. The maximum distance he can teleport is about 10 meters, and there shouldn't be any obstacles in between. Of course, he might be hiding his true abilities, but it shouldn't be too much. Also, when he accelerates, he can maintain a speed of about 80 kilometers per hour for a period of time. I ask you, at such a terrifying speed, how many vehicles in your squad can escape? Can there be even one? They say the strongest weapon is speed, and because he has the talent boost, he is hardly affected by inertia when running, making it impossible to capture his next move. Once he gets close, it's basically waiting to die. Upon hearing this, Yifei felt a chill in his heart. This was indeed very outrageous. With this, the opponent seemed to float around like a ghost, making it nearly impossible to predict his attacks in advance. No wonder Wang Gang said he was thoroughly countered by Su Xiong. Simply relying on single-target weapon attacks would be very difficult against such an enemy. Wang Gang continued, so, we need to meet up as soon as possible. Facing him alone is too dangerous. If we have more people, we can cover our attacks together and make him wary. But if we are too few, we will really be kite to death. Of course, as I said before, if you have the capability, we can cooperate and engage him. Personally, I'm not afraid of him at all. As long as I can slightly limit his movement speed, I can definitely kill him. But if you don't have that capability, it's best to gather quickly. With more of us together, I can protect you a bit, and our chances of breaking through his blockade will be much greater. I've already checked. A few dozen kilometers ahead from where he is blocking, there is a fork in the road with several options. When the time comes, we can choose one at random, and the chances of him tracking us afterward will be very low. After saying that, he urged Yifei to set off immediately. But Yifei looked around. Everyone had just rested after being tired for so long. They all needed to rest. How could they possibly set off immediately in such exhaustion? Moreover, the more he listened to Wang Gang talk about Su Xiong's information, the more at ease he felt. Su Xiong was strong, but he had trained so many people, developed so many weapons, and upgraded such great vehicles. Would he be afraid of that? At that time, with one wave of covering fire, a large area could instantly turn into a sea of fire, needing no prediction at all. The key was that his vehicle was indeed not slower than Su Xiong's. This was without installing a diesel generator. Once the generator was added, the speed would easily exceed 100 km/h, even faster, and coupled with the weight, it wouldn't be much different from a dump truck. With some targeted modifications to prevent carjacking and weapons, Su Xiong would gain no advantage against him. Want to kite him? Impossible. What Su Xiong should worry about instead was whether he would be treated as a speed bump. However, the more he understood Su Xiong's strength, the heavier Yi Fei's killing intent became. Allowing such an enemy to grow stronger was by no means a wise move. If he didn't eliminate him this time, it would only be harder to deal with him if they met again later. At this moment, a prompt appeared before his eyes. You have learned about Su Xiong's talent, performance, and combat style from Wang Gang. Wang Gang's words are true, and he did not deceive you. Su Xiong has set up concealed roadblocks 30 kilometers ahead on the main road. He has placed the looted vehicles slightly ahead of the roadblock as bait, while he himself is hiding in a pit dug under the sand dune on the left side of the road, with his sand motorcycle concealed within. He possesses S-level super speed talent, which can automatically trigger 3 extreme dodges each day, with a maximum distance of 12 meters and more active dodges. His maximum running speed is 80 kilometers h, and this state can last for up to 20 minutes. His main attack method is high-speed physical strikes while moving, but his own defense and strength are only comparable to that of an ordinary person. This time, the information was quite substantial. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile. What was this? Su Xiong's speed countered Wang Gang's attacks, but his prompt countered Su Xiong's ambush and speed, a case of one overcoming another. At the same time, Yi Fei also marveled that S-level was indeed impressive. Su Xiong's talent was explosive. He could even automatically dodge, equivalent to having 3 automatic life-saving opportunities each day. No wonder he could kill all his teammates from the very beginning and was becoming more and more arrogant. Once this ability was mastered, it was indeed very powerful. However, he wasn't the only one with S-level talent. Every squad had such a core figure. Yi Fei had already learned about his trump card in advance, even knowing his hiding location. Since he knew the ambush location and ability details, the next steps would be straightforward. What excited Yi Fei even more was that Su Xiong was actually hiding in a pit, dug into a sand dune that was prone to collapse. But thinking carefully, stopping to ambush others and digging a hole to hide was indeed the best method. First, it was concealed, and second, it could avoid the scorching heat. Unfortunately, he would never expect that his actions would be known in advance, leading someone to block the cave entrance. It looked like he was ambushing passers-by, but in reality, he was the one being ambushed by Yi Fei. The more he thought about it, the more Yi Fei rubbed his hands in anticipation. What was the difference between this and a roadside resource station? He immediately said, "Brother Wang Gang, I'm really sorry, but my vehicles are still being upgraded, and everyone is exhausted. We must rest, but I am very confident in dealing with Su Xiong. How about you wait a bit? We can set off in 2 hours." Since Wang Gang was speaking the truth, Yi Fei naturally didn't want to watch him take risks, especially since Su Xiong's actual capabilities were even stronger than what Wang Gang knew. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang was momentarily stunned. "You really have confidence?" Yi Fei replied confidently. "Yes, my attack is a ranged attack, and it's very far and accurate. Come on, Sonya can hit with 1 shot." Of course, Su Xiong was an S-level talent, and in a state of movement, Sonya was only a level luck, so she might not hit. But since the opponent was unaware, what Yi Fei would throw wouldn't be a small area explosive spear. As they approached the enemy, the hints should provide more precise location information, just like when they got close to the oasis and delved into the mine. By then, Yi Fei could further adjust his tactics and make targeted moves. Wang Gang hesitated for a moment, his voice revealing concern. "Brother, I have 2 other convoys here, and I can't make a decision on my own. How about this? I'll discuss it with them, and if they agree, we'll wait for you on the road." "What if they don't agree?" Yi Fei immediately asked. Wang Gang paused for a moment. Wang Gang, to be honest, I don't know the other 2 convoys, but you can trust me." Yi Fei made it clear to avoid any misjudgment from the other party due to hesitation. "You've provided me with so much key information. I have no reason to deceive you. If you're willing to trust me, wait for me by the roadside." Yi Fei completely understood Wang Gang's hesitation. After all, they were not on the same team, and their communication relied solely on walkie-talkies, limiting trust. Just like when he discussed matters with the girls earlier, he had also doubted whether Wang Gang was setting a trap to lure him into danger. Naturally, Wang Gang would suspect him too. Would he be thrown out as bait at a critical moment? In fact, this was indeed the easiest way to escape. When a tiger is chasing you, you don't need to run faster than the tiger, just faster than your companions. Of course, Wang Gang himself was surely strong. Anyone who could lead a team into the main road wouldn't be weak. Moreover, having obtained the phone early, he must have had some exceptional qualities. The problem mostly lay with the other 2 convoys, which might be harder to coordinate. What Wang Gang faced now was simply the choice of trusting Yi Fei or believing those 2 temporary teammates. Thinking this way, Yi Fei was even less willing to cooperate with the other convoys. Initially, he thought that more people would make things easier. But the current situation made him realize that cooperation without trust could lead to disastrous consequences, turning into a deadlock. Previously, everyone was willing to join forces because they thought Su Xiong was nothing to worry about and could be easily dealt with in a rush. Now that they found the opponent was so fierce, even with a record of 1-4, the foundation for cooperation collapsed instantly, replaced by calculations that made betrayal of teammates more advantageous. This was probably the dilemma Wang Gang faced. Those two temporary teammates might no longer be trustworthy. They might leave him behind to fend for himself, taking the opportunity to escape since Wang Gang was the strongest. From Su Xiong's perspective, he would naturally prioritize chasing after the most resource-rich and deeply hated target. With Wang Gang being so active, accumulating resources, and having clashed with Su Xiong multiple times, he was undoubtedly the most conspicuous target. After thinking through these connections, Yi Fei reminded Wang Gang of one last thing before ending the call. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Yi Fei couldn't reveal all his cards just to gain Wang Gang's trust, whether the other party was willing to believe it was up to him. Sigh, human hearts are hard to fathom. It's really difficult to cooperate without reservations. Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. Fortunately, he had the hint ability, which at least allowed him to build a nearly unreserved relationship with his teammates and the girls. Fei Ge. As soon as Yi Fei ended the call, Lu Chunli, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward. She was now the leader of the zombie management group, although still a lone commander. She was qualified to report directly to Yi Fei. Good news. Yi Fei smiled at the eager girl. Having seen Lu Chunli communicating with the dark purple crystal and guessing the content of her report, Lu Chunli's face was filled with barely contained excitement. Yes, Fei Ge. This dark purple crystal is truly amazing. Holding it, I can communicate directly with the zombies. Although their intelligence is low, I quickly figured out what they fear. Saying this, she snapped her fingers, and a cluster of orange-red flames leaped up at her fingertips. Using fire to intimidate them, occasionally singeing them, they became shrieking obediently, just like training dogs. Now I can make them obediently step on the pedal to generate power. Of course, it's not stable yet, but I believe that through repeated communication and training, the results can be strengthened. She paused for a moment, her tone becoming more serious. And I also discovered an important piece of intelligence. They can sense the presence of living beings from a great distance and are extremely sensitive to vibrations. Using these characteristics, we can completely use them as biological radar. We can also tie them up with chains, throw them into the desert, and let them patrol the surroundings as a warning. Yi Fei nodded continuously as he listened. Lu Chunli's progress in training the zombies was indeed surprising. He had thought it would take several days to train them. However, now that we have the diesel generator, the amount of electricity generated by the zombies seems a bit insufficient, Lu Chunli added. But Yi Fei shook his head. It seems that way for now. But in the long run, the diesel generator cannot be infinitely increased, and diesel 1T lasts forever. He raised his hand and pointed to the desert outside. But zombies are different. They are everywhere. As long as we capture them, we will have endless power. Perhaps we can even find a way to control them as cannon fodder. Yes, Lu Chunli's eyes lit up. Thinking this way, taming the zombies truly seemed to be a promising task. By the way, Fei Ge, I should also report to you about the remains of the underground people. Lu Chunli suddenly remembered another matter. She had been so busy recently that she had only just recalled it. Indeed, she was the only doctor in the team. Yi Fei became interested. Any discoveries? Some. Lu Chunli leaned in closer, squatting by the bathtub, gesturing as she spoke. This skull is larger than that of a human, with 8 more teeth, and the texture is very hard. The density and thickness of the skull are more than double that of a human, so it can be confirmed that he belongs to the indigenous people of this world. She looked at Yi Fei and continued, based on the bone structure, I believe this indigenous woman has about double the strength and impact resistance of a human. Wait, a woman? Yi Fei was taken aback. Yes. Judging from the proportions of the bones, the shape of the skull, and the characteristics of the pelvis, this skeleton is most likely that of a female indigenous person. When it came to her area of expertise, Lu Chunli appeared very confident. Ridiculous. Wouldn't that mean the male indigenous people could knock us away with one punch? Yi Fei couldn't help but exclaim. The indigenous people of this world were clearly much tougher than expected. No wonder, after his strength increased. The hints repeatedly warned him not to enter the depths of the mine. This was likely one of the reasons. Speaking of which, the stout zombie discovered today also had thick bones, likely another indigenous person from underground. Lu Chunli pursed her lips and chuckled. Not necessarily. Fei Ge, you're so strong. I estimate you could crush them in a head-on confrontation. But ordinary people like me might not be able to take on even one of them, let alone several. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently glanced at Yi Fei, who was half immersed in the water in the bathtub. The rippling water highlighted the lines of his abdominal muscles, subtly rising and falling with his breath. She didn't mean to peek. It wasn't that a little shell controlled her brain. It was just that Yi Fei was lying there so casually, with a great physique, taking up a large part of her view. It was hard not to look when she spoke to him. Moreover, Yi Fei had promoted her, which made her feel grateful. Coupled with her earlier speculation about the strength enhancement of Songye and others, the idea of establishing a closer relationship with Yi Fei became increasingly strong. In fact, it wasn't just her. Everyone was spreading rumors that the relationship between Songye and Yi Fei was indeed somewhat intimate, and Songye was notoriously lucky. Naturally, everyone wanted to emulate her actions, hoping that doing so might bring them good fortune. Thus, she mustered her courage and said softly, "Fei Gu, I studied medicine. So I also learned a bit about massage for a while. I did pretty well in the professional courses. How about I give you a massage? It can relieve muscles and bones, alleviate fatigue, and I used to make my roommate scream with my skills back in the day. That's impressive." Yi Fei stretched his body and naturally enjoyed it. "However, I actually haven't given anyone a real massage before." Lu Chunli's face burned intensely. Her hands awkwardly pressed against Yi Fei's damp shoulders, and she began to knead clumsily. She had indeed learned the theory. But that was just for the sake of credits in a practical class. She had never actually given anyone a massage. At this moment, more than anything, she wanted to use this opportunity to get a little closer. The skin under her fingertips was firm and warm, and her heart raced faster as she pressed. Struggling internally, should I go a little lower? Just a bit, like to the side of the waist, the hips, or the thighs. In the past, she would have despised herself for such thoughts. But at this moment, another voice faintly emerged. Yi Fei was the leader of the team, with undeniable strength and status. Always at the forefront, never shirking responsibility. She thought, if it were him, it seemed she wouldn't resist as much as she imagined. Even vaguely, a strange and stimulating feeling rose in her heart. Just as her fingers slowly slid down, about to move from the shoulder to the chest, Yi Fei suddenly spoke. "Right. Your talent is actually very crucial." Huh. Lu Chunli paused her movements, wondering what use her flame talent could have. The explosive spear here didn't even need to be ignited. In high temperatures, it would explode upon being thrown. "I'm not trying to comfort you." Yi Fei pointed to the desert where the air was distorted by the scorching sun. "Look at how high the temperature is now, and how cold it will be at night. Most people might not realize. But the nights in the desert can truly freeze someone to death.